Hey, everybody. What's up?
It's us.
Hey.
We're all up. It's because we were talking about Kate Blanchett with a red wig.
I think it's just because it's stream time.
Hmm.
But, I mean, go off,
Remember ice cream? You're having like
I didn't even see you eating ice cream until this moment, so I'm convinced you just pulled that cone up out of just like a bin next to you. You've been here for like 5 minutes, and not one moment did I think you had an ice cream until just now.
He's just been, like, absorbing the ice cream through his hand, and he's like, oh, wait, no, I should eat this through my mouth like a human does.
Is he butt chugging ice cream?
simultaneously. That's right.
It was vanilla when he got it,
I had that thought. I was like, I won't. And then you did. So thank you.
I'm just gonna say I'm doing the
I had
devil's
to.
triangle with Ben and Jerry. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, yeah. You trying to tell me that you didn't think I was eating ice cream the entire time you were staring at that image, Wade?
The one I just deleted it. I think. When we were like, I did not leave that on my phone to torture myself with later. I hope. Thank God I did not. It's gone.
Molly's scrolling through the phone and she's like, "Ooh." I'll save that one for later.
Why did you... She's like, Wade, why did you take a picture of your sleep paralysis demon?
To prove he's real.
Anyways, so before we dive into like recap or any form of bullshitting we're gonna do, I do want to take a second to show some quick love over to the YouTube side real fast for those of you that aren't here live or that are re-watching from live later on YouTube. The comments over there have helped to fix the audio for everybody, so I do appreciate your actually commenting and trying to make us better. That's very much appreciated. The dumb fucks here over on Twitch, they don't say shit. They never once give any form of constructive criticism. All they ever do is just be mean all the time. So thank you, YouTube, for being better than the people here on Twitch.
Okay, my larger audience is on YouTube versus Twitch, and I still don't treat those little shits with any respect. Why the hell are you? They're over on YouTube because they like to be like mistreated. They are definitely subs, not doms.
I think someone in this call likened YouTube comments to like 4chan level critique.
Yeah,
Pretty recently.
Jake, that was pretty rough, but
I don't think it was Jake. But
Yeah, speaking of little subs, Scott was here early and had a horrible image if you're just tuning in, and it is my sleep paralysis demon now. He was uglier than usual, and the image is haunting. Oh, that was for Razman. I saw that before I said that. I had to be mean.
Oh, they dropped it mid insults. It's like, oh crap, I meant to get this in.
Yeah.
At least he's not sitting there and insulting while also, redeeming one of those at the same time. Just gonna go ahead and give myself permission on this one. But as I'm looking at the YouTube thing, just as a reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, or if you do watch here and do care to, you can, press the subscribe, there or whatever. Cool. Moving on. I probably will never.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
I think it's probably the first time I've ever showed YouTube on LI.
I think it is. I've been since I've been here. Naga, why do you hate the rest of us? Holy fuck!
What did you hate?
Everyone, but you and himself. Apparently, maybe he does hate himself. Why else would you?
Who's that for?
Yeah, I assume he hates himself.
Oh, he wants you to say something nice about yourself, Scott. So he's torturing you.
See something nice about myself?
Yeah.
I'm a pretty darn good dad.
I think he means it has to be true. I'm pretty sure that's like a caveat.
Yeah, I'm a pretty good dad. I'm
Yeah,
there
that's
for my
true. Your girls can
kiddos.
be experts at water sports.
I hate you, Wade.
I know.
No, I
right.
didn't say anything.
I ate my cone. Jake, do you want to cover the recap of last session? I know the session was named for you.
Last session. Remind me where we started last session.
Anyone?
Were we fresh out of the danger area? We just got back to.
Did we start last session still in the woods?
No,
It did start in the woods. Yeah. Wow.
did it start in the woods? Okay,
so
yeah,
you
because
guys-
we got
you just survived the vines.
yeah because we split up with Kethrel at the end or at the beginning.
Who has a new
who?
name now? I can't remember what I called him at this point, dude.
Cuntilla is what you called him.
That's right.
I will never forget that for the rest of my life.
I did forget it.
I
And I was
do that?
waiting for somebody to jog my memory.
Yeah,
I was like, it wasn't Cunt Chocula, but it was something like that.
It was like that, I guess. It was something like that.
Yeah, so we split ways with. It's really hard not to say it now. Kethrel, and made our way out of the forest. And then we headed into town. We were waylaid by Mikhail's favorite guard, who informed us about some goings on with Dan and the fact that he's trying to figure out when or if anyone comes back. We went straight into town under the cover of night, met up with the captain, Daelric, and then we reported in with him and formulated a plan where we went to the jail where Dan was working, as he often does. He was confronted, found guilty, and, well, not found guilty, but he's very obviously guilty. And then he was shot by Layla, who also tried to run away at one point, but then Koa was going to ride her down, but then she came back. After
Koa
that,
did not ride her in any way, shape, or form. I cannot stress that enough. I keep getting accused of this.
yes, well, that is the word around town. He assures everyone that that is not the case. But yeah, so after Dan was shot, he nearly died, but Koa, wasting more valuable resources, brought him back from the brink of death. And he then confessed to everything and told us where his stash was, as well as a lot of other valuable information, but nobody cares about that. We all just want to know where the money is. And I think we left off with going separate ways, and then we ended up at a tavern, and that's where the scene ended. There you go.
Cool. So, let's do a quick little recap of that evening. Your characters would have gone to find Aldo, where he was inside some sort of a pub, to inform him about the treasures and whatnot going on. To set the scene, as we said at the beginning. Sorry, here we go. To set the scene, as was said during the end of the last session, it is as you guys are walking in, he is loudly and proudly, Aldo is loudly and proudly singing, I think on top of a bar or near to one, with one other individual singing the song as well. But as previously stated, the other individual singing the song is much larger, much louder, much more gruff, and can't quite get the words right. So they more or less just settle into Dan, 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 Dan. Because Tony's there with Aldo as they're having a fun evening.
Surprisingly, a very good shimmier. He's shimmying all around the tavern.
Shimmy or shuffle?
Shimmy.
Okay.
He's shimmying.
Gotta get you some tassels.
All right. So, we don't need to get into the nitty gritty here. Your characters would have met up with Aldo. He'd be, 3 sheets from the wind. Would you, with him being in his condition he's in, would you even drag him with you down to go and collect the details of the docks, or would you just let it have his fun and go and get it on your own?
I mean, I think we were taking him along in case there were like traps or anything, since he has sharp eyes. But if he's like wasted, I don't think that's gonna hold up. So Mikhail would probably.
It hasn't been long enough, but he's definitely started. Obviously.
I mean, it has only been like
10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, which is enough time for a lot of drinks for him. But
That's true.
It always reminds me of a time. It takes about 15 minutes for alcohol to fully hit you, right? Like if it's for just start hitting you, I should say. I remember I lived a couple minutes away from a laser tag place, and I was there with a bunch of friends of mine, and so we all did 3 shots, and then we hopped in the car and drove like the 6-7 minutes or whatever it was. It was like boom, 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 ran to the car, drove the 7 minutes, and then we just had one more drink in the parking lot, and then just played laser tag drunk for a few hours. It was pretty. We were all hurting the next day, so it was fun. Anyways. So, yeah, you guys go in there, and maybe he's not too inebriated, and so you are able to convince him after a couple more songs or a drink or whatever with him to go and head down to the docks. It's somewhere down there that the alcohol will settle in, and you realize that he had more to drink than maybe you anticipated, but not more than you more than you thought, but not as much as you may have expected, right? While you're down there, spend some time, chatting, catching up, whatever it is. Covering the details of whatever it was there, but honestly, more just focused on let's find what we can find down there. And you are not, you were not left wanting. Searching around, trying to find the leg to the pier, as was suggested beforehand, that seemed hollow. So until you can find it, you eventually find the leg of the pier. Then when you open it up, you can find that there's a few different sacks of, materials that are inside there. And this is where it gets really exciting. First and foremost, there's a sack that has a bit of coin settled inside. Opening up the coin bag, you can see there is a proper 5 gold pieces inside there, as well as there being 11 silver. And this, I think I don't know if it's Jaaek or Aldo that gets excited about this. I think it's Aldo technically. You even find a pair of moonies in there as well.
Oof, nice. Love me some moonies.
And can you repeat those amounts?
Yeah.
5 gold, 11 silver, pair of moonies.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
After that, inside of another little, coin pouch that you have in there, like a little pouch you find a couple of gems in there. Now, none of you guys are, gemsmiths or familiar with, gemology or anything like that. But what you can tell is there's different colors. And because of that, you might be able to identify what kind of rocks they are based off the colors that you see. But aside from them just being small, colorful stones that are, I guess they might be okay. You guys don't really know these things. Nobody here is trained in appraisal and so on and so forth, or anything gem related. So you just these look like they could be valuable. And so you can throw them back inside the sack and, seal it back off. The final thing...
Never mind. Go ahead. Ignore me.
Mm-hmm. The final thing that you find in there of interest is on a small ring is an iron key. Now, if you want to go ahead and roll me disable device for a second there, Jaaek, for the first roll of the session, say Aldo.
Sure.
Whoa! That's
Holy
awesome. So, looking this over, Aldo, even as drunk as you are, looking it over, you come to the realization, based off of the way that the thing is designed, the smoothness and the design of the teeth, how smooth they are in certain areas, etc., you realize this kind of looks like a skeleton key. That doesn't apply for just anything, but that does mean that this key would work for a good number of locks, specific locks. Again, it doesn't just open up just anything, right? But it looks like it's meant to be one key, like a master key, that would apply for multiple different locks that would all have their own isolated keys to it. So wherever this goes, whatever this unlocks, this has value to it.
Yeah. Is there anything else there? Is that
No, that's everything.
encompass everything?
Mhm.
Okay. One
is
thing Aldo
special.
would say is he'd just
Sorry,
be
go
like, this key should open. Well, it's a key used to open many locks, many of which may not have the same key. It's a skeleton key, they call it. I wonder if it's for the guard, or maybe Dan has a deal with a locksmith or something. I don't know. Interesting.
It'd be weird for him to hide a key for the guard in a stash.
What if
He has
it's
other
a
stashes.
manacle key for manacles? Maybe.
Oh,
I suppose
Yeah.
it could be, but again, the begs the question as to why he would hide it here if it's something that was a part of his actual, legal job.
No, I'm thinking about the others. Aren't they manacled and sent places?
Oh,
Maybe.
I suppose I hadn't thought about how they were transported, but yes, that does seem likely, I suppose.
I guess it could be there in case, he's got to make a break or somebody else does and they need to get a set of manacles off.
Well,
Seems like a convenient thing to have if you know where it is.
we could always stop by Dan's house and just see if this unlocks the front door. Just to be sure.
Yeah, I suppose so. Quite a bit of money, and then do either one of you know how to make heads or tails of these stones, gems, whatever they are?
No, unfortunately, no. But probably someone in town can. I'll have to ask around a little.
I mean, they're obviously worth money, right? Otherwise, why would they be here as well?
Yeah, why would they take him as payment?
Well, I say we go past little Dan's house and see if we can let ourselves in.
Don't hate that idea, honestly.
I suppose so. We also have one other place we need to check outside of Dan's, right?
Yeah, one more stash.
There's another?
Yes. He had told us of 2 locations where he was storing things, and then, while I don't know that we'll find anything too interesting in his house, perhaps there's something of value, of interest to help us figure more out about this ring he's a part of.
Well, should we hit the house first or the other stash spot?
Well, we're out and about. Probably the other stash spot, but, well, it is getting relatively late, and it's out toward the forest a bit, so,
Oh, the perfect time.
what could go wrong?
Yeah, as long as we'll make it away before dark.
Okay. The other stash, as a reminder, it is a stash that is inside of a warehouse. But according to Dan, Dan's a really loyal member of his organization and would totally never sell anybody else out. And so he was lying to you, or he was being honest. But he had said that where
In a
the
warehouse? I thought the other stash was like in a stump.
that you already did the one that was inside the pillar.
I thought one was at the docks and
I'm
one was at a
sorry. You
stump.
meant the one that was outside of town, and yeah, the one that was
Yeah.
across the bridge and what have you. Yeah, my apologies.
I don't remember the warehouse stash. Is that one we knew?
So the warehouse. My apologies. The warehouse was, he was saying that like when he has to store, transport, he puts it into a warehouse where he pays them to not ask questions.
Yeah, we have not gone to investigate that yet.
Yeah. But that's
we
not.
knew about the 2 stashes that were one at the docks and one like in a tree stump by the forest or something.
Yeah, that was the one that was over near where like the people do their fishing or whatever. That's how I defined it before him. Cool. So, like you said, it's nighttime, and because it's still that evening, it's the evening that some of you are exhausted, some of you are fatigued. Is really tonight stumbling around back in the woods outside of town and across the river and whatnot the best idea, or is this like
No,
a
I kind of
next
forgot
day
it was
kind
late. I kind of forgot it was late. Like late.
I imagine your characters would turn in and investigate this next day.
Right,
Yeah,
we
you
might
can
go by
do.
Dan's house since it's in town.
That's fair. We could stop by there and then call it a night.
Okay. So, as you are heading over to Dan's house, or when you get there, which is not obvious where that is, right? it is one of those things you'd almost have to like check in to see where that is, because it's not like, you know, there's a directory that immediately tells you, and nobody pointed you in that direction. Nobody even asked you to do this. This is just Aldo being opportunistic. What's the word we use for opportunists? It's pragmatic. Anyways, so we have Aldo. You guys eventually are able to discern where his house is. It's not super easy, but it doesn't take an incredibly long period of time to do so. When you eventually find your way there, you go walking up to the door. I imagine, like Mikhail or who would go and try to open the door?
I'm going to try and use the key on it.
Sure.
Yeah, he's got the key.
You shuffle up to the door, and you go to try to jam the key in the hole. Not the right fit.
It's not open, is it?
It's also not locked. Sorry, it's not unlocked.
Oh.
It is locked.
Well, it's not for his house.
It makes
That
sense.
out.
Again, a weird thing to do to hide a key to your residence in a stash somewhere.
True.
So
Very true.
perhaps someone in town can get in here, like a locksmith or something.
Call the locksmith.
Yeah, they'll eventually want to get in there. I mean, depending on what his sentencing is.
Well, we better not loiter out the front of this house. So, you know, you never know whether you'll end up in indentured servitude for, you know, standing around too long or something.
What'll they do? Send you into the woods with a couple of weirdos you don't know? Or a window?
Yes.
There is.
Is it open? Not like open, like can I see into it?
I mean, you know what time of year it is. You know, it's late summer, early autumn. It is open, and open.
Yeah, go kind of look in. Well, there is a way in if we really want to take it.
I mean, I suppose if anyone has a reason to be investigating Dan, it's us. So we have a excuse for being here. But perhaps one of us can go through and then unlock the door from inside. He'll immediately turn and look at Aldo.
I'm already climbing.
You look at Aldo. I was going to say, you look at Aldo and you can see he's exhausted. He's leaning against the door. He's just like looking you dead in the eyes, and then like looks off to Mikhail, who's already going through the window.
It's like halfway in. Yeah.
The problem with Aldo is that not only was he the exhausted one, he also drank a bunch, and now you've made him walk around town, so he doesn't have the joy of the drunk and the reduced inhibitions. Instead, it's just sobering, and so he's just more tired. You know.
He's got a head wound. So, yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I'm going
that.
in the window.
Cool. So you guys are going to go over there. You're going to try to get into the window. Just go ahead and make me like an escape artist check real quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Easy money.
You're still fatigued, right?
I think. Did I get fatigued?
Both of you did.
I guess it doesn't matter. Yep. Nope. Doesn't matter.
So you look at him. He's exhausted. You look back at Mikhail trying to go through the window, but this is like a moment where Mikhail is actually like kicking his legs, and he like looks like he's struggling for a second, and then eventually, I don't know who realizes it first, Mikhail or what's his name, Koa, watching him, but Mikhail's stuck. Like he thought the window might open more as he was getting in, but it didn't. And then the shelf of the window had like a couple of nails, like hanging stuff up just inside of it. And part of his like his cloak that he's wearing kind of got caught there. And as he was trying to uncatch it, it just got caught on like a splinter above. And yeah, he's stuck, proper stuck.
See, Scott would never have that problem. He is small where he could fit in the window just fine.
God damn it! I'm just nimble.
That was my closest to a compliment I've got for you, Draven. I tried.
What? There was a compliment? 5 to 11.
You wouldn't get stuck. That's a good compliment.
All right. So you found how to properly insult Scott. Now just try to compliment him.
Stuck in your
That
mouth.
was the best I could do. I've been sitting here for minutes trying to think of something nice to say. That's the best I had. All right, so
So hold on.
Mikhail-
Joey.
I wouldn't worry about it. He's not going to top that.
Oh, okay, fine. All right.
It's up to Snaga. I'm just telling him.
No, okay. Go ahead. Wade, you're gonna say?
He couldn't top it, but he could bottom it. All right, so
No rebuttal.
Koa goes over and sees Mikhail is stuck, looks at Aldo, and grabs one of Mikhail's ankles and just like gives it a good tug to try to pull him back out.
Okay. This is fun. Roll me a strength check.
Oh yeah, this is fun. Nat 20 pulls my fucking foot off.
Oh god, I forgot I was fatigued.
Oh no, nothing like that.
Yeah, I know.
Ah, darn it. If you, had you rolled low, I should have had you succeed, but with penalty. So he does grab you and he gives you a tug. Now, fortunately for you, Mikhail, you're not an idiot, but you know that. Well, I don't know what your opinion of Koa is for being smart or dumb, but you know that he's also kind of a just get it done person. So rather than trying to untangle yourself when you feel him grab your legs and like, I got you. You know, you're like, oh shit. And instead of trying to unstick yourself, like try to move yourself out, you just spend those precious few moments quickly trying to grab your already worn, cloak and clothes wherever they're caught and just trying to move them as quickly as so when he pulls you out as hard as he does, it just causes a little tiny rip into your cloak. And you're like, oh, thank God. Well, it's like a little, like, oh, okay. Maybe 2 stitches would fix. Whew, that could have been bad.
Thanks. I'm gonna try again with this off. Like, take the cloak off. Take off my belt pouch and other stuff.
Koa will give a side glance to Aldo. Yes, I'm sure the cloak was the problem.
Yeah,
you see Aldo is fiddling with the door. He has his back to you. So while he's doing that, I'm going to attempt to pick the lock.
All right. He's exhausted, so that affects his dexterity. This is great.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. So you're having your little quip with him. I'm sure it was a cloak. No. And then Aldo, you click, the things open as they're talking over there.
Yeah. I just say, oh, the door's actually open.
What?
I push the door open.
Oh, did you
It kind of
somehow
jams a
lock it
little.
with
You have
the
to kind
key?
of lift and push.
Okay, well, somebody should put all my crap back on. Someone should probably look out just in case,
Yes, I suppose. Otherwise, we'll all be in indentured servitude.
Well, just in case someone comes asking questions or to rob the place. I don't know. Maybe not.
Hey, weren't you that guy stuck in that window a moment ago?
What? Why?
I'll just go in after saying that.
Oh, I'm gonna do the lookout. Okay, yeah, this is fun.
All right, well.
Okay.
What's Dan's house look like?
Kazatars just rolls into chat late and starts yelling at you without even knowing anything.
We did check the door first, Kajatar.
This is on them. Anyways, excuse me for assuming you checked the door. All right. So, anyways, so were you waiting outside, Mikhail? Is that what you were suggesting?
I was suggesting one of us did, and since Koa went in, and I think Aldo went in, maybe he didn't.
Oh yeah, Aldo totally stumbled in there. Let's go see what's under his cabinet.
Yeah, I'll just be looking in the window instead of doing lookout like I myself suggested.
Sure. And
Master and Commander, you're just sadly looking through the glass.
I'm on the outside.
Starts to rain.
Wade, you go in, I assume?
Oh yeah, Koa's you were just stuck in the window. We broke into the house. I'm not looking out at this point. If there's someone here that's going to be upset, what are they going to do? Send us back to the guy that trusts us the most in town right now? Big whoop. But he's not too worried about it.
So Koa and Aldo can go ahead and roll me perception checks as they spend not a short period of time searching around.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Koa is looking around trying to find some details. I'm not even going to fully describe the house. Just assume it's very simple, right? So it's not large. It's simple. It doesn't take long to open up the rooms, but you're clearly trying to search through them. As you're searching through the rooms, Koa, you fully scan through the first room, and then you're partway into scanning the second room, and finally you hear from the other room Aldo making an exclamation of excitement. And out of curiosity, obviously, you would go and check and see what it is that he found. And he found the liquor cabinet. And it's well stocked. Like, there's actually a considerable amount of booze in there of various assortment and decent quality. I mean, shit as well, of course. Everybody has shit alcohol for, that friend that comes over. But no, he's got some decent quality. It's like a proper stock inside there. So, Aldo's, his evening just turned up.
Yeah, you can see him. He has he's pulled his shirt forward and he's just putting bottles in there as he's lifting his shirt up and they're rattling around as he's carrying them.
I hear clanking. What'd you find?
He's raiding the liquor cabinet.
Oh. That's a lot of clanking noises.
I've discovered that Dan had a bed. That's about it. And I'm very tired.
No, it wouldn't be a bad place to sleep. It looks pretty comfortable.
Oh, dude, no, not. I wouldn't.
I want to know, does opening Dan's wardrobe, does he have any nice clothes?
I mean, depends on how you define nice. For somebody who is as relatively simple as Dan is, yeah, pretty nice. But if you're on the scale of, say, how Mikhail likes to present himself, not quite that nice. You know what I mean?
Okay, and Dan's about the size of Aldo and Koa, right?
So as you described beforehand, Dan is not exactly in the best of shape, but otherwise, height-wise, yeah, Andy's human, so.
Beautiful. Aldo looks at you and he goes, "You know what we should do? Let's wear his best clothes to his court case. This will be great. Trust me." And he's holding things up and he's pushing them against you. And he's like, "Oh, perfect." He pulls out your arm and folds one over and he's like, "Take that one, and do you reckon Mikhail would fit into this? And we might have to
come in here for a moment. We're dressing up."
What? You just hear thudding as he starts going through the window again. He's like, "What the fuck am I doing?"
Koa is so
Goes
tired
through the door.
and he's trying his hardest to figure out why this would be a good idea, but for the life of him cannot think of why. So he's hoping Mikhail will come understand and explain.
He's just too
In his
tired.
mind, it's maybe he's right, but why would this be right?
Mikhail walks in, you just see Aldo. He's like, "Oh, too big." He puts one up against you. No, that's not going to work. He finds one. He's like, maybe this was when he was younger. I don't know. This will have to do. And he pulls your arm out, folds that over.
Is stealing from a criminal still a crime? I think the answer is probably yes.
I mean, yeah. I figured we might do a little of that, but why his clothes? They're not even nice.
Oh, easy. Aldo said to wear it to his court case.
Exactly. This is going to be great. He's going to look, he's already going to be dejected. He's probably going to be in jail for days. And then when he comes out, into the room, he's going to look over at us and we're going to be dressed in his clothes. It's going to be great.
Okay, I can
absolutely perfect.
I can picture the scene. I've got that, but we're going to be going into a courtroom wearing stolen clothes of a guy who can recognize them. They may not believe him, but if they do,
he's a criminal, dude. These guys, they don't. I don't even know if they could see more than 10 feet in front of them. Plus, he checks. He's like, there's no, he hasn't stitched Dan into them or anything.
My clothes also don't have my name on them, but they would fit me a bit better than this. My bicep's gonna rip the sleeve, and I could fit 4 of my stomach in this.
Yes, well, there might be a tailor here we could, get to make some alterations. But trust me, it'll be worth it.
I don't know if you've gotten the perception that I
listen.
The
payout will be worth it in the end.
What is the payout of wearing this man's
payout is watching Dan's heart break all over again. When not only have we taken his job, his freedom, we have taken his very clothes out of his wardrobe.
Wouldn't you
but he can't prove
that it's seeing his gems and his skeleton key than he would his trousers?
Well, No,
We
because
already gave him back his
expecting-
life.
He's expecting you to more or less take that, right? What he's not expecting is for you to turn up looking dapper in his clothes.
Aldo, listen, I respect this plan. But I don't think it's going to have the impact you're thinking for Koa and I, seeing as we were there saving his life. I just don't think he'll care. But you wearing his clothes, given your history...
Listen, I'm going to wear the clothes regardless, but I mean, if all three of us show, like, a show of
I'm already
unity here...
accused of wearing his ex-girlfriend. I don't need to be accused of wearing his underwear, too.
We're going to just give
Well,
you
you
the
can wear
best
your
bits,
own
Aldo.
underwear. What,
give you
you're
the
not
best
happy
bits.
with the shirt? You want me to find you another? He doesn't
I-
have that much, but
He doesn't
think
have
I-
anything. None of this is good.
I just
Look,
want to
this
point
is-
out
I'll take
that
it to
it's
the
middle
I'll
of
take it to the
night and
tailor.
they've
Give it to me.
broken
Give it
into
here.
this
He
criminal's
throws
house
the
to
shirts
raid
over his
his
shoulder. He's like,
wardrobe.
"I'll take it to the tailor. I'll take it to the tailor. I'll see what we can do."
Why? Hold on. He's like, why is this the most excited I've seen you?
You can see he's tied like one of the shirts. He's tied it up and he's like putting the bottles in there and he's throwing it over his shoulder as well. He's like, "Well, nothing to do now, but head to bed."
All right, I'm gonna just do a quick once over in case there's anything related to the.
Well, the
slavers.
empty alcohol cabinet's in there, the raided wardrobe's in here, and the bed is right there.
Took all of it. I'm gonna go look at the alcohol thing.
Well, there isn't much there, but yes, I'm not sure that breaking into Dan's home in order to steal his clothes was what I had on the agenda tonight. I might just head out and go sleep.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I can definitely get out on my own because I won't be taking the window.
Do me a
a good
favor,
idea.
then throw the rest of these back in the wardrobe.
Wait, I thought you wanted his clothes.
Oh, I've already got 3 sets of clothes for us. Just the rest, the ones that don't fit or are rather unsightly.
Aldo, none of these are going to fit.
Just throw
Listen,
them
that's
to the
what I
bottom of the
said. We're
wardrobe.
gonna take them to the tailor.
I admire your persistence on this, but you'll have to slay me in my sleep to get me to wear that.
He looks like at you with a thoughtful expression before he goes. He just winks and turns to leave.
Good luck, Mikhail, and good night.
Who put the
Yeah.
clothes away, by the way?
Aldo has not touched them, so he just left.
Mikhail did.
I just throw them into the bottom of the wardrobe.
Oh, perfect. So you throw the clothes into the bottom of the wardrobe, but some of the clothes have a bit more heft to it than maybe you would have otherwise expected from like the amount of clothes that you had there. So when they hit the bottom of the wardrobe, they hit it with a bit of a thud, just enough that a loose compartment in the top of the wardrobe actually flops open, and a parcel like tumbles out of it. So you almost don't even notice it because you toss the stuff in there like ugh, and then and then like you notice something tumble down. And you don't think of it until you like look down and you're like, fuck, I forgot a stupid scarf. Maybe you kick it in or pick it up and toss it into the wardrobe, and that's where you see the parcel sitting on top. And it's like a small little package that's inside there, not unlike the kind of packages you would typically find if you were buying, say, herbs or, in your scenario with your background, reagents from an apothecary.
Okay. Yeah, he notices it and picks it up and goes, "Whoa, hold on. Was this... Guys, I found something. Are you still there?"
If you're still looking at the wardrobe, I have no interest, Mikhail.
No. I'll come out and be opening it as I walk into like the front area. It's something else. I'll open it though.
I assume so. When you look inside, you can see that there's some type of herb inside there. However, what the herb is, unfortunately, none of your characters are trained in any of the skills that would be able to identify it. You're not familiar.
Yep. Nope. I mean, I have Arcana. If it is a reagent, then I might know it.
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
Aldo looks at it and he's like, "Oh, people take that sometimes when they're having trouble, This is probably yeah, don't worry about that.
Is
I mean,
this
it
the?
was
I almost
hidden.
said queef. What's it called? Keef.
Keith.
Oh my god!
Would this be the Keef?
This is Attila's queef. Jesus Christ, Wade.
Now I can't do the thing I was
Jesus
about
Christ,
to do.
Wade.
Attila was telling me about this
Oh
substance.
my god. God damn it, Wade.
I had an action I want to do. I can't. Now I don't want to do it.
Smoking if you got it.
Oh my god.
If you say, "Is this Keef?"
I would.
Mikhail will smell it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know out of character what Keef smells like, obviously, but
+.0 is what my phone just typed when I dropped it on my keyboard.
oh, nice. Well said.
To answer your question, to answer that bit there, Mikhail, it smells herbal. That's like it's like if you were to pick up, almost like if you were to pick up what's it called, like Italian seasoning. It just smells herbal. It's not enough.
This was like a mix of.
I mean, herbal.
Seasonings.
It might maybe has different things inside there. You're not familiar with, this compound or individual herb well enough to know the difference.
Okay.
Would I knowledge nature it?
Unfortunately, no. Again, none of you guys just have, with the state that it's in, none of you guys have a skill to be able to identify it here. Fortunately, if you're able to come across an apothecary, they might be able to assist you.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, we could find an herbalist or an apothecary. They might know what it is. I don't think it's Keef. But I
Oh,
don't
with
know if I
confidence
would
like
know
that, I'm sure that you can find us apothecary and let us know what it is.
Sure.
Not
yeah.
wanting to put it on him in case it's a drug. He's like, yeah, Mikhail, you've got this.
I will close it. I'll roll it back up or whatever.
So it's like, I'm not walking around with fucking... I'm the hero of Loshev. I'm not going to have drugs on my person walking around. You guys know what this is? Oh, yes,
Yeah.
that's meth.
Yeah, he doesn't want you having to try to explain it either. So
You planting drugs in Mikhail. You got this, right, buddy?
I'm not just gonna give him up. I mean, either way, they're worth something.
The fact that, he didn't even get out the door before you already found something, he's going to be like, perhaps it is best you give this place a once-over. Your eyes seem more keen than mine or Aldo's.
Well, I mean, I guess. Did you guys look for anything but
Speak
clothes
for
and a
yourself.
bed?
Aldo says, jingling his bottles.
Or
Um,
that?
Yes, I looked very thoroughly, and I didn't see anything on top of the dresser or on top of the bed. So I heard Aldo going through bottles. I went and looked, and then we started looking at clothes. It was very thorough. Like, briefly thorough. I'm tired.
So,
It's fine. I'll handle the rest.
so does Mikhail stick around and search around a bit more?
Yeah.
Does what's his name, Koa, just kind of retire for the evening and leave?
He'll go to leave, then wait a second to see if Mikhail has another aha moment. But yeah, then if there's nothing right away, he'll just head out.
Does Aldo sit at the kitchen table and pop a bottle or two?
No, Aldo walks back to the inn where he will be popping those bottles.
Sure. Does he try to grab a proper arm? Like, he can't carry everything unless he has a box or a crate, but he gets a proper armful of the good stuff.
No.
think
He
he tied
gets
the
the
clothes
clothes, ties them to make a sack, and then puts them all in the sack.
Oh my golly, you're actually taking the clothes. I thought Mikhail put the rest of the clothes back.
No, he's
No.
All the
he
ones he didn't take.
I'm not, the three more or less outfits that I took, right?
My apologies.
He's got
I
a
missed
Dan's
that.
clothes fanny pack of alcohol. He's walking into a bar with.
Oh boy, it's like when you didn't finish your bottle of scotch and you got to drive it in your car, and you're like, well, I don't want the cop to see this if I got pulled over, because it's an open container. So I'm just gonna hide it in the dirty clothes in the back seat of my car. 20s are a different time. Moving on. So you are you grab the stuff, and so I assume you're abandoning Mikhail. Yes.
Yep.
Cool. Mikhail, you go ahead and roll me your perception check.
Who?
Mikhail.
Me. Can I take a 10?
Yeah, if you just want to spend
Can I
some
just
time.
spend time?
Yeah. Again, it's doing a search of a place this large. It's not huge, right? It's just kind of a small small place, but it takes time. It's not like this is like a minute, but you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I'll just take 10, which is 15.
Sure, 15 total. Thank you, sir. So, with your 15 total, looking around, checking the place out, obviously double check that wardrobe, and you can definitely see in the grain of the wood there that you probably, with how thoroughly you're looking, would have found that compartment, and you definitely did find another compartment inside there. However, that compartment had nothing in it. It was completely empty. So, hey, nice that there were 2 compartments, but no, it's completely empty. Walking around the rest of his place, searching to see if there's anything of value or of note or so on and so forth, you actually do find a couple more things. First and foremost, another spot that he has stashed. So kind of like when you look underneath, where he has his single, very simple bureau. So imagine 4 legs, like almost like table legs, with kind of a narrow bureau on top. Underneath one of those back legs, you notice that the floorboard, the grain of the wood doesn't line up correctly, likely because when he put it back like hastily. And so he didn't put it back the right way. So moving the bureau and lifting it up, you can see there's a small compartment underneath, like dug into the dirt underneath the place. Inside there, you can find 4 swords. 4 swords that clearly would belong to the guard. You know what I mean? They're worn down. They're not new by any stretch, but clearly he was collecting them for maybe the next time he was going to give them out, or so on. Anyways, and the final thing that you find, it's kind of a sad spot to hide it because it's like one of the quickest spots that a thief would go to look. But literally right underneath his mattress, you lift it up, and what catches your eye is there's a little slit in the simple straw mattress that's there. You put your hand in and feel around for a second, and there's a small pouch inside there that has a dozen pennies in it.
Those are mine because I found them by myself.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And so as you have your hand in that mattress with a dozen pennies inside there, all of a sudden you hear, stand up slowly and don't make any sudden movements.
Do I recognize the voice?
No.
Okay, I stand up slowly. As I stand up, I do turn around, not like suddenly just kind of slow turn.
Yep.
To face whoever's talking to me.
Yep. You can see there's actually one of the guards that you have never interacted with before, you've never seen before, but you can clearly tell by the uniform that they're wearing. And they do have their sword drawn, gestured in your direction but not pointed directly at you. And they look very concerned on their face. They're like, what happens next depends entirely on how well you listen.
Okay, I'll belay feeling relieved then.
It's relieved. Oh, you can relieve yourself of that sword. You can see they're a little bit happy with themselves of that turn of phrase.
I mean, are they talking about one of the 4 that I found, or the rapier on my side?
I assume you're not literally carrying that underneath your arm. I imagine that's sitting on top of something, maybe even on the table in the dining area or whatever. But so he means the one on your hip.
For your safety, or because I'm being robbed?
Sorry, my apologies. I say she says that. My apologies. And I'm sorry. You asked what, sir?
I say for my safety, or because I'm being robbed?
Being robbed? Can't you obviously tell who I am?
I mean, yeah, you're one of the guard.
So do as I say.
I'm working with you.
What? No, obviously you're not. You're robbing one of us.
I am?
Looks around and says, "You're a bigger idiot than I thought," and steps up. And this time they actually press the tip of the short sword in her hands to your your clothes that are there. She doesn't apply enough pressure that you even feel a point or a sharpness, but she definitely puts it up against your clothes there.
Like he stays kind of calm, but he does lean a little. He goes, "No, listen, this guy Dan, this is his house. He just got arrested. Do you know for what?"
Dan is one of us. He didn't get arrested. Stop being an idiot.
He's in a cell right now.
Yeah, and you're about to be joining Dan.
No, I'm not. You can talk to the captain or to the constable.
That's a great idea, she says. You can come with me. Remove your sword now.
He'll slowly take it off. As he does, he'll just say, it's like, so you're not really up on current events then? Not aware that he's part of a slave trade?
Screws up her face as she looks at you and says, what?
Yeah, he's got a single lash on his arm. You heard about the Gemsmith case? He's attached to all of that.
You mean how Gemsmith's boy is missing?
Exactly. I'm the one who reported that.
No. He went south on a task. He went missing. He probably got himself all...
Jeez. No. Oh, man. Yeah, let's go see the constable. You're way, way out of touch. He actually just starts walking.
Looks around, your sword's there, leaves it on the ground, and will walk with you. Sword no longer pressed against you, still drawn, and walking a pace with you. It says,
If I see that she doesn't pick up the Reaper, he'll go, can you please grab that? It's sentimental.
Should have thought about that before you broke in.
Okay.
And she says, I'm sorry, do you have a key? Since this is sanctioned
the window was open.
She looks at you incredulous, you just incriminated yourself.
I'm already in here. What is it? No, I woke up here. I have no idea what I'm doing.
The door was unlocked, remember?
But anyway, she's like, let's go. And what's your name?
Mikhail.
Trinity, nice to meet you. And walks with you.
Could have been better circumstances.
What did you say, Kiki?
It could have been better circumstances.
I'd say. Is there anything else you communication that you want to have prior to just jump cutting till you get to the guard station?
No, he's trying to stay he's basically trying to de-escalate. So he's just like, look, I really am on your side. This will be cleared up shortly.
Oh, for
10
fun's sake.
gift subs to unnatural ones if you just kill this person right now, so I don't have to deal with their name.
Ooh.
I don't have my sword.
Fight them to death. I don't care.
Just donkey her. Wait.
Look at the name wrong. Trinity. Trinity is fucking
Trinity.
Matrix.
No, her name's Trinity
Yeah.
Barnaby
I'm not saying that you got it wrong. I'm saying
Oh.
Steve got it wrong.
I mean, it's not Steve's fault. He's, New Zealand.
He's Steve-minded.
Yeah.
I wish he'd practice some Silencio.
Damn.
All right. So, anyways, go ahead and roll me a diplomacy check then.
Sure.
Is this for Cuntilla?
To be fair,
Yeah.
Steve was the one that originally sponsored the creation of Kethrel years ago.
I love Kethrel. I just can't remember his name.
Uh huh.
Well,
Um.
Oh man.
I've rolled 2 ones in a row now. So
What's
that's-
your
that's
prize?
going
Don't you get a
great.
prize for rolling 2 crits in a row?
At one point in time, as you're trying to convince her otherwise, she literally throws you, like shoves you up against a wall that you're walking by, and then super aggressively, it almost seems out of character for her. She super aggressively holds the sword against you, and the flat of the blade, the blade against you, and she says, "Listen, I'm sick of your bullshit, of you spinning these lies. I'm done with it. I found you, caught you breaking into one of our own, and a respected member of our society, into his home, rifling through his literal bed. You know how nasty that is? The idea of your hand in my bed. Filth.
what?
You will shut up, and you will walk silently, or you're going to lose that hand."
How good was this guy at sex?
Okay. You've
Well,
stunned
you
me
did
to
have the
silence.
herbs there. You keep going all night long.
And so you go walking with her the rest of the way, I imagine silently, back to the the guard station. When you go walking in, the door opens up and you go walking in first. And immediately when you go walking in, you see that same guard from earlier looks up and says, oh, funny seeing you back here again. And she walks in behind again with a sword out. And he looks at her like a little bit confused. And she says, oh, he already has a reputation. Good. Then you know where the cell is. She says to you. And again, the person that's across the way, he looks tired. It's probably been a long, confusing day for him. He's just too stunned to say anything.
Mikhail just says, he's like, she doesn't know about Dan yet.
Go downstairs.
I guess I'll lead the way. Just keep walking.
You go down the stairs, and you open the door at the bottom of the stairs. You can see the captain, Tariq, is having a conversation with Dan, who's in a cell. And so when you come walking in and see that, and he looks a little upset that somebody's interrupting his interrogation, and then looks over and sees her walking in with you, and he looks, agitated. He's like, Mikhail, you've done enough this evening. I'm, unless it's something important, could you please give a time? We'll speak tomorrow.
You're absolutely right. I have probably done too much. I kind of step to the side so that he sees that she's got a sword at my back.
He's like, Trinity, what are you doing? And she's like, I caught him. Why is Dan in jail? And he's like, it's a long story, and I intended to catch everybody up on it in the morning. It is the middle of the night. Why are you here? Is it important? She goes, so we're investigating Dan? And he's like, obviously that's what I'm doing right now. And she kind of looks at you to see if you're going to offer any more details.
Listen, if you're willing to listen, I'll explain. I haven't had a drink today.
Please.
Or I'll wait.
Anything else? I heard myself say anything else. Do one of you have the stream playing in the background? Because I don't. I definitely don't. I checked every one of my open things.
Nope. It's actually not playing.
Anybody over there?
Nope.
Let's check something. I'm going to do something. Hold on. You three all mute your microphone.
Funny enough, I can see chat. Oh.
All of you mute. All right. Ah! Test! It's not me! No echo!
I'll go next.
Go ahead.
Do you want to see if you hear you?
Oh, yeah. I'm loud! Not me! Okay, next.
Sure.
Nope. You go first.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Test on Keegan! Ah!
Oh. Is it my headphones then? You're hearing you through my headphones?
Oh god, I'm so loud. Okay.
Wild. Well, let me...
I think we might be bleeding out a little bit when we get loud through your headphones.
Okay. All right. I was
Maybe
like,
that'll help.
we'll see. That was so weird.
Well, here, let him test Aldo too, just to make sure it's not.
Oh, sure.
Yep.
There you go. Australia is the best at breakdancing. Test. Nope. Okay. Cool.
I also said Aldo instead of Jaaek because I read your name. I looked up.
All right. Cool. This was the first stream this has ever happened. That's funny.
I haven't switched my mic. Hold on. I started using the digital one, and I didn't have it on this time, so maybe that's it.
Cool. Where were we? Back to you were more or less just kind of sent you away. Were you doing any follow-up items there, Mikhail?
I'm gonna go back and get my fucking rapier.
Okay. So you go back up the stairs, and a moment later, she follows up behind you. So as you go to leave, she should call after you and say, "Hey, sorry."
Walk and talk, please. I just keep walking fast.
Oh, she'll go walking with you. If somebody in chat wants to, I mean, I know we didn't activate, so we'll do this one for free since we didn't activate bad things happening. Somebody wants to roll a D100 and rolls under a 5. All right, go ahead.
You better fucking not.
So you're walking, and she's like, I'm sorry for that.
Oh, yeah, I figured. A misunderstanding. It happens. And no blood. As long as my sword's still there, we're all good.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm totally not trying to drag out the scene to see how long it takes to fulfill.
Somebody already rolled a 31, so...
Yeah. But scene's not over yet, so she keeps walking with you and says
Start sprinting.
She says, yeah, my name's Trinity, by the way. Barnaby Barnuriton. It's
Jesus.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, better circumstances if we're starting over. Like tired, can't actually run because I'm fucking fatigued.
Yeah. And she said, "Why are you
really
moving
long
so,
week?
Why are you moving so quickly?"
Because I don't want somebody to see that the window's open or the door is open and take my sword. That's all I've got left of my mom. I mean, my dad.
Oh
I
shit!
mean, back home.
We walked
I'm
out so
so
quickly.
tired.
I forgot to shut the door behind me.
Yeah. I noticed.
No, she's jogging alongside you easily, right? Being like, I'm sorry, and I'm usually the one that looks into the. If it's not Tariq, it's usually myself. I'm the one that handles like the forensics, right? I'm the one that tries to find the clues or the details. That's such a mistake of mine.
Yeah. He's like bent over. He's like, hey, Trinity, if you want to do me a big favor, can you just run back and grab it like really fast?
Oh yeah, and she
Just stitch my
says
side.
the least I can do, and she runs ahead to give you
thank
a
you.
minute to catch up.
Like sits down for a second. Okay, gets up, keeps going.
So when you go there, she's inside and leaning, like half sitting on the table on like the dining area, and she looks a little sheepish. When we left, there were swords sitting on this table, weren't there?
Yeah, there was like 4 of them. Mine was back in the room. Did you not grab it? Here, I'll grab it. I just go back into the room. Dude, they rolled like a million numbers that were not a 5 or lower.
Forensic rolled a 1. Third time's a charm, right?
Wait, is
How it
that the new rule that we can just keep rolling dice?
Just,
till we
just
get to
keep
the one we
rolling
want?
until they get what they want.
And-
I like that rule.
And
pay that forward.
Yeah. And so you go in there and it's not there. And she's like, I'm just kidding. I do have it. It's here. And she will show it to you. She says, but the other ones that were sitting on the table, they have disappeared. So I think somebody did come in and grab these items, but at least they didn't go searching any further. They just came in and grabbed that. And I think there were more bottles on this table earlier too. Dan usually has a lot of liquor.
Yeah, they probably took those.
My man.
Trinity. Yes. Nice to meet you. If we ever interact in the future, please never play that joke on me again. I've already lost most of my things.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess bad time. I was trying to cut through the tension. I was awkward.
Yeah,
night.
with humor, all that. But I've been in the woods for a few days and saw some people die, and it's been rough. And now the rum's gone. So I have to go back to the tavern.
She says, you've been in the woods for days? Usually
Yeah.
you don't smell. She says, trying to be nice.
Oh. He actually kind of brightened. He's like, oh, good. All right, cool. Well, I mean, being in the woods is no excuse for poor hygiene. Whew. So,
You said the rum's gone, and my shift was over anyways. I was coming here to see if Dan wanted to go grab a drink, and, well, obviously that's not an option. So, let me buy you a drink to make up for it.
I accept. Because I have some questions about... You know what? Yeah, I accept.
And she's like, it's pretty late. There's only one place that's going to still be serving right now. So if you don't mind being the best smelling thing there, she says, jokingly, and then we'll like turn to like walk out with you.
Okay, wouldn't be the first time.
Okay. And
go.
so you guys can walk over. So, while walking, while order, you feel free to jump into the RP. Go ahead, sir.
So you and Dan? I thought.
Yeah, we were. Oh no! Oh ew! Oh God, no! No!
Okay, that's a way more appropriate reaction. Okay, all right, all right. Things make sense again.
Yeah. Oh no! He's skeevy.
Yeah, and he was with Layla. Did you know she? I don't think I'm supposed to tell you that, but she shot him.
What?
Yeah.
She shot him? Is that why there was blood in the cell? I had so many questions.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm sure the constable will answer them.
No,
but,
the constable is usually like a very, very, he's put together, right? Like almost as put together as you are. And I did not see him being the kind of person to, acts like that on somebody, even if it is one of us.
No, he's clearly very professional. Earned a lot of respect for him in the last couple of days.
No, he deserves every bit of respect he gets, but no, Dan's gross. He just you work with somebody, you're friends. He often has more, funny stories because, there's this one guy that he kept telling us stories about. So he had this idiot that got tossed in the jail, and the guy. So he must have been a drunk or something because he just kept like puking on himself, and he was he was begging. And anyways, not the begging part. That's not what was funny, but some of the shit that he was saying and doing while he was in the cell was pretty fun. And then how he ended up getting washed up afterwards was honestly Dan Tony couldn't tell the story right. Dan did. It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Huh? Yeah. Tony. I think I've seen him before. He's the big guy, right?
Yeah, real big guy.
Yeah. Heard he knocked somebody out in 2 punches. It's crazy.
Surprised it took 2. Must have been a big guy.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. So, is that sentiment about Dan being gross, is that mostly shared among the guard? Or does he actually have friends somehow?
Oh, no, he has friends.
Like a lot of them? So no.
When you're a guard, not necessarily everybody wants to be friendly with you, and those that do so because you're a guard, and he likes to spend time with those sort, which are not exactly the sort you necessarily want to be spending much time with, if you know what I'm saying. But I'm assuming it's that kind of detail as to why he's all locked up and stuff right now.
Yeah, it's like fair warning. It's pretty grim stuff. So,
Yeah, you said slavery?
yeah,
That goes against all of the ideals of a deer. I mean, one of the things that Deerians pride themselves on is independence, freedom, right? I mean, more people here, hold Vroga as close to their hearts as the martyr than don't, right? Especially being surrounded by Paradel, if you know what I mean. I mean, those nasty Del. Ugh. I mean, they literally have Lady Aravel Dark Eyes written into their we'll say constitution, into their laws. I mean, she's the Lady of Chains. It makes sense that I mean, Dan didn't grow up in Loshev. I don't know. Maybe he's Del. Ugh, can never trust a Del.
Yeah. So I've heard, but I usually prefer to. I determine trust more based on stuff like this, conversations, actually getting to know people, because you can't know them by the stereotypes.
No better way to get to know somebody than slamming up against a wall and hold your sword to their chest, huh?
I mean, I've heard of worse ways. Not many, but worse.
Yeah, awkward, like soft chuckle that kind of falls to silence because the whole conversation's a bit awkward anyways. I imagine at this point it like stays quiet, as you get your literally arrive at the dive place that's in there. And, much to your surprise, Aldo's not in there. But then again, he also has lots of booze he doesn't have to pay for. And I imagine Koa himself has also found his way to his room so he can finally retire for the evening. So you go in, and it's a whole bunch of people that have either clearly already been drinking for a long while or are so exhausted from how late or hard that they had to work all day that even if they're starting drinking, they're more or less worse for wear than those that have been drinking for a while, right? And so you go in, and the place is relatively quiet, considering, but there's still a solid dozen people inside there. And you go in, order drinks, sit down, and feel free to push conversation if there's any more details you were looking for.
Cool. No, he was kind of just pushing to see if the reason he was asking that does Dan have friends was more in the interest of finding out if there's going to be a bunch of backlash for him getting arrested. Like if a bunch of people are going to be like, nah, this is bullshit, free Dan. But it doesn't really sound like it. So
You missed an opportunity. It sounds like you could have pushed her up against the wall and put your sword into her chest, if you know what I mean.
Koa speaking from Dreamland. Just, hey, bud, you might be missing out.
It was right there.
You literally just
Might be missing out.
as you're having a drink, and there's a moment where she like the conversation falls off. She looks off to the side, and you notice actually, you know what? Now that you're the scene has changed, the lighting in here is decent. She's actually a nice looking lady, and you hear Koa say that in the back of your head. I've spent way too much time with these two.
And also, she didn't sleep with Dan. Oh, shit, that's really good. Yeah.
That was Aldo.
Right.
Scott described her as attractive. Chat. She's a 2 out of 20.
Usually a D20.
Well, the way I've always done it, and I don't know why. I think it's just on Daelric it works, and over here I haven't fixed it to work yet. But it's usually 3d6 for rolling for hotness. I've actually always used
like a score, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And not even a forgiving score. It was just 3d6, right? Mm-hmm. So we can either arrange it here. We can let the next three people in chat roll a d6 and add them up.
Fucking 2, Jesus.
Well, True rolled a 10 because they don't know what d6 means.
You look her in the eye, and all you can think of was, man, Layla's honeydews are looking real good about now.
Okay, so True starts with a 1. Her. Okay, somebody other than True roll a damn die. Oh, Jesus Christ, Snaga! Oh my God.
Snaga rolls a 2.
Oh God, let's see what the other one is. This is out of 18.
You might have to do it again because sometimes there's a delay before it'll.
Yeah, it's a 5-second delay always. Yeah. Oh my fucking God! A 5 out of 18. A 5. Think of this like a D&D stat, like actually your character's attribute, right? That's like a -3 score.
Yeah.
So maybe it's
you are very tired to be engaged.
You're exhaustion.
She's got a good personality.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Poor Trinity. Poor Trinity.
I'm not going to talk bad about her, all right? She seems nice, but also this has been awkward. And I'm very tired.
That's why they put her on the night shift.
Oh no!
You just look better. You just look better at night.
We've been the thing people tell stories about to their kids to make them behave.
We've all been trying to be nice to the constable. He's running the most chauvinist guard ever. All the uncles on the night shift. No funny. No fraternization.
Okay, so just looking at what number who actually rolled the first D6 that was rolled was who? It was True, right?
Oh, now you're trying to be nice to her.
No. I'm looking. So True rolled the first D6. Okay. The second one was Snaga, right, which is a 2, and the third one was Tash, which is a 2. Yeah, it's a 5. Yep. So, all right, awesome. Yeah. So, anyways, there's that moment where you hear that, so on and so forth, and or however it plays out. But either way, in the back of your head, however it plays out. And then she, so I don't know if they were looking for the conversation to progress any further at this point.
I'm trying to think. I figured he might have had more questions. Fuck, that derailed me. Poor lady got a 5, dude.
Derailed? You gotta fix
Scott's
that.
like, she's a very attractive lady.
That's what made it
Remind you
funny.
Chad's like, no, you roll for that shit. I'm like, I have 3d6. No, we do it. Oh, okay.
But no, he just he has a few drinks and then probably goes back to the inn because he's also really exhausted at this point.
Sure. So you do that, whatever. You go back to the inn. So either way, so you spend the evening. I did roll for her persuasion as she was being flirty with you, though obviously this is just how it comes off, not how not that has any direct impact on how a PC plays their character. I literally rolled a nat 20. So she was actually being incredibly charming all evening. She was being flirty with Mikhail because Mikhail's a good-looking dude, and let's be honest, he dresses well, like he has money. Said that he spent several days inside the woods and just returned today and doesn't smell, which means he had enough time and resources to go and properly bathe and clean himself and launder his nice extra clothes that he has before, clearly is, and then he works with Tariq, actually addressed him before her. So his respect of somebody who she respects, like across the board, he's coming off as like very, very eligible. And so she's being very kind. She's being flirtatious, being forthcoming with information that you're asking without, of course, breaking any protocols that would be appropriate for her responsibilities. But also like was, paying for the drinks because she was apologetic for what happened earlier, et cetera, et cetera. But as for whether or not this has any impact on Mikhail is entirely up to Keegan's choice here. He very well may be like, it might go whiff, because of how tired he is. But she's clearly laying it on thick.
Even if I put like the 5 aside because like whatever,
Scott was not.
It's one of those things where he'd like think about it, like, oh man, this could be, she's kind of cool, that kind of deal. But also he's like, but now I've been drinking, I'm really tired, and I have to get up early. So I'm going to be responsible and go to bed. So that's probably where it is more just like, I'm not about to come out here and like have a bad performance and then have to also get up early in the morning.
Funny. All right, cool. So either way, so yeah, she you of course end up leaving whatever it is, like a gentleman. And so you go your separate way. Morning comes. So a couple details over the next day or even the next few days, because we're going to go into some nitty-gritty about some details here, but then we're also going to have a bit of a jump cut. First and foremost, Tariq, as I said beforehand, is going to press for this to be pushed to be as quick as possible, which pushing for it to be as quick as possible, this gets resolved. Literally 3 days go past because the obnoxious bureaucracy of this place makes it so 3 full days pass. Painful days, as you understand. Cleven is getting further. Who you're trying to track down becomes harder to find, et cetera, et cetera.
These old dudes have so much going on that it takes them 3 fucking days to hear this. They're like, corrupt captain of the guard. But we did have a spilt bowl of cereal on little Lucy's dress that we have to hear tomorrow.
I haven't had my tea.
Is that what the Clinton called it? Clinton's called it a spilt bowl of cereal on her dress? Is that no? Was that milk?
I did not have sexual relations with that cereal. Send in the next.
The Cheerios, they always had holes in them.
Bring in the next person. Next person comes in. The next person comes in, and they're just like, "No, they're eating the cats!
Oh yeah,
they're eating the cats!" And then
we are
old people
like,
we should look
Fox,
into this.
We do have one more stash to look at.
Yeah, of course. No. Like I said, we're going to drill into a couple of the details. So, cool. So when you guys are, when you guys get up the next day, again, unless there's any nitty gritty RP to jump into, rejoining with one another, I imagine that at least 2 of you will head over to go look at, or even Koa by himself might be the one that goes and investigates the stump over there, because he might be the first one up, because he was already exhausted and then got super drunk. He was already very tired and then stayed up even later and drank. You actually went to bed sober and relatively early comparatively. So I don't know if Koa would go by himself or.
He'd probably wake up, wait a bit, see that the other two aren't stirring, then he might make his way over there unless they get up especially early, but he probably could be a bit antsy.
Sure. So it's relatively. So you were giving some pretty strong instructions of how it is to find this. I will have you roll me a perception check, but I'm going to be clear. It's a DC 7.
Good thing.
It takes a few minutes because, like, honestly, you didn't remember exactly what he was describing for where it was. There was so much detail and everything happening so fast. And she fucking shot him. And you had to waste your goddamn potion.
Am I still fatigued?
No.
Am I still fatigued?
No, not the next day. Hey, Dean Cuddy! Dean Cuddy! Oh my God! What? What is Greystar? What? This is crazy. I love you, Dean. Oh, Dean Cuddy made the best YouTube videos I've ever seen in my life. Oh man, I miss watching this old Mega
They
Drive
suck now,
videos.
Dean. Get back on the horse, man.
What?
Wow.
Well,
You just said he made past tense.
yeah, past
Not
tense.
makes.
Well, no, he doesn't make videos anymore. His old Mega Drive videos were awesome, so good. Some of the funniest shit
Oh,
I've ever
Dean,
seen.
get back on the horse. We're tired of your laziness. We want more videos.
So, either way. So, love you, Dean. Long time no talk. If you want, in honor of Dean Cuddy being here, we can introduce into the campaign some no nipple goblins for you. Just saying. You
We've
say the
already
word,
got
Dean
you,
Cuddy.
Scott. We don't need any more.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. back to game.
I have no questions.
So wait, there's a whole bunch of details. It's the details that I just discussed there, and the fact that you actually went and looked for Philomena and Philippa, and you couldn't find them this morning while you were waiting for your friends to wake up. You couldn't find them. Their wagon was gone. And asking around, you found out that they left, which saddened you. The good news was you were told that you heard one of them say something about leaving a message behind, but where they had left that message, unfortunately, was closed by the time you left in the morning. So you'll have to go back and get it later on. But that's kind of what's weighing on your mind and the reason why you almost didn't find the stump that you were looking for. Luckily, you eventually did. You find that stump, and when you reach into like the hole or whatever that's there, you're able to find a small box that's has a good lacquer or whatever on it to make sure that's well enough weather protected. When you open up the box, you can even see that when you open up the box, there is a considerable amount of stash inside there, like items in there, all individually rolled up. When you grab the first one, you unroll it and you sniff it. Oh, okay. That one definitely has an herbal smell to it, but like a more distinct herbal smell to it. You grab the next one, same thing. It's a very, very similar, if not the same smell. It's just pungent. So it's hard to, know if it's the exact same or just very, very similar. As a matter of fact, all the little parcels in there have that kind of like a pungent smell to them. And that makes sense because the aforementioned keef, it was told to you, this is where we would have kept it stored outside of town. And it smells, it's important to note, definitely different from whatever it was that Mikhail had found the evening beforehand. Or at least as far as your exhausted memory served, right? So, but you believe this to be the keef. One of them definitely had a bit of, one particular pouch there, which was a slightly different pouch. It was actually a pouch within a pouch, like the outer one being leather, so like really protective. It actually had, I don't know, it had the same kind of keef smell. It had this other like strange, very familiar like smell to it, like these undernotes. Maybe you would have been able to identify it easier if you hadn't already had a bit of an olfactory, what's it called? When you monkey cage somebody, it's like when you overload I can't think of the phrasing, but when you overload your senses, so they're not olfactory fatigue. If you didn't have olfactory fatigue, you probably could have been able to identify because it seems familiar, but right now you can't. Either way, you can grab up all the box full of keef, and you can grab it with you. Now, here's the big question, Wade: would your character look to keep the keef, or would you turn that into Tariq?
I think he would meet up with Mikhail and Aldo first. Make sure it's actually what it is. He would also look around to make sure the box of keep was the only thing there.
Yep. It is it. It's the only thing.
Okay. Then yeah, he would wait and meet up with Aldo and Mikhail first, and then he would decide as a group what they were going to do with it. His idea is to turn it in, but also he's not 100% confident that that's what it is, even though it seems likely that's what it is.
Cool. So we'll wait until you report it to your friends. Awesome. When you do finally get back into town, Wade, you are able to go to the place where you were told that they may have left a message behind or whatever. And so you go walking in and, asking them, the hotel where they were staying, or the inn, I should say, where they're staying, tavern, whatever. And you ask, like, hey, was a message left behind by, Philomena? Or sorry, the wife is Philippa, by Philippa. And the person back there's like, oh, yeah, no, we do. And, they hand you the message and you rip it open to read what's inside. It was actually sealed, wax sealed. And it was actually written on, vellum, which is nice. But she wrote in there that she was deeply apologetic that she had to leave before you returned. But she was praying to the gods for your safe return and praying that you were able to successfully complete the task that you were sent out there to do. She was also informing you that the wagon is going to continue rolling its trails as it normally does, which will inevitably bring them on the trails here in Adir. And she'll be happy to, hear all your stories next time she sees you again, next time she rolls through. No timelines, no time frames or anything like that were available, but just kind of like a many thanks for what you've done for the family, et cetera, et cetera. And that was all that was, listed there. Of course, you take that note, and the person behind the counter says, after you're like, it looks like you're done reading it, he goes, oh, what was your name, by the way?
Koa.
Koa. Oh, that's right. I might be having another message for you. That is, if you got a way to help me find where I may have stored it. But it shows like a finger and thumbs just gesturing towards like two coins rubbing together.
What?
I might be having another message left behind for you, but can't remember where that went. Somewhere around here.
You have something else for me, but you're demanding payment from the hero of Loshev to get it.
Oh, I don't know anything about that there. I was just told that a Koa might be coming through and looking for some sort of something. So, But it was also told with a couple of whispers.
What is the message? Just go get it and stop this nonsense.
Yeah. Just trying to remember where that is. He's being very obnoxious.
Remember.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I do remember. I have to go and stock that wood, he says. Going to be a cold evening tonight. Best do it while
the captain of the guard owes me a favor. And you are doing everything you can to hamper me from help aiding in his investigation right now.
Well, you can speak to the captain of the guard when you're down by ways of Lvov or something. But ain't no captain, no guard here. And, gives you like a cheeky look and then walks off. Because it's the constable.
I hate you, Scott. Koa's in a bit of a bad mood, so he will just grab this guy and like push him up against the wall, like with one hand. The message.
Roll intimidation. Okay. All right. I seem to remember. I remember where it is. Please, just let me go. I'll go get it. I'm sorry.
I've had to kill 3 men in the past few weeks. I'm thankful I don't have to add a 4th. Don't waste my time again.
You scurrying off. where you had to like, barely lift you off the ground and slammed against the wall, whatever, right? And he goes scurrying off, and you see he like steps through a doorway, but as like the saloon style doors like swinging open and closed, see he steps through the doorway and like literally is half around the corner and clearly reaches into his apron to grab the message out from inside there. And it's like one of those, you can see it as the doors go like, and so as he comes walking out, he goes, "Oh, I found it. I remember where it was out back." And he comes over and goes,
"You're a fucking idiot. I saw you pull it out of your pocket. Just trying to extort me of money for no reason. I should behead you here and now and save the town from your wasteful presence and existence."
He furrows his brow and goes,
Koa, without letting him say a word, just grabs the thing out of his hand.
It's also sealed. Actually, similar wax, if not the same. And the same seal, strangely enough. You crack it open and open it up. It says, "Dear Koa, I believe my mother has already left you a message, but I wanted to leave you one myself. I'm very sorry that we couldn't be here when you returned. It's foolish, the reason why we left. Because my birthday is just around the corner, my mother didn't want to break tradition, and so we had to head to where we always do to celebrate with the family that we have nearby. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, and very sorry for all that happened. I wanted to make sure that you didn't miss out on the payment that you were due. You did so much that you could from our father and are continuing to do so now. If you do find this letter, and you are able, if you do survive and find this letter, please know I also left with it a parcel."
If you could see fire in someone's eyes, there's fire in Koa's eyes as he turns on a dime.
I imagine he's like walking towards the door, like reaching out to touch the door, he's like, and then turns around.
Like before he even fully turns, "And the package that was with this."
Oh,
He will grab the hilt of his sword as he says it, just to add extra, like, fucking pissed off.
Yeah, a minute, please. And like scurries out back quickly. He's actually gone for like a full like 3-ish minutes or so, and you do hear a bit of clattering happening back there. When he comes out and he's holding a parcel that he pushes forward towards you. Wade, roll me a perception check. The DC for this one is 5. You instantly notice, literally as he's handing it over, that this package has been clearly opened and sealed and not very well. Like super, super obvious.
If the list on this note of items in this package aren't all present, I will cut you apart piece by piece. Are you sure this is everything?
He, without saying a word, turns, takes 2 steps away, reaches under his counter, pulls something out, takes 2 steps back, and very slowly you hear something heavy hit the table, like touch the table there. And then without even making eye contact or anything, as he pulls his hand off, he turns and he walks away. It's 2 gold coins.
I'll open up the parcel.
Inside, you find another potion that looks very, very similar to the one that, the 2 that you had already used beforehand. And there's like a small little tag on it, but like there's also like a greasy thumbprint. Like clearly like it was read and touched by somebody with dirty hands at one point in time. But the small little tag on it says in like the same handwriting as the note prior. It says to keep you safe.
Is the guy that just like completely gone at this point? He just
He like straight up left the room, like went out back, gone. Now, as a reminder for everybody in chat and for yourself, when you would come into town and you had asked everybody, told them about Philomena and Philippa and Phil and what had happened beforehand and so on, and you were asking them to go nice on everybody, and they were all like, "Oh, we'll go nice, all right." But you also rolled like the worst on, So in the meta, they absolutely like either jacked up prices or took advantage of them in one way or another, or so on and so forth. Like used it to the best of their ability to, you know. Now, obviously, Koa doesn't know this, but so if this seems a little out of left field, it actually goes perfectly in line with what happens your session 0. But back to the now time. He left the room. You're standing there looking at the greasy thumbprint, realizing what was inside the parcel. Clearly 2 gold coins, the potion, and so on. Continuing.
This was like a healing potion, right?
Yeah, it's a healing potion, which is a reminder what you were owed for payment at the end there was a gold coin, which you hadn't received, right? And so this is double that payment plus an additional potion to say thank you. And go ahead.
He'll pocket them and like read the notes again. I don't know. I feel like he's starting to just change how he feels. Like, he came into this town, everyone was so helpful, and now it's like the captain of the guard is fucking evil, and this person's like trying to rob him and stuff. Mikhail's been robbed. I feel like he's becoming like a bit more like cautious. Like maybe like everyone's not just all jovial and out to drink and have merriment. He's like, damn, people kind of fucking suck.
The constable's not evil.
He meant the guy, the jailer, like the guy that oversaw the jail
Dan.
place. Yeah. Dan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I knew what he
yeah,
meant.
Dan
I
in
knew what he
general.
meant. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think Koa is just a bit like, plus missing, like the whole reason he's in a bad mood is the fact that they had already left. We didn't get to say anything to them before they were gone. So he missed them. And then they came in here and this guy's like, do you actually want the message they left you? Enjoy the package. Do you actually want the package? Like and he goes out to Dan's stash like, oh, maybe there'll be more money in here. Maybe more gems. And it's just like a package of fucking drugs. And he's like, more drugs. So I think Koa's just having a bad day. He's not feeling very happy to start this day off.
If it makes you feel any better, that bad day also ends with him being like, cool, we're going to push through and get Dan's persecution done very quickly so that we can move on and save other people, right? 3 days later. You're going to say something, Aldo?
I was just wondering if at any point Koa's, like, while he's walking around, someone like gets kicked by a horse and like falls on like a scythe or something and they're bleeding out on the ground dying and there's only one way to save them.
Oh, actually, yeah. If somebody in chat wants to roll me under a 5 on a D100 real quick.
Their name had better be Daelric and I will watch them bleed.
Their name's Trinity Barnaby Barterton.
Oh, someone killed that bridge troll.
Anyways, so let's keep going. So
at this point, yeah, he goes and he probably tries to find Aldo and Mikhail.
Cool. So they eventually would wake up. Now, were there any other important RP things that your characters would want to have before we jump cut to the end of the 3 days? Please, you find them.
Nathan.
Yeah,
yes, you have Nathan Fox. And you were waiting for them. Did you want to have this RP? Because if so, I'll gladly set the scene for that.
Unless, I mean, I don't know what you guys want to do with the drugs, but unless there's something else you all want to talk about.
There's a few notes about Trinity, about the drugs, about the Philippa.
Yeah, I guess we would. Yeah, let's just RP because we would be curious if Mikhail found anything last night, probably, right?
Yeah, sure. So as I believe all of your characters are at the same like inn or whatever it was, anyways. So I imagine the when you finally go there, you go and you'll find Mikhail's actually sitting down and eating. He looks fine. It's not like he was toasted last night. He just had several drinks and he stayed up late. So he goes in there and you can see he's disappointed with the breakfast that he's having because it's so late that now they're serving like mutton on like stale bread or whatever for lunch, and he's just kind of like, this is my breakfast, yay. And it's like as you go in and you guys have your initial like hellos, how do you do's or whatever, like a minute or two later, Aldo comes making his way down the stairs looking as though he's actually no, let me correct that. Aldo's coming down the stairs looking more chipper than he should be, but you realize he's carrying the dog that bit him and taking a few swigs from it as he goes. So
yes.
Stumbles over
the
and
hangovers, he's still riding.
Yeah, almost like a overly dramatic, like Jackie Chan in Drunken Master style. It just kind of comes over and flops into the chair in front of you.
Morning.
Oh, you two are
That's all the
finally
time it
awake.
is.
Was that Jackie Chan or was that Jet Li?
This is Jackie Chan.
Okay.
To my Drunken Master, yeah.
Did Jet Li play Monkey King in something else? Is that why I'm confusing it? Because Monkey King is also
Yeah.
similarly goofy as shit. So, okay, that's why I'm confusing it. Continue, I'm sorry.
You two are finally awake. I've already been on a bit of an adventure today and, well, nearly cut a man down.
Oh. Do tell. That sounds like an interesting story.
Well, he'll, like, set the box on the table with the drugs in it and just open it. I believe this is the, illegal drugs.
Ah! Set it normal speaking volume.
Yes. One of them smelled a bit odd compared to the others. But I figure we should probably turn this in unless I'm mistaken. Perhaps it's something else, but it did not smell like the thing that you had last night, so I don't believe it's, well, I don't believe you had illegal drugs. Or these aren't.
So it's one or the other. Scott, do I recognize it as Pesh? I don't know what drugs I've seen before.
You mean Keef?
Keef, yeah.
So
Pesh
yeah,
is the
if
other.
you go over and you got, just start like looking it over, even just as he opens the lid and you're just like, "Oof, that is pungent." Yep, that's Keef. You're familiar. Keef is a relatively common.
I'm gonna
drug
hand him
in
the
the
one that
Ethers.
smelled different than the others.
Oh yeah, sure. Keegan, I'll actually let you go ahead and roll to sniff that Keef.
That
Man,
was
you almost got to
perception,
sheath your sword
right?
last night, and you get to smell that keef today. You're having a good night.
Actually, roll me what's it called? A Arcana for this one.
Okay.
Unfortunately, a
have the
10
thing
is
yet.
not enough to identify it. It just but you can identify because you did sniff it. Well, actually, I would say no, you can't identify it. You can hand it over to Aldo next if you'd like.
Yeah, I don't know that one. Aldo, do you recognize this? Can you smell anything?
So Aldo,
Also looks.
I was gonna say similarly. You can smell the keef. You're familiar with keef because of your background. I don't know whether or not you ever partake, but literally as soon as you smell that one, it smells like an outhouse. Like it smells like the side of a church after a long night of drinking. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, it goes with what was going to happen anyway. So you put it in front of Aldo. He kind of leans close. Just the hint of it hits his nostrils. He grabs like a mug, brings it up to his mouth. He's like, "Ugh." Throws up
like
into the
3
mug.
feet
You hear
back.
liquid filling the mug,
oh,
and he's like, "Ugh. Ugh, that's some strange keep, all right."
If you drink that, I'm gonna behead you.
He looks at you like aghast. He's like, "I would never."
Before you refilled your mug, any idea what it is?
Some type of keef. I don't know. Maybe it's gone bad. He gets up and he goes and puts his mug on like a different table.
I just slide my plate of gross mutton stale bread to the side. Definitely done with that.
Oh, it's
Aldo
too
will
bad you
take
weren't
it.
up earlier. The breakfast was phenomenal today.
Bet it was.
This mutton's pretty good.
Yeah, you can have mine.
I already did.
he took yours.
Fantastic.
Beats the
Like a
wet
little-
bread we had in the forest.
Get the taste out of your mouth.
Well, other than the box here, there was nothing else in the stump. So this is just a drug stash for Dan, I believe. But Phil's family had left me a couple of notes, and the fucking idiot who was responsible for passing them along tried to extort me in order to get them, so I threatened him and held him up against the wall. And on top of that, he tried to rob me of what they'd left behind as the last of the payment from escorting them through the forest. So, bit of a bad mood today.
They
But
tried
thankfully,
Rob you? Were they looking at you? Did they see you when they tried to rob you?
no, I believe that he saw that a package was left for me, opened it, was like, "Ooh, look at this," and tried to pocket its contents before giving it to me.
Why did he even tell you about it? Why didn't he just
He didn't. The
Not
note
sure.
did that it was left behind.
Oh, okay.
Smart.
Well,
Yes. If I see him again, I'm going to cut his balls off and shove them into his ears.
Oh,
well, that's
well,
interesting.
let's maybe keep you away from him, or him away from you.
As I said, bad mood today, but at least well, once you guys are done eating, we should be able to go see Dan get his sentence today, right?
Right. Yeah, that'll be nice. Well, this will cheer you up. I found a few other things back at his place. He was stashing some of the swords from the guard. Let's see what else I found. 12 pennies, which was nice.
Please tell me you did not take the swords from the guards and sell them.
Oh, no, absolutely not. A guard showed up and arrested me. So,
What?
yeah, I got arrested.
Ooh, lucky I didn't stay any longer.
It turned out okay. She was quite nice, actually. I mean,
That
after
explains
the
rumor I heard
misunderstanding.
today. They said someone got arrested last night. They were going to put them in indentured servitude and send them on some crazy quest in the woods.
You know, that might freak me out if it didn't really go that way. I got walked over to the constable, and he sorted it out, and then went and had a drink with... Her name was Trinity. Trinity. Yeah. Kind of a nice time. I thought for a second that she was also sleeping with Dan, but then she said, "You know," and that's when I realized that I do live in reality, and not everything is upside down.
Well, in your reality, perhaps you can make things upside down. You can do strange things.
Some.
I went to sleep. I was very tired. But, yes, got up early and got the package of this. And had my little encounter, then came over here. Aldo, you look worse for wear. Good night.
Few flashback. It's Aldo and Tony dancing, gambling in some alley somewhere. And he's like, I just went straight to bed.
Right. Not believing you at all.
Well, good on you, Aldo. It like glances over at the vomit-filled mug. I'm sure it did you a lot of good.
Yeah, literally the barmaid or what have you comes walking up to be like, good morning, finally. I'd be more than happy to get you your... What is that? And like
The mug
covers
or
him
the
up with
bottle
the
way
apron
away?
and like turns and like starts running like dry heaving with like their apron over their mouth after looking down into the mug and seeing like the froth and chunks in there.
Oh, I was remembering that is at a different table.
You froze. You're like, oh.
Oh, yeah. I think... Oh, you say you set it at a different table? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mug was at a different table from us. He did say that.
Well, so she looked down at it as she was walking over and had the reaction. Either way.
That would still turn you away.
Yep. Might have to leave her a bigger tip. That was really gross.
Sounds like a
But
great
no,
idea. Cole says he claps you on the back and grabs the box. I suppose I'm off to meet with the constable then.
Yeah, I'll go with you. I think I'm done here. Oh, good news. Dan has very few friends, so I don't think this is going to cause much of a backlash among the guard, like we were worried about.
As they get up to
Well,
leave, as they get up to leave, does Aldo like grab his sandwich? He doesn't have to worry about it flopping about. It is stale bread. Or does he stay there? Like, does he join them or does he stay behind?
Oh, you see they stand up there and he just like sits there for a minute. They start like moving and he's like, yeah. So he gets up and puts like his sandwich in his pocket and keeps walking.
I like to think that Jaaek has very wild Saturday nights to get into character.
He's like, "Ah, shit, I have to be on stream. All right.
He's
Bring
a
out the
method
cocaine."
improver.
Like,
All right, wait. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. He's going to follow probably several steps behind. By the time you get outside, he'll catch up, right? Because there's that whole slowly gets the door, slowly open the door. You go outside, maybe like stand there and chat outside the door for a second, then you realize he's joining you, and then you guys turn and walk, right? But anyways, wait. I interrupted you. Continue, sir.
You're good. I don't remember what it was, but I don't think it was that important, so we can just skip ahead.
He was talking about going to meet with the guard, and then Keegan fed you another line. That again, if it's not important, we can move on.
I don't think it was that
Cool.
important.
As you guys are walking over towards to meet with Tariq, at one point in time, somebody goes, "Psst, hey, hey." You look over, and there's like somebody that's walking not all the way up to you, but takes a couple steps towards you, walking away from a building. He's a not young but older guy, maybe 50s or so, parent of course, 50s or so, being like, word with you real quick.
To all of us or who?
Looks like he's talking to you.
One moment, I suppose. Yes. What is it?
So as you go walk up to him, he takes a couple steps like back to where he came from. So you take maybe an additional 5 steps further away from your friends than you had anticipated. And he's like, "Hey, listen, how much?"
I love how you're scratching like he's
Like he's a crackhead.
I'm sorry, but you're not my type. What doesn't do drugs? He doesn't know what the fuck this guy's on about.
Oh my god, he's like, "Hey, so you say that line?" And he legitimately like laughs, and he goes, "No, I'm not that desperate." Hey, no, really though, how much?
How desperate are you?
Aldo?
Just appears.
Aldo is the kind of person that's just gonna, and then throw his arm over Koa. How desperate!
Fucking apparates from the shadows.
I'll cut you a good deal on him.
I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me for.
He's like, "I don't know why you're playing all funny," because I can't think of the word coy. And he's like, and he gestures towards the box. He's like, "I can smell it from across the way." How much? We don't have to do it here. And he looks over his shoulder.
This box is already spoken for.
He like looks as he's trying to like realize exactly what you're saying. He's like, "What? Yeah, that's fine. Well, we can cut it. Whatever you want to do. Listen, just a pinch, man. Just a pinch. Come on."
No.
No, don't be a prick. Come on, guy. I get coin on me.
I'll start walking over.
Yeah. As you see him getting agitated.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, Pat. I'm trying to buy drugs.
Yeah. Woo, we're cool now.
Oh, and Aldo's trying to sell Koa. Anyways, go ahead.
No pinches, no pricks. It's already spoken for.
He's
Not
like,
for sale.
"Yeah, no, all right, fine. How about a taste? Maybe next time I bump into you, huh? Just a bit. I got to know what kind of stuff you have if you're going to be coming through here." Hey, listen, they don't call you the hero of Loshev for nothing.
Hey, bud.
Aldo whispers and he's like, "Give him the weird smelling stuff.
Oh, God.
He has the mug.
See what it does."
Oh, no.
Hey, Pat. Long time no see, man.
Aldo's the devil on your shoulder. There's just nothing on the other shoulder. He's like, "What do you have to..." Oh, shit.
It's either Aldo or his mug.
I was going to say Aldo or drunk Aldo.
I don't want to listen to you. Oh, God.
All right, continue. Sorry.
So Koa's telling this guy no. I guess you're walking up and you hear Koa basically say like, "Not for sale."
I think is Aldo telling him to...
Yeah, Aldo was like, "Oh, we do have that weird stuff. We don't know exactly what it is."
Okay. Are you saying that to me or to Koa?
I said it to
You
Koa.
probably. Oh,
Koa,
I thought
okay.
I was kind of far away from
Walked
you.
over before when I heard him like talking about it. He started yelling.
Oh, so you walked over at the same time I did. Uh-oh. Jake's having some issues.
Taking him back.
He'll return.
It all
Keep going, though.
He's back.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's
So
going
he
on.
said it to you.
Thank you. Oh man.
Yeah, when Mikhail gets over there, because I don't think he hears that. He's just like, "Hey, bud, you don't really want this package. It's already marked."
Koa is already taking a small pinch of the weird smelling one and handing it to him.
But before you, as you go to hand it
Oh.
to him, I go, how much are you gonna pay for this? This is some pretty good stuff. You notice it's different from the rest.
He like screws up his face. He's like, well, let me smell. Like is it
That's
awkward
pay for the
thing?
Holds up
privilege.
his fingers.
He effectively sniffs
Mikhail
your
will reach up
fingers.
and like pull your hand away. He's like, "Hold on, wait, no, that's a part of its charm. Are you kidding?"
Can I can I
wait.
get some stinky pinky in chat, please?
Oh, the throwback.
Listen, you know, everything in nothing in this world is free. All right, what do you got on you?
I was like, "Yeah, at least show the coin first."
So he's like, yeah, I got coin. He says, and he touches his like a purse at his waist, and you hear it jingle. He's like, I got coin, silver. Come on.
What do you got in there? Marbles? Show.
What? And he's like, oh, you fucking... And he looks down at it like he's getting kind of frantic, and he goes and opens up the coin purse, and he spills it onto his hand, and you see mostly silver with a little bit of copper in his purse.
Where the fuck did you get that? Okay, yeah, no, you're good. He can smell the stuff, right, Aldo?
I looked at Connor with his outstretched hand, and I just nodded at him.
You're both sure?
Yeah. He's
All right.
He's cool.
Here. I'll, like, hand it to him.
Yeah. He takes it. He takes a big whiff from your hand first, and he's like, "Oh, yeah. All right." He's like,
This is the weird one, right?
"Yeah." He's like, "You want me to pay for it? You got to give me a bigger pinch than this. This is barely anything."
Well, it looks like business will be closed, and I think we're the only one in town.
All right.
So...
That's fair. And he pulls up 3 silver, and he's like, "Here you go."
I snatch it out of his hands and I say, "Oh, thank you for doing business."
And you just turn and walk away.
Yeah, give him the pension. Just hurriedly walk away.
Cool.
I was like, kind of.
Koa stands there awkwardly.
I'm like putting my hand on Koa's back. He's like, walk.
Koa's like, did I just deal drugs?
He was, all right, so to put your mind at ease, Koa, we have no idea what we just sold him. Does that help?
Yes, I feel much better about. What if he dies?
Nah, that probably isn't enough. It didn't smell toxic. Just gross.
Did you just turn me into a drug dealer?
Only if that was drugs, which I don't think it was.
Right. Well, to the constable then.
Mm-hmm.
Got 3 silver out of that. That's not bad for basically nothing.
I have weird feelings about everything that just transpired.
Ah. Okay.
And yet, you were the one that handed it over. I tap you on the back, and I'm like, "Off we go, then."
Should probably give him his cut of the silver there, Aldo.
Oh yes, I fleek you. I fleek you a coin.
And mine.
I was waiting for it. He looks at you and then he flicks you the other one.
There we go. All even.
We haven't been paid for like the job yet, right? The actual job.
No.
We did.
I mean, you've received a significant amount of money so far, but again, it was
Well, not the promised gold for turning in Layla and the one dude.
correct. But what is important to note is that the what you found down to the dock area, you're supposed to turn all that in. So the 5, the 11.
Yeah,
and
he told us we were supposed to turn that in.
to.
he told you're supposed to turn it all in.
That's what we're coming to turn in.
Okay, well, all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made sure to be
Oh.
very clear about that.
Every bit.
Yeah, cool.
We got some herbs and we got a key. We might have got a key.
I do love the fact that Mikhail as a character is somebody who's like, I was raised to be respectful. I went to a university. At that university, I was educated in the art of magic over the course of many years. I am both a composer and a musician. I am a very skilled, intelligent, and capable individual. You want some drugs, man? Man, that was an easy 3 silver. That was great.
I did other stuff.
Star Wars, we were going to sell
How many
water.
musicians you know, man?
Yeah,
Aurora, we sell drugs.
Yeah,
We're queef dealers.
What a queef, man.
This one
No, let me
smells
smell it
especially
first.
pungent.
Yeah, I guess it ran. Okay,
That's why earlier when I was like, now I don't want to smell this stuff because you called it that.
You already did. Over breakfast.
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's too late now. Oh, no.
All right, back to the game. So, where were we?
I know plenty of classically trained musicians who've also done other things.
Well, it's also not uncommon for when somebody realizes exactly how easy it is to try to profit that way that you go down that life, you know,
Yeah,
or at
books are
least
expensive.
dabble. You have to go down that life, even just a dabble here and there for a short while, you know. Never get caught, walk away, eventually grow up, you know. But either
Books
way,
are expensive. So is tuition.
dude, it was
So, yeah.
super funny when my old roommate, who used to sell pot, my old roommate, when we got robbed, I'm pretty sure I know exactly who robbed us, but when we got robbed and the people came in and they stole all of the cash out of his bureau drawer, they stole all of the pot that he had, and he had like a brick of pot, he had all that stuff, and we had to call the cops because like other stuff was stolen too, and he kept asking myself and his girlfriend, who were the other roommates, he's like, do I tell them about the pot? And I'm like, no, what is wrong with you? He's like, yeah, but they stole it. I'm like, it's pot. What is wrong with you? Like, we're in Rhode Island. This isn't legal. Like, he's like, yeah, but you know, no, just no. I was like, you can tell with the cash, I guess, you know. But, anyways, moving on. Back to game.
So yeah, I think we just go to the constable now.
Yeah. So you go to the constable, you go there, opens up, you know, he looks tired. He looks very tired. But as soon as you see him, as soon as you go into wherever he is, his office, if you will. Oh, that's right. It's at his home. We also have the small office on it or whatever.
God, he's gonna shut the door and then he's gonna reappear and look a lot less tired.
I was gonna say, as soon as he opens the door,
Aldo's showing some leg.
Well, I was talking about the keef they were about to give.
He's talking about the drugs.
oh, okay. I was like, what is that?
I clocked it a couple seconds in, but everybody's silent. So I was like, well, I don't want to mess it up.
I did not get it. So, as you open the door, and the pungent smell of the keef is actually like powered momentarily by the strong smell of coffee coming off of him. This man not only is holding a mug of coffee, but clearly has been around a significant amount to literally reek of coffee at the moment. So he opens the door and he just looks exhausted and smells of coffee, and he's like, oh, good. Thought I was gonna have to send for you. Come in, let's talk.
Is coffee common here?
So it depends on where you are. Tea in some places, coffee in others. Coffee is more common here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So now it's important to note that because coffee grows in hotter climates, it can't be grown here, right? Mm-hmm. So it's shipped in, but coffee is common in Adir. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just it's shipped in down the river through Lvov, So think about it. You're in Loshev. Loshev is a place where it's more. You get the idea. So let's keep
also
going.
Makes sense of how drugs get in and out so easily.
Or people. So you are able to go in. You shut the door, and he looks at you guys and says, "Looks like some of you got to sleep. That's good. Coffee? The hell's that smell?"
Oh, a box of drugs. I open it.
Raises an eyebrow and says, "Oh, that's keef."
Yeah.
Yeah, but this one is different than the others. I'm not sure why.
He'll raise an eyebrow and he'll reach to take it from you. He takes
Just Mikhail's like,
He takes it. He's like, to smell it properly, right? And as he smells it, he's like, "Oh God, that's golden keef." Ooh, and hands it back.
What does that mean?
I don't know too much on, but I know that it's made with piss.
Right. Well, here
Aldo
you
starts
go.
laughing.
All yours.
yeah.
I could see why you lost your stomach earlier and your appetite. Like, say did you too.
Yeah, it's...
Well, these are Dan's if you haven't clocked on.
Yeah.
Nods and says, "No, appreciated." And you have everything else that you found of his. He says, gesturing for you to follow him over into his small little office-like area, and gestures for the various seats around the room. It's not like there's 3 chairs in front of a desk. It's much less formal than that. But there are enough seats around the room that you guys can sit or stand or whatever it is comfortable for you. So as you make your way in, he's like, "Yeah, lay it down over there. Let's go over the details." But again, I just made a fresh pot. Coffee? Or you said, fresh carafe. Whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Of course.
So he'll go in. He'll go and grab the thing, and you can imagine it's made by like large pour over style or whatever. It comes in, or he's like boiled beans, right? He comes in, offers you guys coffee for you to drink it, and he's like, "All right, let's go over some details. What coin do you get? Like, what amount of the treasure do you give?"
What coin?
Yeah.
There's also the gems.
Don't recall.
Yeah, I remember finding an empty stump.
It's mostly just drugs. We found drugs and drugs.
So that you literally just gave over the drugs and nothing else, like literally nothing else?
I'm tempted to bring up the key, because maybe he'll help us figure out what the key goes to.
I kind of want to give over the key just because we couldn't figure it out.
Well, I have the key,
Yeah.
and I don't say anything, but you can say something.
I'll kind of... I'll nudge Aldo and say, didn't we find some like little metal thing? Or did I imagine that?
Yeah, most people call that silver. Sometimes
No. No, none of that. I found those swords in his house. Did Trinity tell you about those?
Shakes his head and says, "No. Oh yeah. We had a meeting this morning. Caught everybody up on what's going on. I heard there was a bit of incident last night. Yeah, sorry about that. She's more by the books than most. Trinity's good people, but
Yeah.
So he is dealing Loshev, guard swords. He's selling to the organization.
Or giving them out for free.
Yep.
But yes, Aldo, show him the key.
He'll take the key and look it over. He's like, "Yeah, I have no idea what this would go to. Looks
It's
like
a skeleton key. It opens more than one thing.
I know what a skeleton key is, but that makes you concerned about what exactly it opens."
Exactly.
Our thoughts were maybe something at the warehouse, or perhaps the shackles, or whatever they might be using to transport the people around.
When you say that, he his eyes jump to meet yours. He's like, "Oh, damn." And you can see he's contemplating for a second, and he puts it down onto the desk. He's like, and you can clearly tell he's mulling over that key. He's clearly not done. He's just thinking it over. And he says, "Drugs, the key, nothing else."
The swords. You got the swords, right?
Shakes his head. "No, apparently they went missing when Trinity went ahead and tried to arrest Mikhail here. Left the door open, and someone else went and snatched. Hey, Molly!
So
Molly Wade's a drug dealer. Go ahead.
You're saying that the evidence went missing. So somebody's still cleaning up after Dan.
He nods, but tentatively nods. He says, "Maybe. It is possible it's a crime of opportunity. Somebody walked by, saw an open door, saw some stuff sitting there, grabbed it and ran. We're investigating it. Actually, specifically, I have Trinity cleaning up her mess. Oh, if you guys are done, I'm going to finish this pot, he says, going over, just like pouring like what's effectively, the bottom of like a certain way that you brew coffee, the bottom of the pot is like, there are grounds in it. Yeah, you can see it's almost chunky what he's pouring into his mug. And is he's desperately trying to get another beverage.
Does it look similar to Aldo's mug?
Oh, yeah. With the crema, there's some froth too. So
that would be at the top.
Yep.
So, what was the last thing he'd said to us?
That if we're finished, that he's gonna finish his pot of coffee. I think he's just like inviting us to leave.
Right. So, can we go take a look at this warehouse, or will that end up with one of us being escorted back to the jail again? Kind of like like nudging Mikhail a little bit, like haha.
No,
yes.
you can leave these
Very
details
funny.
here, and I'll see to it from there. Things transferred where they need to.
Is he keeping
you
the key, or did he give the key back?
Think of anything about that
He's holding
key?
on to it for now.
Yeah, because he
he's
said
like-
he was kind of in thought. And
Yeah,
then,
yeah. But before we get to that point, there he goes, guys, listen. Maybe I was a little too coy, but is this it?
Well,
Aldo looks him
Dan-
directly in the eyes and he says, let me not be coy. It seems there's a problem. The guard sword seems to have disappeared. We go to an empty stump where there's just a discarded key. Seems like there's still a problem here.
Go ahead and roll a bluff check.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
That's pretty solid. That's really solid. I'm gonna go ahead and roll but I don't think I would be very hard pressed to. I rolled 1d20 so far. It was a nat 20 to flirt with Keegan, and that has natural 7. So you say that, and he looks hard into your eyes. But maybe it's because you just are that convincing of a liar. Maybe it's because he's too tired to really hold the thought that long, or maybe he just really doesn't give a fuck. He actually eventually, like almost like a staring contest. Eventually, he just kind of like nods, blinks, and concedes. He's like, "All right," and sits back sits back and says, "I guess this is all that was found. Well, Keith is a problem in and of itself, but not exactly what we want to get him for. It's going to be, the rest of the details we discussed. I did have some investigation done into the warehouses he had mentioned beforehand, and while there ain't no people being stored up, there was one mistake. Apparently, there's one box, one crate that had been used. It must have been used more than once because there were scratch marks inside of it. Now, I can't prove that it was a person in there. It could have been anything, but I'm holding on to that for now. I had talks with him and got him to be a little bit more clear, and the reason why things seem a bit maybe off is he said that he'd sedate them, or they'd come sedated and he would keep it that way. So unfortunately, unless we have something to show how he'd keep them sedated, we don't have a ton of evidence here. It's we have details, so on and so forth. We can definitely lock him up. It'll be considerable. But if we're going to throw, the book at him, we're going to need a bit more. So,
But
well, you could put me in the cell
you
with
have a
him.
confession,
no.
like from him to you.
I understand all that, but that's assuming he doesn't go singing a different tune as soon as he's in front of the council.
What
Right.
What is your position here?
I understand what you're trying to say there, Aldo, but this isn't maybe how things work where you're from. He gave me words, but those words can change when he's before the council.
Well, we all heard his other confession. You have our testimony as well.
I understand that, but you're also out-of-towners, and so you have a little less, voice than maybe some of the council members would like.
You
The other
want to
guard
get a
was there.
harder case against him, right? Testimonies are circumstantial. We need hard evidence.
I'd love to get my hands on anything that's exactly what you're saying, more significant. Even if I can get my hands on, whatever was used for the sedation, or if I can certainly get my hands on any of the individuals, that would help. But if all you found is, a keef and a key, that doesn't help me very much.
I found some coin when I was checking his house. Just pennies, though.
I don't care about pennies. You found nothing else in his house? Just swords and coin?
Well, we were very tired when we looked it over, and I wouldn't say we were the most thorough we've ever been.
There was that package
That's where the golden keef came from.
No.
Oh, that was the golden. Yeah, no, it wasn't, because Scott described that as like
Correct.
herbal stuff.
Oh. Okay, my bad. I've been confusing that with like... Oh, right, my bad. So yeah, I will actually show that to him for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like even Mikhail just goes, "Oh, jeez, I'm sorry." And he like reaches into like his satchel and says, "I also found this at his house."
Take it out and I'll look it over and I'll say, "Oh,
I couldn't identify it myself. I have none of my reference materials, and I'm not a botanist. But
wait,
maybe
none of
what
y'all
it's
know
used
what
for?"
this is?"
No.
No, I assumed maybe it was keef before we found the box of keef.
That's fair. He licks his his finger and he touches it for a second, and you can see like just barely touches his tongue, and then it spits on his own floor, right? Relatively quickly afterwards, and he nods. He's like, thank the martyr in Arenda's name. This is exactly what we needed. This is mycin laced. This is the sedation right here. This kind of a compound. You burn this, it is a sedative. This would be able to keep them. God damn it! This is it. We got it.
Okay. That sounds like good news.
I don't know why you guys are all good.
Kind of.
I called him Constable Hawk Tua because he spat out that thing.
Do any of you guys know who Josh Johnson is?
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite comedians right now. He has a funny
Yeah, you
bit
showed
about
him
the
to me.
Haktua girl. So, anyways,
That dude's way too prolific. I haven't seen even like a tenth of his stuff.
so good.
So I've watched some, but he's got so much of it.
I've not clicked on a single video of his that doesn't make me laugh hard. He's so good.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh my god. Anyways,
God damn it. So yeah, Mikhail, that sounds like good news. Okay, so maybe... Well, I wonder what else is at that warehouse then.
he says we searched it thoroughly. I had a whole crew over there looking.
Was at the warehouse, I guess. Would have been more appropriate.
Yeah, exactly. Unless somebody here knows how to see the past, there's no way of knowing that kind of thing, right? So,
Yeah.
either way, this is what I needed. This is it. You said you found this at his house,
Yeah.
and
It
even
was-
if I had question about that, we certainly can place you at that scene, can't we? He says, chuckling to Mikhail.
Guess we can.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the thing I was looking for. Figured, he had other stashes, and he's not quite the master planner he thinks he is. Wasn't even hidden that well, to be honest.
I wonder where he's getting his sedatives from.
Nice to know.
It could just come from the same crew he's working with, yeah?
I suppose, yeah, someone could be dropping it off, or perhaps he's buying it from someone in town, or even growing something nearby.
Oh, jeez. Listen, those are details we're going to have to go into after this. This investigation's not going to be a quick and easy one, but as long as we have Dan, properly taken care of, your testimonies, he thinks for a moment, he's like, yeah, every bit of evidence we have here is linked directly to you. Nobody else found anything of value. So, however long it takes, I already put in the paperwork to try to push for the council to move as quickly as possible on this, but your testimonies are going to be required for every bit of evidence here. because you all are the ones that found it.
At what time today will we be presenting that?
Well, I put the evidence. I put the chart in this morning, so it'd probably take about. I'm hoping tomorrow is where the case could take place. But of course, they're going to have to review that document today to allow it to happen tomorrow. If they don't get to that document until tomorrow, it might be the next day. But I don't expect it to take longer than the day after next. You know.
And this is expedited for a very important, time-sensitive matter with people being enslaved and transported around and sold.
He looks exhausted but helpless.
I see.
You know, it's not his place.
Unless that Fox guy can help us expedite things.
He nods. He says,
Right.
"You're welcome to, try to get Nathan to assist."
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's worth a shot now that we've actually gotten to sleep.
Yeah, it's a good idea. You feel free to head over there. Head over to his estate. I'm sure he's already been about town. I know Nathan. He already knows more than he should. So feel free to go and approach the gentleman and see what you can find out.
Any advice about how to approach the approach?
He's not an idiot, and he's got money.
Yeah, okay.
So, good luck.
That wasn't very
Thank
helpful
you.
at all, but thank you. We will. If we could do anything else to help with the investigation in the meantime, let us know.
The Councilor Gemsmith, he of course has been growing antsy. If things don't work with Nathan, maybe you can push him to try to get things to move quicker. His son is involved, so clearly he's invested in this. But he is pretty... he's not going to be able to have too much of an influence. I don't know, maybe if he acts rash, go with the Nathan route. It's more likely to succeed. If that fails, then you can go Gemsmith.
If his son's missing, I can't imagine there's any harder he can push for it.
Oh, there are rules and whatnot. Hey, listen, he could push hard, but the repercussions could... I honestly don't even know all the details well enough. It's a bunch of bullshit if you ask me. I lock
Unless
people
it's
up.
your job, don't even learn them.
It sounds like this town needs some adjustment, at the least.
He shrugs, says, yeah, maybe we'll all be maybe we'll all be Del one day. He says, as a joke because of it's an expanding empire. But it's not a very funny joke. It's just an always constant looming doom over the head of any native Iderian. So,
Yeah. Mikhail stands up. It's just like, well, with that, we'll let you get back to your coffee.
he's as you say that, you can see he's licking his teeth. Clearly he was instinctively just kind of trying to get some of the grinds out that were caught somewhere up in his gums.
Sheesh.
And he's like, huh? Yeah.
Brother,
yeah.
maybe you need some drugs. Maybe that. No.
Yeah, he shows up with the evidence and the box is half full of Keith.
And he's wearing Dan's clothes.
It's like all the other guys.
He's also
He's wearing Dan's clothes.
We all show, I'm Dan, you're Dan, we're all Dan. Alright, I guess to Nathan.
When we get outside, I will say, I don't think going to Nathan is the best thing to do here, and I'll explain why. You see, do you remember when he said Nathan more or less owns this town?
Yeah.
Won't do nothing for, won't do nothing for nothing. And he has money, right? So more than likely he's going to want a favor for a favor. Now, the strange thing is, in this town, the three of us, seem to be ones pushing for justice here. They don't really care, which is, is what it is.
Well, Constable seems to care a good amount, but otherwise.
Even so, he seems set in the ways of this town, in the weird, corrupt bureaucracy that there is. I feel as though I do not want to get myself indebted to somebody else just when I've gotten free of the bullshit that I had to deal with before. Do you both not think pushing Gemsmith? He is a member of the council. His son, this is a time-sensitive matter. Surely the other councilors could sympathize with his situation.
I think the point I was trying to make earlier is that I just don't imagine he's not already doing what he can, right? Like like you said, his son is missing, presumably captured by slavers. He already has had something of an emotional reaction, which, I mean, I know I was the only one who saw it, but I saw it. I would be very surprised if there's anything we could say that would make him do more than he's already doing. I just don't know how effective that would be.
On top of that, Nathan is related to one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life, and getting to know her would be, not important at the moment.
One of?
I've been very drunk and encountered beautiful people before. It's hard to remember.
Fair.
Well, I will warn you in advance. If we are required to enter some type of agreement with Nathan for this favor, if it is not favorable to me, I will not do it. I will not be, indentured again.
Well, perhaps we could talk
hear you,
to
Aldo.
them in the opposite order. We talk to Gemsmith first. We tell him our intention to talk to Nathan, and perhaps he'll have some advice since he's got so much on the line.
If we talk to Gemsmith
smart.
first, well, if we do, though, Nathan will likely hear of it, as you heard, that he seems to know more than he should, which will make us seem all the more desperate when we go to him second.
I mean, only if he can read minds. If we go directly from one to the other, unless he's got like a runner listening out for us, which I guess he
It'll
could.
be the first
but
time I've seen
why?
this type of stuff. You're too trusting of people.
It's not that I'm too trusting of people. I'm just logistically, I just don't see how that would happen. How someone would, if we go right from one to the other, how they would beat us to him, get him informed, and he formulates some kind of idea off that before we come talk to him. And also, why would he have someone spying on us?
Why wouldn't he? Seems to
We're
know
making noise, but we're still
everything
nobodies.
has hands in every.
Nobody.
But it shook this town up more than it's been shaken up in a long time.
Hero of Loshev before
Fine.
we even did the other thing, so superhero of
Yes,
Loshev
and
probably now at this point.
We're all very impressed, Koa, and I mean that.
Well, I'm just saying that there were already eyes on me to call us nobodies, and now perhaps you guys
was
were
wrong.
elevated slightly by my presence, but even more so now.
Yeah, I submit to my mistake. I was wrong. We're not nobodies in your presence. So, fine. But I think we should talk to Nathan regardless. Even if we don't enter into some kind of agreement with him, even knowing what he wants is information. Right?
Then
He
show him
makes
the
an
respect
offer.
he deserves, and we should go there first then.
I agree.
It's weird
waves
that
his
in a
hands.
town run by a council, the person who deserves the more respect is the businessman.
The businessman probably owns the council.
Yeah, as it was said.
Right. Well, worst case scenario, then we talk to Nathan first. He tells us something he wants. Perhaps Gemsmith can help us with that.
Yeah, well, we won't know until we start making waves.
Yes.
But
So,
can we talk to Nathan?
To Nathan, then.
Yes.
He looks to Aldo, perplexed as to whether that's what he's suggesting at this point.
Well, Aldo suggested not going Nathan at all, but he's clearly outvoted, so he's resigned with saying, then we should see Nathan first.
Yeah, well, yeah, so he's looking to make sure, that's okay now. He's like,
Yeah.
If Nathan was the
he just-
choice, then
yeah.
it's the choice, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So you guys go to Nathan's estate, and I do use the word estate. It is not small. It's like a proper, manor, if you will. It has decent yard to it. It's well designed, well constructed. It's well maintained. Even as you're going over there, you can see that there's somebody outside, clearly that doesn't own the estate. That's watering one of the plants. Watering the plants on the outside, walking around with
oh god, they're not eating the pets, are they?
watering the plants that are there. Yes, this is a springy field.
That's only 2 hours from me, Scott. I can't tell you the number of carcasses that have been washing down the Ohio River. Terrifying.
All the geese. Taking the geese. Taking the
Alright,
geese.
To pieces.
Most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Anyway, back to it. Yeah, so
I just
I've
love
been
that
working in the garden.
Foods.
at work. One of my coworkers is the one that posted to me, which one I shared with you guys. Posted to me the Alf meme, because Alf used to actually eat cats. It was like, I remember when illegal aliens eating cats. It was like it was a coworker. I was like, I'm glad I don't work with my old coworkers anymore.
Jesus.
Anyway, so moving
The
on.
Dell eating the horses.
You know what's really sad? Actually, side note, it's semi-related. Remember how Brat got ran over by a car? The people that found her, that like returned her to me, that you know, when she got hit by a car, they have a Trump 2024 sign out front. So I've been making, you know, jokes about like, I thought they liked pancakes, you know, and stuff like that. But either way, moving on. So where were we? Your
estate. There's people watering the
yeah.
the
So somebody's
plants and not
actively
eating
watering the
animals.
plants that are out there, and not eating anybody's cats or geese.
Yeah.
And so you're able to you know, as you go walk up to the estate, there's no like fence around it or anything like that, but there is like a path that you know goes through. And when I say a path, I mean it's actually like placed stone with a bit of gravel on it or whatever. Like it looks like even a semi-modern day view of a path going up to it. Now, not like paved, but still nice. And when you actually get up to the estate itself, there is like a front porch, if you will, but that front porch is cut granite, like it is like or some, whatever. Maybe not granite, maybe some other gray stone, but it is like a nice front like landing that you go onto in a small porch that's there. And when you guys walk up to the estate, and the person that's, you know, watering looks up and watches you for much of the watering, but doesn't approach or even wave or anything, you're arriving is interesting. Especially since at least one of you is armed. I don't know if everybody would show up armed to go to this estate. Certainly not carrying your backpack with your bedrolls and, you know, foreskins or anything like that. But
I always keep
Koa
my
has a
foreskin
sword.
on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rest of you fully, you know, garbed up for adventure, or are you more properly dressed for being in town?
I always
I'm
got a
dressed
sword on him.
like in
Just
town
properly
wear.
dressed. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, you're not armed to the teeth or anything, right?
No. I mean, yeah, like I imagine it would be weird to even have the rapier.
Koa's always got 2 lethal weapons.
So
And
his
yeah,
breath.
I'd probably leave it.
Well, maybe this morning.
So all right, leave it cool. You knock on the door, and you know, several moments later, somebody opens the door, and clearly it's going to be like a you know, a servant or whatever of the home. And when they come over and they're dressed well and straight backed and whatnot, they look and they say, hello, you were expected. Please, you're welcome to come in, but if you don't mind. And he gestures towards like a strange device that you see on the side of the house that's there. When I say strange device, I mean to you specifically, Koa, it looks strange. But to both Mikhail and Aldo, from your various upbringings, it's a foot brush. You'll actually see these, you know, funny, Massachusetts in old towns, they still have them outside of like city halls or whatever because of old ordinances. But it's like a wooden structure that has like almost like a hard bristled brush from 3 different directions to rub your boots in and to clean all the dirt and debris off of them. So he gestures towards it and he says, if you don't mind.
I kind of
Koa goes to lean down and brush his hair.
like I was gonna say right as he says,
Wait,
like,
is
if
that
you
'cause
don't
you're
mind,
bald?
I kind of nudge Koa.
All the 3.
So like even as you're like bending down, I kind of like nudge you for a second and then walk over and kind of demonstrate what it's like while you're like this.
Right, I was just feeling a bit dizzy for a moment. Yes, of course.
And so I imagine all 3 of you clean your boots or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And then you know, when all of you've done, and he welcomes you in, and he says, "Thank you for joining. May I take your cloaks for you?" And I think only one of you is wearing one.
I don't think I have one.
Just me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then yes, please.
It takes it and hangs up, and where he hangs, it's actually over near where like there's a bit of like a spot clearly, like it's clearly an inlet where shoes are meant to be, and you can see that that's set there. And he puts the cloaks there, and he steps to the side as the door's already shut. Steps aside so you can see that spot, and he gives like a. And so again, for Mikhail would be the first one to notice, and even Aldo, after a moment or so, would realize like, oh, I know what this is. And again, Koa would have no idea.
What is it?
Like a spot for you to remove your shoes and leave them there.
Oh, the ones we just cleaned.
Yes.
To keep
Yeah.
wearing.
I wait like 2 seconds just for the panic and Koa to start rising up, and then I'll go put my shoes over.
Koa looks at it and he starts to say like, "Yes, quite a lovely room."
Just put boots on it. Just so you're not tracking through the house.
Wait, didn't we just clean these? Now we clean them to
Yeah,
take
but you don't want to
5
get this
steps.
thing dirty.
And why don't they just have that?
Go on, take your boots off.
Right. Well, as a standard. He'll say very unconvincingly as he takes his boots off.
You can see, like, as you're doing this, he looks over to somebody else, and he looks at them. He nods again, but by the time you see what he's doing, maybe one or two of you will turn back and to see that he's speaking to somebody. Like he's like, there's another servant, but clearly not as high of stature in the house that he's like nodding to. And whoever's not looking at that, looking at him, will see he goes like gestures like slightly bigger. You know what I mean? And the person skips off. As well as you're done, like taking your boots off, or whatever, he says, "I'll be more than happy to bring you to meet with the gentleman of the house. He's looking forward to speaking with you." Here it is. He says, like a few moments later, as somebody comes walking over, and he hands him 3 parcels, and he turns around and gives one to Mikhail, one to Koa, and one to Aldo, and taking them and like peeling apart the 2 pieces, you realize, oh, these are meant to be like house slippers for you to put on. And even though Koa is not the tallest person here, or at least he's tied for the tallest, he got big feet.
Barbaric feet, even. Yeah.
Horny.
He'll slip them on and kind of like, now he's feeling ridiculous. He has like his armor and his sword on his back and slippers. Yes, of course. Should have brought mine.
This way,
Looking
please.
to Mikhail and Aldo like.
Mikhail's giving him like a right on.
I mean, honestly, if you look how messy the rest of your outfit is, it almost like matches in how nothing matches.
True.
I love how the artist draws Koa, and the first note I should say Wade gives is none of this outfit makes sense. It is nothing matches anything else whatsoever, which is perfect because it's going to be a barbarian without any like. I found this. Oh, this fits. So I should probably replace that.
Oh yeah. I looked at it. I was like, what a weird mismatch of materials. That's actually kind of perfect. No notes.
It's like, no, you're ugly in a beautiful way.
Meanwhile, I offended
Like a
because
pug.
the artist is actually wearing that same outfit right now. Like, fuck.
Dude, I mean, this is a cultural thing. Oh.
I wear every day.
Oh, poor Brian. All right. So, anyways, you where were we? You guys are
Slippers.
He leads you off to a separate room. Where he leads you to go to is actually it's not like you kept waiting or anything like that. He leads you into what's his name, Nathan's office, and so there's like a knock knock, a half pause. You hear like a muffle through the door, and it's like as he hears the muffle before even the words of the muffle being heard or understood, it's like it's the turning of the knob and the opening, the small creak to the opening of the door muffles entirely whatever word was being said. It's very practiced, like that knock knock, half pause, and then opening like as he was saying, "Come in," Either way, it's just again for those of you that are more keen to this, so probably not Koa. And I don't know, maybe not Aldo because he's intoxicated most of the time, but definitely Mikhail would notice these kind of details. Either way, opens the door, and as you walk in, you can see standing in the office over by a large, beautiful, many-paned window with his back to you, holding a tome in one hand and leaning on a cane in the other. You see a very well-dressed, well-kept gentleman standing there. So as you come walking in, about the time that the fourth person, I should say, goes in, because the three of you go walking in, and then he steps in behind you to say, "Is that all?" It's as he's asking that, the gentleman you see before you turns around and has a genuinely kind and not like a big beaming smile, but a kind and welcoming look on his face. And he says, "No, not at all. Of course not. Please, we have guests. If you could provide some refreshments, and I can only imagine what it is that they're being forced to eat at the inn. If you can provide them a proper meal, that'd be appreciated." And he's like, "Of course," and steps away and shuts the door behind him. And he looks to the three of you and he says, "Gentlemen, welcome. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I do have to say that reputation precedes you." And he comes walking over, and unless anybody interrupts, I'll continue.
But he'll say, yours as well. We were expected? Like a question at the end.
He smiles and says, "Of course. It's goes without saying that you're going to come and speak with me. Now, unless I'm mistaken, you must be Mikhail."
Good guess.
I see what she meant. And then he looks to Koa, and he actually grows a proper smile on his face, and says, "The hero of Loshev. You certainly live up to your reputation. Generally speaking, I don't welcome weaponry inside of my home, but with a hero about, I figured I'd be well protected." And then he looks to Aldo and says, "I'm sorry. And you are." And he steps forward to shake your hand.
Oh yeah, Aldo shakes his hand and just starts going on a long-winded speech in I don't know if he speaks it, but like what is it, idioma?
Oh, okay. So you start like, what's the speech about?
Oh, he just starts like ranting about, like he's in the most polite, way possible sounding. He just says, that the reception in this town is terrible, and this is more or less his town, and it's corrupt as shit, and this place sucks, and all that shit.
Oh, so you're like laying it on.
Yeah.
I don't know if this
Does he speak it though?
I'm sorry?
So does he speak it though?
This doesn't feel diplomas checky. It just feels like just being raw, which I'm fine with. Cool. Mm-hmm. So after that goes on for a couple, several moments or whatever it is, and he looks like he's listening. And he said, he hears everything he says, and he goes, and he responds to you in idioma, and he says, "It's terrible, isn't it? Unfortunately, not everybody can come from, not everybody is of this more civilized lands or understands the more civilized approach to things. But with time, they will learn. In time, it will improve." And then he says, "Nathan Fox, it's a pleasure to meet you." But he says that switching over to Perrin.
Yeah, and then he just says, "Aldo, the pleasure is mine."
And he does raise an eyebrow for a second, because I assume Aldo is just being regular Aldo. You're not putting on any persona, are you? No?
No, just regular Aldo.
Cool. He says, "Idioma, but you sound Galdarian."
Well, then he just starts going on a long-winded speech in Goldarian about how this place sucks, and it's the same speech more or less. He just does what he does.
Over at Mikhail during this, like, what's happening? Am I supposed to speak multiple language?
I understood the first one, but he's switched up again.
So you give your speech. He is he's going to keep a straight face. You can see the smile in the eyes as you're speaking to him, but for those that aren't on a long diatribe at the moment, you're welcome to roll a sense motive check.
It's been too long since I rolled, so it's mad at me.
You're rowing. Oh yeah, gotcha. I understand what you're saying. Okay. He has a gentle smile in his eye, if you will, during this this conversation. When you finally finish it, he says, "Pleasure to meet you." Again, in Perrin, to finish it off. And it's like, because both of those speeches were long-winded enough that the door actually, as he's saying that, opens up behind you, and the gentleman comes walking in holding a tray with glasses on it and a bottle. He goes over and places the tray down nearby, and you can see he actually uncorks and pours, and he says, now, if I understand correctly, you enjoy a drink. He says, like, looking at Aldo.
He just nods. He's had enough words for today.
It says, I'm sure we all do. Looking to the others in like a inviting gesture to join him over to grab a glass. Yes, Mikhail?
Certainly. That's all he says, just certainly.
You guys all go over and grab a glass. The other person, of course, turns and leaves, leaving the bottle behind, of course, and shuts the door behind him. And he says, now, the three of you came here with a purpose. Please, don't, unless, of course, it was specifically to lecture me of the quality of, my hometown and a slew of languages. Perrin has yet to be used. Neither has Daelric or so on.
No, that meeting could be a letter.
Yes, and I didn't understand a word that Aldo was saying that whole time. Nor you, for that matter, until you switched back to Perrin. But no, our time is much more importantly spent to try to save more of it moving forward. As you see, an important trial needs to take place, and we have to be a part of it. But we are needed elsewhere, as we believe that the slave trade has moved through your town, and that, the longer we sit here sitting on our hands and wearing slippers, no offense, the less time we can spend actually freeing people being sold into slavery.
Gentlemen, this is the fourth time now we've used the phrase, use a phrase to allude or directly states that this town is mine. Now, please understand, this place is my home, but it's not my town. I don't even sit on the council. Now, were I to sit on the council, certainly I could have an impact on impropriety, he says to Aldo, or procedure or otherwise. Unfortunately, as it stands today, there are open seats, but no invitation to join one.
Well, you are several decades too young.
You say you're several decades too young. So I imagine Koa starts to speak and he speaks over him saying that. And he looks at you and he says, either that or I better take care of myself. And he smiles. And again, it's like that, smile like a fox, right? And, there is a streak of gray in this. Almost think like, what's his name? Like Doctor Strange, like a small streak of gray, going up on the side of his hair over there. So he's not young, but you are correct. Go ahead, Wade.
Your town, I did not mean that you owned it. I meant simply you're a resident of this town, whereas we are visitors, so it is your town more so than it is our town.
I understand, at least what you meant, but I do want to be clear on what level of influence I may or may not have. Again, I am merely a citizen of this place, and only would have so much influence as being such. Now, we don't need to get fancy with words here. We all, of course, understand that I do spend time dining with or otherwise enjoying entertainment with those that do sit on the council, but it's not as though I have too much of their ear. Oftentimes, you must shout through a horn for them to hear what you're saying anyways. So,
even then, it may not help.
So, I just want to make sure that this is understood well. You're requesting that I help to save you time by any, let's say, trail for a second or two to see if you want to complete it or if you're...
Talindra be damned here. There are people enslaved that need rescuing. And we are sitting here stuck in some old bureaucracy that I don't give much of a damn for. I want to go out there and break their chains.
And we need this expedited. We've gotten various estimates on how long this will take. And I suspect they may even take longer. that information of what's happened with Dan and what we've discovered is going to travel fast, and we need to be either close behind it or ahead of it.
Everything, he's like, your the heart that you have and the words that you say, he says, sincerely to Koa, he's like, I appreciate that. You're not called the hero of Loshev for nothing. Sure, it's a fun title to throw around the taverns and perhaps the bedroom, but it carries weight beyond just those purposes. I can see that you truly are a man of your reputation. I want to help you, I do, but again, unless I sit on the council, there's little to no aid that I can have. Now, with that being said, it is possible that I could potentially do so. As I said, there are several seats that sit open even today. You've been inside the chambers, unless I'm mistaken. You've seen that there are currently sitting there only 11 council members, yet there are more seats than that available. I could potentially take a seat, but there's never an even number. It must always be odd. So either one would have to step down for me to potentially step in, or another would have to join with me. And that would require a degree of convincing. Listen, I'm talking about the same bureaucracy you're complaining about. So,
Yes.
allow me to keep this a bit more simple. Your reputation, he says, pointedly looking at Koa. Your reputation, with the 2 tasks you've done now, your reputation, and the sponsorship of the constable, it is possible that I could potentially provide aid. I would just need another person to join the council at the same time, or for somebody to be willing to step down so I may take that seat. I assume none of you know of anybody else that's looking to join the council, and I'm sure you don't have the patience for the bureaucracy around it.
No.
If you can convince somebody to step down from their seat, and if the constable is willing to sponsor my replacements, and he lets that trail.
Aldo's just smiling at him the whole time. Like, he knows exactly what's going on, and he is looking into his eyes and letting him know that he finds it amusing.
That's a hell of a play. Don't say that in character. Right.
With the reputation that you have of having so much money, power, and influence here, what would being one of 11 or 13 on a council of old fools really mean to you?
He says, my influence only goes so far where and when I am now. And only so much can be heard from the other side of the room by those that sit there.
So you want to be on the council to further your business interests, then? Is that what you're saying? And
not just my
wants to help you
business
get there.
interests. Again, let's be as plain as possible. Of course, there is personal benefits for doing so. I live in this town. I've been here my whole life. But there is, and he gestures towards Aldo in like a kind of like an apologetic way. He gestures towards Aldo and he says, but there is corruption. There are changes, systemic, that need to be made to better improve Loshev in its current state. There is, he says, gesturing towards Koa, an issue of a bunch of crotchety old councilors that barely hear what's being said and take too long to make decisions. That can be changed, but the first step must be made. And
do you consider yourself a good person, Mr. Fox? Do you think you can help weed out the corruption, or are you going to become a part of it? Because this town, the more time I spend here, the worse it seems to be. And I'm in no mood to further its decline.
he straightens his back, stands up with like a full proper posture, and he looks at you and he says, of course. This is my town, as you had said beforehand. Born and raised. I want the best of those that reside here. Best for those that reside here.
Oh, 10 and 10. Okay.
You want to take a 10?
I'll take something.
But I am really good at rolling 10s on Sense Motive. I'm pretty sure that's been my shtick. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go. That's something.
I mean, it's at this point in time, the first time that you properly see it. Because, like, he's saying these words. And, like, the two of them, it's like Aldo's like, I know this bullshit. But he does seem sincere. Both Aldo and Koa, he does seem sincere. But to Mikhail, as you said, out of game, obviously, in game, it is quite the play. You do expect he's going to immediately repay you for whatever it is that you do to allow this to happen. You do, but very obviously this is going to be something that immediately benefits him.
Okay. He like waits a beat for after he finishes speaking and just says, I think we need to be a bit more concrete. And this is not concrete, a bit more direct. Mr. Fox, I think a lot of people, especially in your position, do believe themselves to be good. What exactly would you be doing on the council to counter this corruption? Like, what kind of action can you and will you take?
That would be a long explanation. Now, a meal is being prepared for you. So, if you care to hear my opinions on policy and how it is that we can make changes here, I am not fully versed at the moment. I haven't prepared to give speeches to the masses, but I can give you a off-the-cuff version of it. But it will take time.
Nothing that performative. Just what's at the forefront? What is the first thing?
We all know that the trade that's currently happening throughout all of Adir, it flows into it from the rivers. And the first town of note along those rivers is Loshev. Now, Loshev takes a big old bite of that pie, but it's not chewing the way it should. The food's getting caught in the throat and what have you. He realizes that he's waxing lyrical and he needs to be more plain. He's like, you can see that moment where he like waves away his own, kind of a
Do you mean
fluffery.
the urinated keef?
He says, when people make their trade, not all the honest people have their hands in it. And certainly, gesturing towards Koa, not all the correct things are being allowed to be traded, right? Better regulation over what it is that can come in and through Loshev would be important. Get
Like
less of the
humans,
influence.
So, like humans, right?
He furrows his brow and
Slave
says,
trade. That's
absolutely.
coming through the ship.
He like fully sincere. Absolutely. And that gets to the next point I was about to make. And he says, and it, almost like biting at you, but again, you realize it's not at you, it's at, because you are the ones that said those words. Like, so it's not meant to be for...
It's like at the subject.
Yeah, the subject. He says, the problem is, takes a steadying breath, the problem is the amount of influence that Hodgwen has over Loshev. Hodgwen as a town, as the influence that it has, it invites this kind of problem into and throughout our town. We need to disentangle ourselves from Hodgwen, from how it is we are currently arranged. We need to do so. And better partner ourselves with those that are willing to trade and willing to work with the regulations that we put in place for the trade that comes through. Now, this is a very quick and a simple explanation of this. But I think we can all agree the immediate gesturing towards, maybe a bit too aggressively, towards Aldo, the immediate benefit and returns of doing such a thing, but also the downstream ones as well. Not only do we affect Loshev directly, but also our neighbors as well. We remove the disease from the community.
Perhaps
see,
take better
and-
care of the community. I mean, if everyone here is willing to take a bribe to deal drugs and allow such things in the town, including some of the guardsmen, then perhaps people aren't being provided for well enough as it is.
He nods. He says, of course, by having better regulation, we can better look over what it is that's coming through, stem the flow of what it is that's causing these problems. With better regulation, we remove bad actors that are going to be more inclined to push forward these agendas. And by working more closely with the constable, I believe you've worked with Tariq close enough to understand the quality of man that he is. By working closely with the constable and his more upstanding guards, like Trinity, we can ensure that the town is better looked after.
Who would you want to step down? Who's in the way of that?
It's not a direct target, he says, like, picking through his words, carefully. There are those that would have a more immediate benefit towards the long-term agenda than others. But one way or another, the agenda would move forward. For instance, somebody like Gemsmith has incredible contacts outside of Adir, would help with the economy and knows how to look over the books well enough, but might be the most inclined considering what's at stake here. And then there's those that would have a more immediate benefit. For instance, to remove Councillor Kurvok, that could be beneficial. You guys know that was the douchebag counselor. And then there's Councillor Westwood. Councillor Westwood shakes his head slowly. What would make any changes happening more rapidly would, of course, be to remove Rook. But High Councilman Rook is likely not going to step down, and certainly I wouldn't be able to take that position. Another would take his position, but at least it'd be somebody who has coffee.
Well, perhaps then subtraction's not the best method. What if we get someone else to go up forward? The constable seems like an ideal person to be on the council. He knows the town.
If the constable becomes a councilman, then the constable can't be the constable.
Well, no, but you said himself he knows some of his guard he would trust to perhaps step in and take over.
Koa, would you really want to curse him with that position?
Well, if you want good people on the council.
If the constable is vying for a position on the council, who would sponsor the constable and or myself to join the council?
Perhaps one of the other guards.
Smith.
The other guards would not have the influence to do so. And Gemsmith he could be pressed for this, but then you're playing on the heartstrings of a man who's in duress.
Regardless of which we're going to be pushing that button, you know this already, because we need to get things moving fast. And the way I hear it, things are slow here. But tomorrow or the next day, we're supposed to get the hearing, right? Which is already possibly too late. We're trying to get you in today, tomorrow. So we're beating ourselves here by 1 day.
1 day, if you're lucky, he says, kind of like as he turns away from you, like his eyes trail on you for an extra second, almost like tauntingly. And then he says, fine, if you're asking me to make a decision, he, leans with one hand heavily on his cane that he has with him, and then looks up to the sky while scratching his chin for a few seconds, hums to himself, and then seems to nod, and then finally turns to look at you and goes, fine. Then I think probably the best person to convince to leave would be Westwood. Westwood is not only one of the oldest members of the council, but he has extensive network of contacts in Hodgwen. Westwood is probably the best person for us to have removed. They are one of the more active members of the council, but perhaps the decisions that they make are not most beneficial for those that live here.
See, and do you have anything on Westwood and why he may want to leave or could be, led?
You mean to carry dirt? Oh, what kind of man do you take me for?
Precisely the kind that would have dirt.
Gentlemen, please.
Well,
and he turns as he says that, and he turns as he starts walking over to a bookcase. What were you saying, Keegan?
Well, you brush it off at the door, but it's still dirt.
He'll actually chuckle. You see, you hear a faint chuckle, and you see his shoulders kind of shake a bit as he walks over towards a bookcase. There's a moment he sends over the bookcase, fingering along the books. Eventually, he pulls one out and he walks over. And for the first time, he'll actually properly take a seat and gestures for a small table that he has inside of his the room here. And he gestures for you guys to take a seat with him. He goes over, and as he starts to open up the book, you can see there's loose papers in there as well. As he goes to start opening up the book, the door opens. And he looks across the way and says, wonderful. I'm growing famished. I'm sure these gentlemen could use a spot as well. And he walks over, not just himself, but another as well. And they bring over, 2 trays. Each tray has on it 2 bowls of a soup. And they come over and they, serve each person here a bowl of soup to be, it's like a thick, creamy, soup or whatever it is. And take the trays and they turn and leave. And he's like, oh, this is excellent. It's a squash that grows in the late summer to early autumn. Takes a spoonful, takes a bite out of it. Kitchen does an incredible job. Please enjoy. Pushes the bowl to the side and pulls the book back in front of him.
This man eating butternut squash soup.
Yes, he is. Keegan's like, I know what you're describing. Acorn squash also makes a
I have the
soup.
inclination to coup d'etat this man.
Oh no, you haven't done anything, but you're kind of suspicious.
I don't know. I just everything in my gut is stab this man through the heart right now.
Like he's like a vampire.
Yeah, something horrible.
I also love butternut squags.
Every single weight alarm is going off with this man.
Oh yeah.
So he opens up the
Yeah,
book.
I definitely eat.
And he leaves through, and there's a couple of, like I said, loose papers in there as well. Some folded, some double folded, some not. And pulls them out and looks them over, and he's like, here we go. If you please take a look at this. He hands one parchment over to Mikhail. And here's one here. And he hands it over to Aldo. And, look at this one right here, unfolding it. And then hands it over to Koa. You guys look over different pieces of paper. You can see correspondences between Westwood and some various individuals that are inside of that are on there, and they're talking about the transportation of goods and the amount of money that's coming off of those goods. And you can see that the amount of coin that's being talked about in there is not a small amount of coin for the trade that they're doing, right? I see some degree of correspondence, and it literally looks like correspondence about business and seeing how things are going and checking up on follow up on various communique that you would imagine between 2 businessmen running their enterprises from wherever they are. Frankly, it looks boring as hell. But so you're looking through these details, and as you're looking at this, he's like, here's another one, and he hands one again to Aldo. Here you go. Hands one to, and he keeps handing you over these different communique that he has along the way, showing you kind of I imagine after the second, maybe the first, maybe the fourth one that you read, you're like, this is boring. What are you showing me, right? I don't know who would have an outburst first. Or if you guys stay
We
quiet.
make heads and tails of what we're given. Does this make any sense to us?
It literally looks like business people having conversations about business things.
We can't make
just
heads
through
and tails
letters. Nothing stands out to you.
Or me.
None
I
of
don't
you.
know if there's a check I can make. Okay, cool.
Not at the moment. Yeah, because there's no innuendo.
Okay.
That's all right. We
Mikhail
just gotta
probably
wait for him
wouldn't-
to put the smoking gun down, amongst the other papers.
Okay, sure.
Right.
So if you guys are
Mikhail
all
would be just trying to piece it. He would still be trying to figure something out of it rather than having an outburst.
and Koa as well.
Koa.
Koa's eating the soup and watching the other 2, hoping that they'll give the keys to the test and understand what the hell they're getting out of it. Because he's like, I didn't understand the shoes. I didn't understand the other part of the shoes. Now we're reading letters. Someone tell me what's going on.
Koa, I'll tell you this. There's not enough salt. Let's be honest. The soup, the same exact soup that you guys make back with the Free Folk, it's way better. It's way better. There's more salt in it. You know what I mean?
Oh, so this dude's white. Okay, gotcha.
My God. Scooby-Doo reveal.
It's funny you say that because I absolutely hate things that are too salty. I intentionally go with as little salt as possible.
Use enough that it has flavor, and that's all that anyone asks.
No. I use seasonings. Okay, like I season,
Yeah.
but I don't use salt.
God, it's like, can I have some vanilla ice cream? Hold the vanilla.
I almost
Have some
came
malt
a
base,
little bit of
please.
vanilla.
back on
Is it
back,
malt base?
back onto the game. So you if you remind me of that vanilla ice cream thing later on, Keegan, we can talk later. But back to the thing. So eventually he pulls out pulls out with the book. He turns over and he's like those names. If you could hand the parchments over to and he gestures towards Aldo, and he's like, if you can hand the parchments over to Aldo, like almost as though he forgot his name for a moment. And you guys all hand them over to Aldo, and he actually turns the book around, taking a couple pieces of paper from it. And he's like, the next 2 or 3 pages, if you could please correspond the names on there for me, please. And slides the book over to you. Does Aldo do so?
Yep.
He spends a couple moments, but literally every one of the names that are on there, as you're piecing it over, and he's going through other papers trying to pull out what the air quote smoking gun might be. You can see that each and every individual one of them happen to be individuals that have businesses or reside at least in Meshes, which is, we all know, a town in the province of Bard in the country of Paradel. It's actually the largest city to where the university is that you went to. So obviously you were in Devale, whatever it is. That's the city that your university was just outside of Mikhail. But Meshes was the large city that you kind of circumvented when you were heading up here through your session 0, right? Anyways, so that's Meshes. Anyways, going back to it, he's goes through and finally finds a letter. He's like, here's one. And he goes over and he pushes forward a letter. And he's like, read this one through. And he gives it to Mikhail. And Mikhail reads it, and it's actually a letter from, it looks as though it's a letter from a paladin of the Order of the Broken Chain, reporting word back to their superior officer, some higher up member of their organization, reporting back evidence and a belief of potential wrongdoing, specifically slave trade, happening by certain businessmen that live inside of Meshes. And 3 of the names that are reported there are among the letters that you were just reading names from. And he goes, here, you look at this one here. And you go over it, and it looks at a report of somebody else of one of those names had actually apparently died. And there's an investigation that happened after they died, as they found a link to some of the other stuff that was happening going on there. So these other details, so on and so forth. So like a lot of like linking Westwood to these people, and these people potentially participating in some none so good practices. Now, some of the letters that you have weren't necessarily between Westwood and them. It's between 2 of those individuals and together. So it's kind of like a web strewn together here. And he walks you through this process as the next course of food comes in, which is like finger foods, like cucumber sandwiches, sort of a thing. And then as you're like kind of like finishing this investigation, like a little over an hour later, the next course of food comes in, which is like a proper meal that was properly cooked, it's like let's say a nice steak with vegetables and whatever it might be, right? And so that's like brought in for you as like you're coming to the full realization of what he is suggesting is happening here.
Yeah.
And he says,
when do we get to see the books you have on us or yourself?
He says, books?
Yes, the notes and letters, and it was a joke. It was hilarious. Supposed to laugh.
Oh, my apologies. I was perhaps a little too, gesturing at the papers in the moment. And then he looks at Mikhail, who seems to be the more keen one of the 3, expectantly.
So does Koa.
So what I'm gathering is many of his contacts are not only aware of the slave trade that's been going on, but possibly even participants.
Yes, I'd gathered that too. And your conclusion, I'm assuming, is the same as mine, which was... It looks to you.
that he knows this.
Right.
Or he should. I see the angle. It's between two. This is enough evidence. We can kind of pin him between one of two options. Either he knows these people are dirty and works with them anyway, or we can paint him as incompetent for not realizing it. Or at least that could be the optics. I mean, the way it's seen.
I'm not trying to do a takedown. That would seem uncouth.
No, you're having
trying-
us do it. That's
No,
smart.
no. I don't mean to publicly make this information available. I think that I would rather, because there's not enough evidence here to put forward and say he has directly I'm saying he, that's actually incorrect, to that they have directly participating in this. There's no evidence to suggest that they had done so. So I think what we need to do is use this as a base of evidence as you continue with your inevitable investigation that you're going to do to see if there's more that can be done later on. But at the very least, if Alex is made aware of this, then maybe they will think it is a wise time for them to step down from their own position.
Have you ever participated in the slave trade, Mr. Fox?
His face drops into a not so happy one. And he looks you full on in the eyes and says, no, at least not that I was aware of. And if I ever become aware of the fact that those that I was doing deals with participated in this, at the very least, those deals will be severed immediately, whatever the recourse.
Good answer.
Probably 10.
Call me Sense 10, man. I'm a 10 sensor.
Like, consistently.
I don't know if I've ever rolled a sense motive in this game that wasn't a 10.
It's 3 in a row, dude.
Even if you ever have or you ever do, that's what you're known for.
I'll take a 10.
Yeah. She says, no, I understand. It is probably the best way to go about it. I mean, honestly, if even just looking at this feels like a necessary step. We can't have, I mean, this place definitely isn't going to be better by somebody who's not catching this on the seat of the council.
Most people aren't going to be aware of this. These gestures towards the letter, correspondences, they were acquired over time.
Regardless,
none of them stolen.
Leaders.
He says, as there's like a, he's saying regardless, there's like there's like a almost a judgment there. He's like, none of this is stolen. Not a single piece of it.
I wouldn't suggest such a thing. What I was saying is that while most people aren't going to notice this, the leaders of a city are not most people. They aren't going to be held to the same standards most people are. The expectations are far higher. Can't have a council member failing to find these things.
Agreed. Or participating in it.
Yes. Especially that. But that needs more than just a removal from the seat on the council if that were to be proven.
Again, there's not enough evidence here to directly link them to any of that has transpired here in Loshev. There's just enough detail to shame the name if it goes public, or to convince them that this is a time for them to step down. Now, I personally believe this should be investigated further, as you are doing what you can to help out the Gemsmith boy. This is something that you should bring with you. If you even care to take these letters with you, you are welcome to do so. I will not hold them hostage if it furthers your investigation. I do warn you, though, parchment on the road doesn't hold as well as, gestures towards the bookshelf where I got it from, inside an abode.
Right. No, I'll just try to take copious notes. Mostly need the names, locations, routes,
It's like
Mikhail tries to get like cliff notes.
I can provide you the parchment and ink if you would like to transcribe them. These are all the originals. So if you just want to have the exact words, you're welcome to do so.
That's gonna take a while, but I
wouldn't be
handle that
enough to bring before Westwood. You need the originals to really set any,
Oh, I think he means
doubt,
after Westwood. But yeah, we can take them to him, and I think once we leave, I might return them here, though. That way, they can't just be lost forever, We run into another wet area or something.
For the best.
I do not wish to go to the wet area again.
It did make our water really nice, though.
You can
Missed
take
that
the
part.
water and fetch it and bring us back good water if you'd like.
No.
I've got it on the map, actually, how to get back there if you'd like. I'll show you the
I'm
map.
not going to go there by myself. Koa, I'm not going there by myself to get nice water.
Very well, then.
Someone already tried to kidnap me. I was in town.
Well, apparently that's just another day in Loshev. At least it was with Dan.
Man,
and
I'm way
yeah,
too
but,
pretty to go off by myself.
Some people think so.
Thank you.
I made a mistake, by the way. I said that he had direct correspondence with the people of Meshtez. There was correspondences between third parties, right? There's a lot of that and links to the names. He had direct correspondences with people in Hod Gwen. And those Hod Gwen people had direct correspondences with people in Meshtez, right? To be clear. So it was like a chain. And so the people in Meshtez are clearly at some forms implicated, in other forms proven to be a part of this. Who had direct correspondences with people he's linked to they are linked to in Hod Gwen. Which is, again, so it's like it's not locked in. It's like it's enough steps away of connection that there's no actionable details here, in the court of law, right? Mm-hmm. But obviously you guys have your opinions of what could or potentially whatever. Wade, were you going to say something before I interjected to make that correction? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I think we were talking about the water, and I said I was too pretty to be alone. And he was like, "Oh yeah," he said, "Some people think so," and I said, "Thank you," kind of suspiciously. I think catches us up.
I'm just gonna be blunt. Even with this, I don't think Westwood's stepping down immediately, which just leads us in the same situation.
Oh, you think not? With the climate and everything that's going on, the implications that are set here, Westwood approached individually, independently from everything else. Westwood is, again, one of the oldest members of the council. There is a significant understanding if Westwood were to step down at any point in time. Hell, there'd be an understanding if Westwood were to just drop dead. Not that I'm, just like immediately jumping on almost like it sounded like a request. Not that I'm... but...
Aldo looks at him and goes, "Of course."
Whatever you say.
Again, gets a bit more straight back to for the impropriety of that. Like, he wants to address it, but he doesn't want to give it any more credence than it already has. And it clears his throat, and he says, however, in private, they would have, understands that maybe they should spend their last few years with less responsibility and a bit more enjoyment.
Well,
last few years, months, days, who knows?
We can discuss this more.
We can't afford days, he says, looking at Aldo.
No.
So to be clear, your suggestion here is that we get Westwood to step down and get the constable to support your ascension to the council. That's what you want in exchange for your influence.
Nods and says, "I will see to it that things get pushed forward quickly for you, as well as, of course, addressing the other concerns he says to Aldo, an outside perspective is always appreciated.
Raises his eyebrows.
I mean, you're an outsider and you have a lot of concerns. So.
Yeah.
Because I think we can discuss this and then we'll do what we can. I'm sure you'll find out if we're successful.
I'm
All right,
sure.
well, for the sake of time, next time more salt. The free folk do it better. But thank you for the soup.
You say that. Oh, you didn't just eat soup. You had soup and food and a meal. It was
He
multi-course.
glurps down
They
the
said we
soup
like a
and the rest of the
multiple
soup at the
course
end.
breakfast or whatever. Like,
Yeah, meal. Yeah. And he says, you say that getting up, and he's like, do you intend to rush out so quickly? We've only had a few drinks since dessert has yet to be served.
Well, the whole point of today was to save us time, yes?
Understood. As the door opens up, he says, please, they won't take that. Share it with the rest of the house, and if you could just go ahead and wrap up the rest of it. I'm sure they'd like to take it on the road.
Are you two still just sitting there, like, ready to eat, and
no,
Koa is just, like, beelining out?
I would have stood, but when he's like, "Oh, they won't take that," it's kind of like give that look of like, "What? What is it though?" Like,
Later on, when you finally get it, like when you finally do get what was going to be served to you, and so it's like literally put into like a small container or whatever just for you to take away. Like, and it's not a fucking modern day, and this isn't like a restaurant or takeout. We're talking like he literally gave you like dishware to put this in,
right?
Like you're like, this could sell for a few pennies, Anyways, so it's a tiramisu.
That's dope.
Yeah.
Oh god, tiramisu is so good.
The free folk also make this better.
Fucking make tiramisu.
The free folk do it with real lady fingers.
Whenever people are about to rush out, he'll say, "I'll catch up in just a moment."
Right. Would you like your slippers back? He'll say as he's like walking out. Right, I'll keep them then.
Scott paying no attention.
Sorry. I didn't realize that was to me. It sounded like you and Keegan were speaking.
What he's asking if I want my
Keegan,
slippers
would you like
back?
your slippers back?
So what did you say? You want your slippers back? He says, please.
Right.
This isn't, what's his name? Are you sorry? My apologies. Are you asking the head servant, or are you asking?
No, just the box.
Oh, he would say, "Oh, please keep them."
You gotta ask him to get free stuff. That's how it works.
He's not going to degrade himself by asking for something back. Are you kidding me? That's servant
Koa
work.
has no idea of how to behave here, so he's just like, "You want your shoes?"
Yeah.
He's
He's not going to say
you
that
got free slippers.
Yeah, he would look awful if he was like, "No, I want my used slippers back." They're like, "Terrible. They didn't even fit his feet." But the servant would be like, "We expect those."
He'll be like, Mr. Fox told me to keep them. He'll like shove them in his bag as he puts his shoes on crudely.
Indeed.
Yep.
Anyways, you said you were going to stick behind for a second, Mikhail?
Yeah.
And by the way, we're assuming that at the very least for the interaction with Alex, that you were going to bring the documents at least to speak to them, and then you would bring them back and not bring them on the road in the future. Cool. Go ahead, sir.
That's Alex Westwood.
Alex Westwood. Yes, it's
Okay.
it is inside of the World Anvil. Has been.
Yeah, one of his descendants will
on
make
the
the Command and
notes
Conquer
page,
games,
so.
right?
Well,
Westwood?
So after they step out for one, he says, "You said something when we first shook hands that you saw what she meant."
Oh. He says, light, because the subject just got a lot lighter than it has been.
Yeah.
Well, first and foremost, he says, kind of like brushing aside that conversation momentarily. He says, "I do apologize for the long path that I walked you. I could have just told you the implication in a handful of words. However, to collect the evidence that I brought before you and your companions today took literally years to acquire, and I've only just come to this realization myself just over a moon ago. And over that time, I was trying to contemplate how it is best to bring this before others. But that's not a very long period of time to contemplate. Then all of this happened. So, seems to be falling in place, if you will. So I just wanted to apologize on the extended way that we discussed this. But it needed to be done for full understanding. As for your other conversation, it seems as though you have a bit of an admirer. I had a run-in last night, potentially even a date in the moonlight.
Oh, right. My arrest. You just randomly talk to the guards?
I speak to Trinity quite often. She's a wonderful young lady.
Yeah, she's quite nice. Strong hands.
Raises an eyebrow when you say that, but like just a half second.
I actually got arrested. I actually got arrested. That happened. It was a misunderstanding, but still. Okay. What did she say?
She just spoke well of you.
Oh. I guess that's nice to hear. Thank you. It caught me a bit off guard, that's all. He'll step back a little.
He shook his head and says, "Calm down. This can't be the first time that someone has approached you. There's lots of fine young ladies, gentlemen, and otherwise that would be interested in someone dressed as well as you are and well-spoken. Besides, you have a bit of a a traveled look to you."
I have a traveled feel to me at this point as well. Maybe. Just out of curiosity, where do you think I'm from?
That's a good question. I've contemplated it off and on throughout this, since you've gotten here. Your accent would suggest that you are from Paradel, but I think that's just your upbringing. You sound more like Duval, the way that you dress and the reputation that you have, likely trained at the university. Sort of recent accents, adopted. I don't think you're from there though. Certainly Paradel, but it's not too far from the Adirian border. You have a colloquial undertones. You know who could pick this out for me? Give me a second to remember the name. You know who could pick this out for me? Elliot. Elliot could place it. He's been giving me a bit of a tutelage and picking up the accents over the years.
Maybe he could. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. He kind of gives a very short bow and will take his leave.
Sure. Are you two waiting outside, or do you start walking off, even slow walking off, so we can catch up to you?
I think we're waiting outside.
Yeah, we've definitely both put the slippers in our bags.
Oh yeah, even though you didn't get permission, you're going to do so as well.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny. So my apologies. So you two waiting outside. Any words that you're saying with one another, or are you just kind of sitting out there waiting for what's his face to show up?
Koa wouldn't have anything to say to Aldo right here. Not right outside.
Probably just small talk right while we wait.
Sure. So then nothing worth noting. Then while you're waiting outside, actually, there's a gentleman that comes walking up. He's about the same height. He also stands at 5'10", slender build. You know what I mean? To him, he is kind of like I said, slender build. So he's rather lean, brown hair. It's kind of a bit messy. It's a little bit it was probably well kept this morning, but then the day went on and they didn't care to keep correcting it as the day went. Sharp blue eyes, and he does wear a fairly darker browns, blacks, deep reds, darker colored clothes with some accents of say a purple or a gold on them. But fine clothes. He clearly has enough money to own likely multiple fine clothed outfits, but they don't look fresh. When you speak to Nathan Fox, every outfit that he wears looks as though he's probably only worn it several dozen times before he no longer wears it
How many
anymore.
outfits did he wear during that conversation?
I'm giving you a judgment. Whereas this person, he looks like he affords fine clothes, but then they probably last him years. You know what I mean? So he comes walking up, and he's not particularly old either. He's probably in his, say, early to mid 20s. So younger than Aldo, younger than Aldo, but to you, Koa, he seems like an older gentleman, right?
Ancient, man.
And not ancient, but like a proper adult. And he comes walking up, and as he walks towards the two of you, he does as he notes you, he does slow down and say, the two of you have a meeting here.
Had.
Looks to your back and then looks to you and say, "Are you free folk?"
Well, yes. Well, yes.
Huh. How much you charge nowadays?
Well, based on the last couple of jobs I've worked, 5 gold.
Like his eyes like narrow for a second, then they widen, and then he laughs like an open laugh. Like clearly it's a joke. Like and it's like a gent, like you broke the moment, and like he's sharing like a friendly laugh or whatever it is. And after that goes on for a couple of seconds, he looks at you.
Koa
And
just
he's like,
smiles at him like, "Are you done?"
Yeah. So after the laugh goes on for a few seconds, he's like, "That's good. I like that. Maybe we can work together sometime soon. 5 gold. If you'll excuse me." And he goes to walk past the two of you to go in the door.
Aldo, do you think I
like,
should charge more?
Aldo bumps into your ears. Ask him his name. He just whispers it to you.
What's your name?
He turns around and says, he turns around and actually places his hand in his chest and says, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry about that." And he'll actually walk back over to you and say, "How could I call on you or otherwise if you don't know my name?" And he walks up and he has a smile to him, and he goes to shake your hand. Arthur Fraham.
Hello, Arthur. I am Koa. Koa Attila, hero of Loshev.
I heard about you.
Yes.
Hence the
Hence the 5 gold.
Yeah. He goes, yeah. Hence the 5 gold. Good luck getting someone to pay that. He chuckles. 5 gold.
They have twice now. Let's smile back.
That at this point, like he holds the look. He still got the smile, but the smile is growing hollow. And then he goes, "You're not being serious, are you?"
He'll like show 5 gold coins from his pocket.
You
Shrug.
are being serious. Holy shit! What, do you bury the body too? I'm sorry.
Well,
pay him
we carried
enough.
one around on a mule for a while before it got devoured.
That sounds horrible. Yeah, we should talk. Not now. Some other time.
Right.
I don't want to be late to my meeting. It's a pleasure meeting you, Koa. And kind of like gives you like a once over. You too. And then turns back and goes towards the door.
Yeah.
The door opens up and he goes in. He cleans off his shoes, goes in, so on and so forth. And you can see Mikhail that as you're making your way, out of the room and heading back to the front, you're making your way out as this other gentleman is making his way in. His boots are not off as he walks across the house to go and meet with Arthur. Sorry, not Arthur.
Nathan,
thank you. As he goes across to meet with Nathan, his boots are not off, and so Nathan, as he sees him coming, turns to you like where he is and says, "We'll speak soon."
Of course. And he'll head back out. As he's...
when you're walking out, I think Koa will be talking to Aldo. So, we need a good nickname for you. If I'm the hero of Loshev, do you want to be like the drunk of Loshev, the former prisoner of Loshev, formerly indentured servant of Loshev?
Well, they're all good names. I'll have to have some time to think on it, really.
Hear Mikhail approaching. He's singing. Dan, you've been caught again.
It's catching on, I see.
Pulls his cloak on. And he's like, that guy didn't take off his boots.
Oh, you meant Arthur.
Huh?
I'm assuming the man that you're referring to is the guy we just talked to. His name was Arthur. He didn't believe I was worth 5 gold till I showed him 5 gold. And then he said, we'll talk later. And went inside.
Did you... What? Did you knew him by his boots and then you propositioned yourself?
What?
What's happened? What do you guys do when I'm not around?
We stood here and he walked by and said hello and we made conversation and Aldo's like, ask him his name. So I asked him his name. He said Arthur and we talked.
Oh,
free
the
folk.
5 gold, you meant by like the free folk thing. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's pretty
how much
clear from
charge?
the get-go. It should be now.
Oh. Yeah,
My reputation is
that'd be a pretty
starting to
good price.
precede me. Prices have to go up.
Yeah, I hope so.
With supply and demand and all that. You're in demand at the moment.
Yeah. Speaking of demands, we have more work to do, of course. So...
Yes, let's begin moving. I had an idea about that. We should speak to the constable first, no?
You know, I had the same thought, actually.
When you guys say, let's start moving, let's do the hospital, I had the same thought, actually, you know, or whatever it was. As you start walking away, you maybe get like 10 steps away. When behind you, you hear from behind you, gentlemen, another moment, please. And you see Nathan standing in the doorway.
I hope he's running after us with his slippers.
No, he has shoes on. Maybe you didn't notice, but he had shoes on in his house the whole time.
No, I didn't notice. He kept changing his outfits. Hard to keep up.
He also dressed
Every
like
time
that.
I see him, he's in a new outfit. It's crazy.
So, anyways, he says, I assume you 3 turn back or whatever it is. He does come walk out to meet with you, and he says, something fresh just came across my desk, and I thought you might be interested in seeing this.
I don't know what it is, so I can't tell you that.
Yeah, he walks forward and hands you a piece of paper.
I'll hold it out so we can all 3 see it.
This one's actually in an envelope, but the seal's obviously already cracked. You pull it out, you open the trifold, and you're reading it through. And it looks as though there's somebody in Hodgwen that was, so it was like, somebody in Hodgwen had received correspondence. And it's kind of like reading between the lines of what it was that's suggested, but it says, we are happy that you we're happy that your shipment has been delivered. We'll be coming by to pick it up, and it says kind of like within, by the end of the month, sort of a thing. And you guys are like, holy shit, like looking at the date
How
on
long away
this.
is that? How long away is the end of the month? Are we at the beginning of the month? What are we?
Give me 2 seconds. I'm actually trying to pull that up for you right now.
End of the
trying
month
to remember
could
where
be
the calendar
tomorrow,
is.
or it could be 3 or 4 weeks from now.
Trying to remember where the calendar is. Is it here? I was keeping track of the actual campaign day. Indra. Okay, so this campaign started here. Cart date was here, and that was and then you guys, hold on. How long were you? That was where did I actually update this? How many sessions ago was that? So then you traveled. Then you traveled. So this is actually going to be. Hold on, make sure I get this right. The 27th. It's Sorry Day, the 27th. So literally there's one more day left in this month.
So this is really old, outdated, useless information, because whatever is done will be done.
So, yeah, for whatever it is that's going to be happening, it looks as though they're referencing by the end of the month. It'd be like maybe tomorrow, maybe today. So you look it over.
Busy tonight, too.
This correspondence gives us no time to act on anything if this is going to be done tomorrow.
He says, I understand, but there's, for the sake of personal matters, he says, looking to Mikhail, there's a shred of hope that can come in this. If there are collecting whatever supply is going to be had there, it's possible that Cullen hasn't been delivered yet. Cullen might not be a part of the shipment, meaning you do have time to still collect him. This is unfortunate for all of the other individuals that would be involved, but...
It means something. Well, thank you for this. We'll do what we can still.
He nods, and he says, "Take it with you. Maybe it'll help." Or, as Koa here says, maybe it's just bad news.
Put it back in the envelope. Give another quick bow, and then he starts walking a little faster away.
Mm-hmm.
Koa stays silent for a while as we're leaving. He just stays silent as we move on.
Like, once we're kind of away from people, Mikhail just goes, "Fuck." It's fucking bad news. Just bad news again. Like, we know it's happening, but whatever. We just need to get this done so we can move.
Right. I just wonder how many lives are ruined.
Too
This
many.
piece of paper is all that represents the last shred of hope they had.
Way too many, Koa. Way too many.
Back to matters at hand. I don't know how much I trust this Mr. Fox to be a councilman. He seems like he'd fit right in, which is problematic. But if it's the move we have to make, then it's the move we have to make. I still like the idea of the constable also being promoted, but perhaps he doesn't want that move or it wouldn't work. But do you have someone that we know is a good person there would be nice?
It would, but having someone we know is a good person as the constable is also very important. I mean, he could promote, what's his name? The guy that we met on the bridge.
Khalil.
Khalil, yeah. Kethrel is what kept popping in my head. I was like, it's not him, it's not him, it's not him. He could maybe promote Khalil, but Khalil may not be leadership material. Maybe he's just a good soldier. It's hard to say.
I'm just not convinced that we wouldn't be removing one bad actor for another. While Mr. Fox, I believe him about not being involved in the slave trade. It's clear the town would revolve around making him money more so than anything else.
Sure. I don't think we can avoid that. I mean, if all this does is help stamp out the slave trade, I think maybe we can call that a win.
But at what price do we pay later for that?
Hopefully one we can afford.
Well, let's get the constable's opinion on it anyway. I really wish the day was the day we were confronting the bandits, because I yearned to swing my sword at something.
He just nods. To the constable.
You guys get there, and when you knock at the door, there's no answer. So like, wait a few moments, a heavier knock afterwards, and then after like several moments, the door opens up, and he's like, and you can look. He clearly had fallen asleep at some point while you were gone, and he's like, "Oh, didn't expect to see the three of you so quickly. I assume things went poorly with Fox." And he gestures you in.
Not exactly. Well, I'll go in.
"Oh," he says, looking surprised. "Oh, wonderful. Good. Please, let's talk. Coffee?"
Yeah.
No more for me. My nerves are already shot.
I'm good, thanks.
Point.
Okay.
Mikhail's like, yes, and we're like, fuck no.
So you guys.
Yeah, none for me.
So just he drinks coffee full. So you guys go in. He goes more or less like, "Let me know what happened."
Fox wants a seat on the council, and he wants us to talk Westwood into stepping down. Or he needs someone else to go onto the council with him, in which case I suggested you, to be honest.
Oh God, no. Oh, no. No.
That's exactly why you'd be a good fit. You're the only person that seemingly doesn't want it.
The only person? I'm sure there's a lot of people here that don't want that job. Hell, it feels like half the council members don't want that job. Who wants to spend their entire day listening to other people, complain about how terrible you are doing your job?
Isn't that what prisoners do when you arrest them?
I
don't spend much time down there. What's up, Keith?
Yeah. No, he was going to basically ask the same question.
No. And he's like, I don't spend much time down there after I do. No, I'm not interested in that. But let's talk about Fox. I mean, he's not a bad guy.
You truly believe that? Because I don't know. My read on him was mixed, to say the least.
You mean he made you feel uncomfortable? Like he owns the place and he owned you? Is this the first
More so
rich
that
person you've
he would
dealt
run
with?
this town like a business and not like a town that cared about the people.
Oh.
Perhaps he doesn't deal in slaves, but I'm not sure he deals in compassion either.
I think you haven't spent much time with the upper echelons. They're all that way, he says.
No, I have not. He did give me slippers.
Maybe he's not the same as all of them. But they're all that way. They whether they think that they're that way because they were born into it or they made it, whatever. That's just how they are. But he's not a bad guy. He's actually donated a considerable amount of money to various causes that have helped out the people in Loshev. There's even an orphanage that's being built come the spring. We've got to get through the winter first, but he was the biggest donator after being the person to run the charity for it, or at least his family did, to build an orphanage here in Loshev. Like, there's a lot of details that go behind that man. He comes off that way. I get that. He's a wealthy man that knows his business, but he's not a bad guy.
Well, you liking him is the only one that really matters because he needs someone to sponsor his ascension or whatever have you, and he's hoping you would do that.
Yeah, especially if he gets things moving with this. Now, why is he kicking Westwood out? I mean, that old codger's asleep half the time. When you think about it, you're like, there is that one guy that seemed to sleep the entire time. Or it's one person. Fuck. Seems to sleep the entire time.
Oh, we'll just look at Mikhail.
He's like really thinking about it for a second. He says, I'll be honest, I'm not even sure you really want to know all of that. It's a kind of long-winded set of details, but...
He's likely aware, should be aware of the slave trade.
Yeah. He's missed some really big signs.
The implications that you're making. Just say it out.
Aren't going public.
Oh. Why?
Because then what reason would he have to step down?
Is there evidence to suggest that they are a part of this, gesturing towards like the stuff that you had brought in before and whatnot?
Not directly, just the implication of it.
Yeah. Without getting too into the weeds, because it would take actual hours. If he is a part of it, we can't prove that. But if he's not, then he missed catching some people who were very much so a part of it.
And I mean, if this was to go public, we all know we'd need more or less to find the manacles in his pockets to, convict him, so...
You say that snide remark. It says, there's more... never mind. So if you're saying they can... I want to see whatever evidence you have. Not now. You've done nothing... I'm going to trust you on this one. Because Colin is in danger. And I think getting you out of this town to help more people is the most... You can see he's like struggling with it because he doesn't like the idea of like effectively overlooking or not being diligent for the sake of like expedition. You know what I mean? He's like, he doesn't like it, but at the same time, you want literal fucking people being captured versus the bureaucracy, right? You can see like he's weighing over like what is more important, the literal fucking people or following the process here, because it could be more later on. And then he's just like, Okay, fine. But just show me whatever it is afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of look at the other two.
Yes.
Go.
We think that perhaps what was his name? Cullen might have a bit more time. I'll show you at least this latest correspondence. He'll hand him the letter that they had just gotten. Bad news for everyone else, though.
Oh, shit.
The evidence we have on Westwood is of a similar nature. It's things like this, correspondences that imply that people around him knew things, and he should have known, but nothing direct.
What date did you say that Cullen was grabbed? And Keegan, I can actually answer that for you because it was I think because the travel up, because you did not spend a whole extra day. So when you were in Forvin before you left, did you leave the next day, or did you leave 2 days later? The night that he was grabbed.
The next day.
Cool.
It was the next day.
2 days from there, the 15th, which means because today's the 27th, that was 12 days ago.
Damn.
Yeah.
So I'll tell him it was 12 days ago.
Oh, shit. If I traveled by ship the entire time, Cullen could be a part of this.
Yeah. It's not guaranteed, but he could be.
Shit.
Any
That's
way
why
to
we're
get
trying
there
to
in a
move quick.
day?
No.
I know.
Shit.
Like, at this point, we're just... Maybe we're a step behind, but we're trying not to fall further behind, you know?
Yeah. Damn it. Yeah, we definitely can't sit here and... We need to move. Fuck. I wish you... We need to move now.
Where can we find Alex?
Alex. Yeah, they I can show you the way to their estate. Follow me and I'll show you. Goes over and grabs his outdoor cloak or whatever it is. Grabs a couple items and then walks out the house, locks it behind him as he goes. And any walking and talking worth noting or no?
No, I don't
No,
think so.
I think Koa's still pretty quiet for him.
Yeah. Can I see that paper again?
Yeah, show it to him.
Yep. Looks it over and sees what's happening there. Yeah, I don't know. This is... It looks very upset. And then keeps walking while just, trying to think about whatever's going on. And so as you guys go there, says, okay, why don't you go in and see if you can find any details. Hey, listen, if you're making this kind of accusation, maybe you can find detail around when these trades happen, or if there's any degree of processing. He says, kind of like shrugging, maybe they're a bit more diligent like that. He says, almost like, with a thin degree of hope.
Yeah, we'll give it a try.
What are the chances if we show Gemsmith this letter, he'll just, really push to just show, to have this done?
He says he'll push, but I don't know if you've noticed. He always gets pushback. So if what you're saying is true, let's say what you're saying is true, yeah? Immediately, anything that Gemsmith's going to want to do, Curve Rock is going to fight against it. Instantly. Just because Curve Rock can and will. What Curve Rock does, others tend to follow suit. But then you also have Westwood. Westwood, who's clearly has an inclination, based off of what you're trying to tell me, to push against. I don't think you're going to get enough votes to push things to happen as quick as you want them to. Maybe one of Curve Rock's little puppets will fall in line, but it's not guaranteed.
Do you think Curve Rock is also bad?
There's like a moment where you can see he wants to say, you can see his body screaming yes, And then he's like, no, not like this. No.
Constable, you seem like a good man, which is why we trust you and are happy to continue working with you, but you can be honest with us. This town is a fucking mess. We need to know who we can and can't trust here.
In this matter, Curve Rock is just a dick. Has nothing to do with... I don't believe he would have anything to do with this. He's just...
Slowing down, stopping the slave trade seems like a bit beyond being a dick. Especially when one of his co-workers' sons is in the mix.
What you're saying makes sense if you're thinking on the immediate term. But these are people that have feuded with each other for decades. Decades of fighting with each other over the smallest things. Bitter rivals that have never let go of any of their anger along the way.
Well, then perhaps someone should grab them and shake the fucking fear into them so that they get their shit together.
He nods and he says, and hopefully Nathan can do that.
I'll do it.
We have no choice then, but now proceed with the political maneuvers of getting Westwood to resign.
Yeah, we have stuff for one guy right now.
This is getting ridiculous.
Well, perhaps you two should go to Westwood while I go and scare the living hell out of Curve Rock.
You don't want to do that.
Today I kind of quite do.
I think he does, but just come with us, Koa.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Call for the guard to arrest me? I'm working with them, right?
Not for that task.
Can you just look the other way one time so I can beat the shit out of some evil man?
We don't know. He just kind of waves it aside and says, well, I think he holding up the piece of paper and then, as evidence, he says, I think you know where one is. And then hands the paper back.
Very well. But if Curve Rock gets in the way, I'll not do anything.
Shakes his head. It's one of those things where, like, it's like when somebody comes in and just goes, why is Trump a problem? Just vote for somebody else. And you're like, no, I don't think you understand. Like, just, he just, what do you got? Like 325 million people, just have a lot of people. It's like, yeah, but even if he loses the popular vote, he can still become president. It's like, what? It's like you're trying to explain like something complex and like long-standing and archaic and makes no sense to somebody that just doesn't get it. And you're like,
right. And they're like, but that's stupid. And you're like, yeah, dude. But
the guy doesn't even use dog whistles. He's clearly like a misogynistic, sexist. Like nobody would vote for that, right? Listen, guy,
No, yeah, of course, you're right, bud. No worries.
It's
please stay there.
Never
change.
You're like, what is it, 71 million or 75 million? Like, what percentage of 325 is that? It's like that small of a percentage. Yeah, that's how small of a percentage, and it still happens. But either way, enough of a real life.
Snogger, don't say that.
Yeah,
We've done enough.
And so, yeah, and so it's like you can see that like hopelessness in him as he's trying to explain to somebody that just doesn't get red tape. And he's like, stay pure.
Well, there's red tape in the way. Cut it.
And then you can walk up to their house to speak with them. And so with a knock on the door, there's like a moment where there's a knock on the door from say Mikhail or whoever. And then I imagine like 2 seconds later, Koa walks up and does a proper knock on the door as somebody only with the level of aggravation that he has at the moment can, which is good news because otherwise it wouldn't have been heard. Like if the door was being knocked wasn't felt, it probably wouldn't have been heard. Anyways, so eventually the door opens up and you can see them standing before you, looking old as fuck. So let me close it real quick. So so Westwood is standing there before you. Wade, do me a favor, roll me because you're from here, so you might know this. Just roll me an intelligence check. You don't get nothing. So Westwood comes walking in. Opens up the door and sees the three of you standing there. They look old as fuck, and so they lean forward and they adjust the spectacles that they have on their face, and they say, "Oh, I think. Do I know?" Gesturing towards Aldo. "Do I know you?" "Ah, yes, you're the grocer's boy. That's right. Still working for your family, are you? I thought it was still Sorry Day. I didn't
Councilman
expect
Westwood,
groceries yet."
we actually have some very important news to share with you. It's a pretty important conversation. May we come in?
"Oh, it is the end of the week. We don't have important conversations. It is late in the day. It's midday. It's late in the day, and tomorrow's Hound's Day. Nobody works on Hound's Day."
And you're not
but
working
it's a
again.
special day
Congrats
today.
on your retirement.
I love that they both went to
can't
the
even-
same thing.
I can't even get words. I heard that.
Retirement? No,
That's
no,
good.
no.
Well, if you
Yes.
prefer, we can have this conversation here. So I'll start like pulling out some of the papers and like.
As you're
handing
doing
a
that,
few
I'm
to-
singing for "He's a Jolly Good Fellow" or whatever that song is. Hoping Koa joins in.
For they're a jolly good person. For they're a jolly good person.
As soon as you start
do
saying
that.
those words, Koa does not participate anymore because he's just pissed off. He's like, this guy's probably working for the slave trade. I'm not going to call him a good person.
Well,
so-
we need it's his retirement party, all right?
He's more
You gotta
likely
give
to
him
help the
something.
guy Kevorkian style than he is to sing to him.
Do you want me to like get all the way into the like RP of it, or
No,
you
no,
want
no.
me to
So,
tell you
so,
kind of
so,
the
so you
gist
start,
of
you
what-
start like not just reading things off. It's like maybe
No.
showing a piece of paper and be like, this links to this, links to this. We know what that means. Are we going to discuss this inside? And so eventually they go in. Now, as you said, Keegan, there was actually a perfect segue for what I was going to do next. I don't think this whole conversation even necessarily needs to be RP'd out. I think we can all kind of agree this for how you deliver this. We can settle this with a die roll. Now, this die roll can be done in a few ways. Intimidation. Sorry. You're going to have a lead, and you're going to have the other two aiding in some way or another. The person that's taking the lead, who are they? And are they using diplomacy or intimidate?
Probably
And
Mikhail
then-
because Koa's pissed off unless Aldo wants to do it.
Hold on. And then for those
Mikhail's
that are
leading.
backing up, are they assisting with diplomacy, intimidate, or something else? Convince me. So, I'm sorry, Wade, you were just saying something. Go ahead.
Well, if Koa's helping, he's using intimidate because he's in a bad mood. He's been in a bad mood all day, and it's only gotten worse.
Mhm.
So if he has to emphasize anything, it will be in a scary, ragey manner.
Yeah, and you can totally lead if you want to. That's direct. Sorry, anybody else be giving their point?
Oh yeah, I'm going to use bluff because I'm going to be making out like we've got more information even than we've got here.
rabbit hole's still deep?
We saw the letter that connects you to Cullen directly. We know that this wasn't a random collection. We know that you wanted to
Fantastic.
affect your competition.
Yeah, I dig it.
Can you dig it?
And then I'm gonna do diplomacy because what Mikhail's going to try to press is like basically like you missed these things. Look what you did. You should step down. Do the right thing for the city. You obviously can't. You obviously aren't up to snuff here. Like you need to do the right thing.
Who's
Actually, can I
primary?
just ride and just crush his neck between my thighs?
Who's primary? No, now I'm just imagining those videos of the ladies like crushing watermelons. At their thighs. Anyways, so now Jake is imagining his head as a water. No, so
All
you
right, we know
guys-
what you
both
have
push
open on
me
your
to
second
lead.
monitor, Scott. All right.
All right.
I'm not
right.
dumb enough to do that on the computer I'm streaming from.
You have a laptop.
That's on my phone.
Yeah.
Or my laptop. Yeah, right. Like, come on, boys. Let's be honest.
Brittany,
I think
swear
I'm
We're gonna
to
get a
God.
clip one day, and it's gonna be somebody on stream doing that. It's like Daelric tipped, Lost Initiative tipped. Some.
Oh, Jesus.
You're just gonna screenshot it and just replace my face with just some fucked up website or whatever.
So I'm sorry.
I'm not taking the lead.
Primary, secondary, tertiary. Who's doing what?
I think I'm primary.
Okay. Who's secondary?
Probably Aldo if he's bluffing.
Well, Aldo could just be throwing in a bunch of bullshit in the background, right?
You want to go secondary?
Or
Good
Aldo
cop,
can
bad
like
cop,
really spin the
liar.
story. I'm
You know what I
sorry.
mean?
I'm sorry, Jake. I'm speaking over you. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm more than happy to go tertiary.
I think Koa is too, because Koa right now is more so thinking about wanting to take out fucking Curve Dick or whatever his name was. So
Curve dick.
I forget his name already. Something was curved. I don't remember what part of him.
Cuntilla and Curve Dick, eh?
Something was curved, right?
They're all on queef.
You made these names. This is your world, dude.
How are all the names like this?
I did not have a Cuntilla or a curve dick. And there's no queef.
Really have no idea what the dude's name was. Counselor
I
Curve.
can't remember it now either.
When is Isaac being introduced?
Regardless.
But it's whether Aldo wants to step in or not. If Koa does, bad copy will.
Yeah, we'll go Mikhail, Aldo, then Koa then.
Yeah, I'll go tertiary.
So the tertiary person gets a -1 to their overall impacted roll, not the die roll, just the way you aid. I'll explain what that means later on. Keegan, sir, if you could please, I said your name backwards, like I was writing your name on a document. Could you please roll?
Oh, you want me to roll first? Okay. Yeah, I guess if I roll what I'll probably roll, then it won't matter.
Don't say that, man. We've had too many ones.
It's reverse psychology. Don't tell them.
Right.
Oh boy.
They heard.
This way, I call it Keef because it's spelled Keif, but considering people pronounce things Tief as teef, maybe Kei is meant to be Kaif. Maybe it's
All I
actually
think about
Kaif.
here, Keif.
If I let you-
Keebler elves, I keep thinking like their fucking cookies are just like the drugs of this place. It's the cute little Keebler elf cookies.
If I let you have another like uninterrupted intrusive thought just live on stream, will you let me re-roll that die?
I mean, no.
Okay, well, it's worth a
Do
shot.
you have
guys.
spells or special abilities or anything that makes you special?
We haven't leveled yet.
You're level 1.
You said that was after the 3 days. We're
Oh,
on, like, day
it's
2.
now. Now it's now that you are.
Oh,
Why is that? Is that number different?
I don't think so. my knowledge check earlier would have been.
Wait, can you use prestidigitation to clean up that number and make it look better?
I so wish.
Also, I don't know what word I just said, but yeah, you know what I meant to say. Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation. Okay. Wow.
Nope.
That's a good baseline.
Great start. Great start.
Yep. I had
Alright,
like
you want
bardic
me to roll?
performances and stuff,
Go
but
That is a +2 right there.
so it's 10. That's good.
Hee hee.
Boy. So
I'll
you,
beat you up.
so you come in trying to convince him with lies being spun, successfully, mind you, and a bit of intimidation thrown in there. And so after that, you spend some time doing this, and it's not even like a crazy amount of time. It's like maybe 15 minutes. And the only reason why it even takes that long is because they can't always hear you, right? And so finally, after like this 15 minutes, they finally look to you and they say, "Oh, I get it. I get what you're doing here. You're trying to intimidate me out of my position. I'll have you know, if you have evidence connecting me to this, show it to me. All you're showing is that perhaps, potentially, maybe, some of my associates have made poor decisions throughout their lives, business or otherwise. But that has nothing to do with myself and my own business endeavors, personal or in any other way, and it has no impact on how it is that I help in running the council here in Loshev. No. Now, why would I step down and subject myself to the wiles and whims of some weak-minded constable's loose dogs? No, I think they're right. You out-of-towners, that's what you are. You're dogs, and I won't be intimidated by you.
You ask for more evidence, connecting you directly, right? This isn't enough. Well, what if we had somebody in custody on their way from Hodgwen now? You know, Elliot, you seen him around town? Yeah, Elliot does a lot more than just want to buy property and, you know, get around being all flamboyant and stuff. Elliot has tracked down one of your conspirators with, and he points to a name here on one of the lists. He goes, with in regards to him, and we have direct testimony linking your business endeavors with theirs in exactly this trade. And then he brings up the letter and he says, "You see this? Picking up payment? Well, you know, Gemsmith's son's involved in this too, right?" We don't just have unfortunate business that you're involved in. And what does Adir... See, I am a newcomer, but what does Adir pride itself on? May I ask you that? Freedom.
Okay.
Freedom. Adir is all about freedom. And what do you think the majority of the people in Adir are going to do when they learn that one of the leaders of Loshev here is involved in the slave trade? The selling of people, taking away that freedom. I know the free folk wouldn't like it, would they, Koa? He nudges you. Taking of slaves in Adir. I mean, you are the free folk. Free folk of Adir.
Free is in the name.
Exactly. You see?
Mikhail's just like gritting his teeth.
This isn't Yvance. Okay? You aren't going to be looked on favorably. We are giving you one chance and one out. Otherwise, the people will do what the people do. And if you know what's going on in Yvance at the moment, even with Peridot moving in, you know what I mean? You know, things are not looking too great there.
This isn't Yvance. You're right. And this isn't evidence. You say you have some? Bullshit. In fact, I think that with the level of sloppiness you're trying to lay false accusations, I think that you probably use similar tactics in how it is you built your case against that poor guardsman sitting in his cell. I don't know. I'm questioning the caliber of people that are being used by this constable.
Mikhail, like, he kind of runs his hand through his hair once. He just goes, "Councilman, how did 3 out-of-town dogs find all of this information when you couldn't? You didn't know these contacts were dirty, but you say it has nothing to do with you? This is part of your job, to make sure these types of people do not touch this city."
Forgery. To answer your question, forgery. I'm not sure why it is you're trying to frame me, but I'll be damned if I'm going to be intimidated by the likes of you 3.
We're trying to inform you.
Enough of this. Scott, I'm going to rage.
Wade, I'm sorry. Are you fatigued?
I'm not.
Well, it's been a long and trying day. It's been really exhausting, you would say, overall.
Fuck yourself.
But at this moment, he has rolled nothing. He's not exhausted.
Well, that's fair. Did you drink coffee?
It's like fucking noon.
Did you drink coffee at the because I don't know if you didn't have that coffee.
You can fuck yourself.
You rage.
It's like 11 a.m., bro.
You rage. You guys didn't wake up till 11. No, but wait, you rage. It's probably like 4.
Whatever's nearby, like a table or whatever it is, Koa just like smashes with his hand and grabs the councilman and like just shoves him up against the wall.
Well, the wise one rolled a nat 20, but why don't you go ahead and roll me a strength check? Make sure you're raged.
I'm raged.
Make sure you're not fatigued.
Not fatigued.
Go ahead and roll me a strength check. I want to see it turn red. Oh,
No.
too bad. Yeah, so you grab that. You said you slam the table first. So you slam that table, and the table is older than the counselor is, and so the counselor is, so the table actually has like a proper crack in it. Then you grab the counselor, which strength check satisfies the CMB or whatever. Grab them, and you slam them up against the wall as hard as you can. And like when you do that, because you're slamming like a hard, heavy slam, yeah.
This is like put him up against the wall and like kind of lift him up. The idea is not to like crack his head open, but it's to like move with force and to show him I mean business.
Okay, so but I understand that's not your intention. However,
I'm raging. I understand there might be damage.
yes, also your strength, and they are venerable. So give me 1 second to look something over. Oh, that's actually
Did
one
you
of
actually roll their maximum lifespan? Were they just dead when we got here?
yeah, that's right. That's right. They
Their
they were
skin falls
already
off and
dead.
the cockroaches underneath are like, oh shit, we're exposed.
It's like, yeah, he doesn't respond to your argument because he's a corpse. Why don't you guys come here to talk all that shit?
So the
The
counselors
whole
have
council's been dead.
the counselors have constitution scores of like generally speaking 4 to 6. So I'm gonna go
Yeah.
ahead and roll a die roll over here real quick.
Just killed the counselor.
He's like a level 2 aristocrat or
I'm
something.
not using my
He
whole
doesn't
total
have
to
dice.
die.
He's venerable, so he's gonna have
He has
a
one hit
minus
point, doesn't
two.
he?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I just
He has
killed
one
him.
fucking hit point, doesn't he? He's got like a net total of 7 HP to be killed.
Uh-oh. Well, it's been fun, boys, but I'm gonna go hang out with Dan.
He's got literally 7 damage before he's just dead.
You slam them against the wall, and they
Oh my
hit
God.
hard.
5
Okay?
to 7.
It's like up against the wall. What do you say or do?
People are being sold into slavery, and you speak with all this bullshit. Step down, or we will force you down, like the dog you are.
Roll me another intimidation check, Wade. This time you get a +4 to it. Make sure you apply it to your sheet. Does that include the +4?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you do that, you slam up against the wall. They go. Fine. Fine.
I let him go, and I step back, but I am still clenched, and like, there's probably a look of just like, I don't know, feral animal on Koa's face. He looks fucking livid.
Do it.
I'll walk over to him and help him up. What do you need to sign to make this official?
After you help them up, then they brush you aside. Like they go roll their shoulder, push you away, but after you help them up, and you hear, my desk, the left bottom drawer, third file.
Go retrieve that.
Looks to Aldo and says, that shelf there, the quill. He actually goes and gets it. Aldo's like a 30-year-old human. He's like, what are you fucking errand boy? He's like, fine. Goes over, you get the quill. It's a nice quill. Like you're like, that was actually a nice quill.
When he says, fine, I'm going to stop raging. I don't know how long that was, but...
Probably 2 rounds, so you're fatigued for 4 rounds afterwards. So you're just kind of like out of breath, out of focus, however you want to, portray it in your mind. But back to you, Keegan. You go over, you open up the drawer. Nope, not that drawer. You go down. They were wrong by which file, by 1, whatever. And you go and you open it up, and you can see there is already a drafted letter of resignation. It looks like it was probably drafted a while ago. Like they had prepared this a while ago.
So I take it out and say, "You thought about it." And I just put it down on the table.
They go to make their way over there, but they definitely have to part way over, stop, and lean on something to do so, and start making their way over to start making their way over. And when they eventually get to the desk, they slump hard against the desk, and wait for Aldo to come over with the quill.
Yeah, he does.
You give him the quill, and he starts trying to open the ink vial to try to like fill the quill with the ink that's in there, but he's clearly fumbling and short of breath. What's up?
Like anytime he starts doddering or fumbling, I'll just do whatever for him. So I'll open the quill or the ink with the quill.
Open the quill. He goes over, and the first thing he does is he goes down and he dates the paper, and he writes the proper date of where it is down at the bottom, and then you can see he's like as he's trying to go and sign his name on it, and he starts to falter and like literally stumbles down to like a knee and actually hits like an elbow hard on the way down as he's like barely like kneeling. I imagine if somebody's nearby, you can want to like.
I would say Mikhail would catch him probably because he's trying to make sure he gets through this.
Yeah, and
Koa will not.
Yeah, catch him and you try to like hold him up or whatever, and you can hear like he's really struggling for air, and because of that, his hand is shaking, and it looks like he's trying to get over to where to sign it, but he's really shaking.
I guess I help him along however I can.
Yep.
Yeah, Aldo's just like, if you smash one more thing, you might finish him off.
So
Koa
yeah,
just kind of glares in Aldo's direction. He's still like, he's like panting a little bit, but like he still has that same just like out of control facial expression.
Yep. By this point, you can imagine the fatigue is over, if you will, Wade. But yeah, still obviously.
Pissed.
So anyways, he's like and then it looks like he's almost choking.
Really?
Oh my god, I know what's happening.
May the gods never forgive you for your involvement in this. And Koa will step out front.
Did he finish signing the thing?
He never signed it. He dated it, but he never got to sign it.
Well, is there anything in his back?
In his back?
Yeah. Or like, is he bleeding? Anything like that that's obvious? I don't have any heal training.
Nothing external.
Yeah, I figured.
So it's the time is
brain
frozen.
is stalling.
It's not like yeah. Your brain is stalling. Your character's not, right? Time is frozen. All of a sudden you realize like, oh shit, he looks like he's choking, and I'm not hearing air come in at the moment.
So yeah, he'll just go. He'll just say out loud, "Aldo, he's not breathing." And I walk over, and I guess I try to check to see if I can figure out what's wrong with him, but I'm not trained. So
Lack of breathing is definitely going to be a factor.
well, I mean,
constable
yeah, that's
still
the
with us?
symptom.
The constable led you there, but didn't stay because they're
didn't wait
not
outside or
supposed to be a
anything,
part
he's
of
just
this. Huh?
He didn't wait outside or anything. He's just gone.
No. Would have walked you to, not even directly to the house. Would have walked you and like pointed out at it in a distance or said which one it was. Like, take two lefts and just to not be this associated with the accusation you're about to levy on this person. It would look weird if the counselor was a part of that, right?
that
Aldo
would
just
look
says,
weird.
check his airways.
Help! I'm gonna try to stabilize him.
Well, I was gonna say,
Like, stick your finger in his mouth. See if you can feel an obstruction.
God damn it! Like, yeah, try to like get his mouth open and see if he's got like blood or if his like airways closed or whatever.
Yeah. So you try to see that, and you don't notice anything up there. More than likely, obviously, your character can try to roll a heal check. None of you guys are probably trained in medicine, so you might not fully understand. But more or less, like, you probably slammed him hard enough against the wall with how brittle he is that it likely cracked a rib. Now, a cracked rib wouldn't immediately be able to kill somebody, but if it causes enough tightness of the muscles around there, of everything around there because of the pain and trying to breathe, that he doesn't have enough strength, or they, sorry, don't have enough strength to continue breathing outside of the pain, the wincing or whatever, the contractions, that's likely what's happening, but that's in the meta. Your characters wouldn't really know that.
Yeah. The characters know he's just not breathing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, it could be something more drastic. I mean, even in chat, Tesh is suggesting a crushed lung, something like that could happen from literally the muscle itself. You know, like...
But if he dies, we don't need him to retire.
It's true. You would not need them to retire.
We wouldn't. We would have been the last people seen with him, though.
He was just so taken aback by the allegations. He fell and hurt himself and died.
I mean, we're going to have to spin it if he fucking dies. So, I mean, do you want me to roll a heal or just, like... Because I can't...
Could be
in character, like, I can't
Totally
just, like, say stuff. Because, like, the character wouldn't know modern medical concepts and stuff that are common knowledge to us.
Yeah, Aldo runs outside and gets Koa. He just opens the door and he's like, Koa, he's dying.
And?
He doesn't yell it, he says it to him.
Is that not alright?
We need his signature. We can't have him die with us. I'm not saying this laughing, but at the same time,
Right.
It's like he's like, do you want to spend a couple of nights in jail? You know what I mean? We're already on a tight limit.
A couple nights for the murder of a councilman? Yeah.
He'll just hand you the health potion and say, if you absolutely must.
Oh.
God.
Don't let Scott do this to you. Just let the fucker die.
He hands it to Aldo and lets Aldo decide.
Aldo looks at you and he's like, I think he's choking. I was going to ask you to do like the Heimlich maneuver, but I suppose.
You want me to
Crush
come
the rest
try
of his
to
ribs. We tried
Heimlich
to save
him?
him.
I don't know. He's going to crush the ribs. I think he's choking.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I look at you and you look all sad and dejected, I guess.
Koa will walk in and Koa will follow you and he'll hand you the health potion and you're like, I think he's choking. And he's like, how do we stop that?
I don't know. Mikhail stuck his fingers in his throat and doesn't seem to be anything there. He walks over and just hands
breathe,
you
you
the
stupid old fucking bird.
Scott, what is it to try to stop him from choking? Heal check?
I mean, the heal check won't help because, you know, you're going to try to do the
choking.
Heimlich maneuver on...
We have no supplies and training and
Yeah. No training, no supplies, no anything. A heal check, unfortunately, I don't know will assist you in this.
Well, we could try it, and if it doesn't help, then we can make a decision, right?
Sure, go ahead and make your heal check for how to... you roll a 13 to...
Is he healed?
Is he being aided?
Yeah, technically speaking, somebody can aid. We did it before.
Yeah, you're gonna aid him, right, Aldo?
Aldo
Yeah,
uses
I was
the potion.
telling him he needs to do that thing.
I did the
Heimlich?
thing.
Yep.
Aldo, I think you broke his rib. You might have killed him.
I never touched him. I'm sitting there pointing at you. That's my heal check.
So
I
at this
handed
point-
you the potion, Mikhail.
Oh, like by that point, like while you guys are trying to figure him out, Mikhail is like pulling open the other drawers and stuff and looking for more shit with his signature on it. Fuck, no, this! And he's just like piling stuff with his signature onto a desk.
There's absolutely things with their signature on there. But funny enough, you know the Heimlich maneuver? I've worked with way too many restaurant, like, certified, different CPR and Heimlich certified peoples that literally think it's called the Heimlich remover. And I've worked with people like in their 30s, 40s, 50s that are like, yeah, you got to do the Heimlich remover. And I'm like, what? Anyways, back to the game. So,
Also,
yeah,
if
you
he's
absolutely
choking,
I don't
can
have the
we
health
even
potion
give him a
anymore.
potion?
I gave it to Aldo, who gave it to you, so it's in your hands.
But so no, Mikhail stepped away. So I think it's Aldo still has it. Mikhail went over
Yeah.
and was grabbing examples of signatures. So Aldo would probably at this point get up like when that's not working, like, oh fuck, and then go to give the potion to Mikhail, but sees Mikhail grabbing, a bunch of signed documents out of the desk.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we're giving the potion.
He's like a little
Damn it,
panicked.
dude. I've had 3 of these and we've used them all on fucking scumbags.
Can we even give a dude who's choking a potion? Does that work?
It's not necessarily a matter of choking, but you're going to give the potion. You can go ahead and click and see if it was a good one.
Like, it doesn't matter.
Fucking god damn it. I'd rather be accused of murder at this point.
Where the it's here.
Remember, if you
Every potion we've got, every
middling.
potion you've been given.
middling. Okay. So you are you do the
Could have
potion.
at least finished
And-
signing the damn document, bro.
It repairs the injury well enough that finally, after like a significant amount of time goes by, all of a sudden you hear.
I start putting the documents that I took out back.
Sloppily,
Very
as quick
quickly.
as you can. Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't think you even have. Oh, is it linguistics? It's not forgery.
It's linguistics,
anymore.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which I am trained in.
Yeah, that's funny. It's funny. God, if you rolled well on that post session, I want to see how good that is.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to the game. So, why don't we? You give the thing and eventually start breathing, and they open up and they look at you and like, and they see who leaning over them. Who had fed the potion? Was it Aldo?
Yep.
Yeah.
They assume Aldo was the one that saved them medically, and they look at you and they say, "Thank you, thank you, saving an old codger like me. Thank you." And they catch their breath for another minute or so before finally, you can help them back up to their feet.
Yeah, I do. I sit him down in the chair and then I push the paper in front of him.
Okay. And you push the paper in front. They look down at it, and they look up at you, and they say, "I'll sign. I will. I'll sign it, and I'll deliver it today. But you still don't have..." And it's like breathing is too hard for them to continue saying, So they sign the document, and they lean down. They do sign the document. They take an extra... Do you guys stick around for me to continue narrating, or do you guys just turn and leave after that?
Mikhail,
I
wants
want to
it.
know what he
sticking
was
around.
saying.
Done. Yeah.
They take another 2
You
minutes.
still
or
don't
so
have what?
to catch their breath. Oh, they were just telling you still don't have, and then they couldn't continue talking.
Yeah.
And so after 2 minutes or so catching their breath, eventually, if somebody's willing to help them up, they'll get to their feet.
Nope.
Yeah, Mikhail would do it because he doesn't want that to even cross to possibly needing to be Koa.
Yep. They'll look to Aldo and nod to the others and say, "Will you guide me to the hole?"
Of course. I'll guide him to the hole.
The other two don't have to join on if you don't want to.
Oh no, we're sticking by. If I get another chance to,
Yeah,
throw this thing at a
I
fucking
will.
Wall, I'll be
I
there.
give them a look like, please. I don't want to get there and then just be surrounded by guards because this guy just starts talking shit.
So, anyways, you guys get led over, and you're guiding over to the hall or what have you, and eventually go in, and you can see that actually the only person still inside there, by the time they get back, is High Councilman Rook, and so they walk up to Rook and they say, "Oh fuck, I'm missing a name here. I'm missing a name
Rook's
here.
in his house. Hold on, what?
No,
we
the
fast-forwarded.
hall.
The actual council hall.
Yeah, council. Oh, sorry, town hall, not the hall of
Yeah.
their house.
Not
so
just the hallway. Yeah.
Walk up,
Oh,
and,
okay.
and
So
when Rook
we're
sees them
just letting this guy
across
go
town.
to this.
Yeah,
I thought we were
across-
interrogating him before he left his house. We're just
That's
letting
why.
him go?
That's why Aldo is saying
Okay, I
Sorry,
thought we
guys.
were gonna keep pushing. Now that he's all signed, I thought it was okay, let's push him now before we go.
push for what?
Oh,
Confession
for,
of more bullshit.
Oh, I already said to Aldo, you still don't have enough, and then couldn't keep talking. More or less, if you do push, they say that they'll just grow dour, and more or less start getting obstinate, they might not hand in that document.
So
There
we're
are
just
3
doing
more
the thing we
walls
can
in this
do right
room.
now.
And we're out of potions.
You say that, but it is a conversation about their name. So they actually grab the document and start crumpling it in there one-handed. Now they're feeble. So, and it's a thick piece of parchment. So
I know how to play this
Take it away.
perfectly. I step in between them and I say, "You will not harm this man." And I'm looking at Koa and I'm winking at him and I'm being like,
please.
Yes. Aldo, please don't do anything drastic.
Yeah, just relax. We're all on the same side here.
I can't let you harm this esteemed gentleman.
Yeah, of course. No, we understand. Just
I'll wait outside.
Yes, get out of here.
that's delivered so flat too. Yes. Get out of here.
And Aldo then turns back. He like puts his hand on the shoulder. He's like, "Don't worry, you'll be okay."
Thank you. Thank you.
And then I straighten out the document.
Then I strangle him.
hand it back.
And then you guide them all the way to town hall, where the other two will follow, but from a distance. From a distance. Oh. When you get to town hall, you see the only person that's there is High Councilman Rook, and so they go walking across. They walk up, and Nicholas takes a moment. So the High Councilman Rook takes a moment to like adjusting their spectacles to see who's approaching, and then they walk up and they say, "Nicholas, it's time," and they put the document down. And Rook looks down at it and looks up
Excuse me.
and says, "Do I even need to read this?" And there's like a moment of like just like making eye contact and then slowly shaking the head and saying, It's time." And Rook responds saying, "Very well. That does impact things. Tomorrow's Ounds Day. We're not supposed to hold meat on Ounds Day." And Westwood says, "There's tradition." "Very well. We'll call council to see who is interested in taking seats. And if anybody has any eligible sponsors." Aldo, roll me an intelligence check, because you're the one that's in there. The others are waiting outside.
The 7.
I got nothing for you.
Yep.
Cool. And Westwood says, "Well, not my business anymore." Looks to Aldo and says, "Would you mind helping me back?"
Of course.
And you turn and start walking out. And Rook says behind, something, but you can't really make it out. "'Cause he talks like this." So you can't really make it out.
Could,
So I say, looking good, counselor. And I'm bluffing. I want to know if he actually thinks that I think he's looking good.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So just so we know, tomorrow this is going to be in effect. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, God. No! Nice. Cool. Do you walk this counselor all the way home, or do you let them take over their own volition after a while?
Since we didn't
No,
know
I
this,
will.
Could we have searched his house while you guys were gone?
Yeah, you could have gone
you
back there.
you were following with them, so
You said that. I didn't say that.
you said that originally,
I
and you
said I
said that
stepped
you'll stay
outside.
outside. Yeah.
Whenever they were talking inside the house, his house. I didn't follow them to the town hall.
So you're gonna flip their house while they're not even there?
Mikhail was already going through documents.
Mikhail was trying to forge a document.
I'm just saying I could look
Still.
through while they're gone real quick and see if I can find anything that is hard evidence.
I, as a DM, am not telling you no. I am confirming this is the action you want to take.
Yeah, I know about how long this guy fucking, the pace he moves, I probably have 20, 30 minutes.
You got time. It's not like a carriage was called or anything, right?
I'm not gonna do like an hour-long search. Just like let's look some places that seem like you might hide
Yeah, we'll make this
something.
relatively quick. Mikhail,
Yeah.
what are you doing then?
When they step
well,
away,
if
Koa
he's-
will tell you what he's gonna do, so you are aware what he's thinking of doing.
I mean, yeah, if that's what you're doing, he'll probably help just to make it go quicker because it is like, yeah, you don't want to get caught doing that.
Roll your perception checks.
I would say we spend what, maybe how long is it to the hall from here? We assume for that guy, or
You're
even for
not,
us.
you're
Mustn't be far because this dude ain't making the walk.
You're
Like, we're not searching the
entirely-
whole house. We're searching like the study he was in. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Right?
You're not entirely sure of the time, though. It's not like you know this town super well or where things are located, but you're pretty confident you get 10 minutes plus until they get there, 10 minutes plus till they get back. You know, but
Sure. So we'll look around for like 10 minutes, then try to put things back to make it look like it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
go ahead and roll me a perception check followed by a sleight of hand.
Oh boy.
I didn't do a very good job of putting things back. Maybe Mikhail will clean that up for me.
Checks out.
Got an 18, looking for shit.
That's right. You rolled sleight of hand first. It's funny. Anyways, so
didn't.
Mikhail does a better job cleaning up the mess that they make, that he made along the way, than he did actually finding anything of value. Specifically for you, Koa, though, you actually do find a few more updated documents of some of the details kind of going along here. Suggestions for different. Just what I'm looking for. Sorry. Documents for suggesting like correspondence with these, with other business people, other individuals. Two of the papers you find in total, again, a couple more, are going to be of the names that you're like, hey, wait, and you go and you compare to what Mikhail has. You're like, these are more correspondences with the names that are there. Again, nothing that is incriminating. If you were to steal these documents, you would just add it to the pile of other shit that you already have. But otherwise, again, it's nothing directly incriminating. Nothing there is. But you do come across this one book that you grab it. You just by chance you grab it, you open it up, and you're leafing through, and kind of something catches your eye as you're looking it over. It's actually, there's a chapter in the book that you're looking at, and it literally talks about as like a chapter within a book of somebody else talking about how it is. The overall book doesn't matter unless your character's really looking into it. But the chapter is about encoding certain messages naturally inside of correspondences. It's literally a chapter out of a random book that your character happened to grab. And when you look, you're like, what the fuck is this? And so you're just kind of like leafing through and looking at it. And one of the things that it actually says in there, one of the things that catch your attention, is it refers to, this is an important detail. The author, and this is confirmed by Mikhail, the author is Perrin, so Paradel. Okay? Back to the detail. One of the details in there is it talks about when referring to timelines, it's always best to ensure that the relevant parties understands them, but they're more obscure to others that may be involved. An example given is when referring to a timeline by, say, the end of month, perhaps you should refer instead to the phases of the moon Awalin instead. So refer to the phases of the moon Awalin instead. In which case, the end of a month would be a new moon.
Koa will show this to Mikhail and like quickly tell him what it is. Do you think this book can help us find more in these messages?
Yeah, or at least to understand them a bit better. So when would be the next new moon?
For Awalin, it'd be a week from tomorrow.
So if I'm understanding that correctly, that means we might actually have a week from tomorrow before the end of the month happens, according to that last paper we saw.
How long
Correct.
does it take to ride to Hot Gwyn?
You actually would know this better than he would. He's not from here. You
Yeah,
are.
I don't know.
You know that if you on your quality steed rode hard, you might be able to get there in a week. Maybe. You alone riding hard with your
What about
steed.
by water?
But by boat, that's downriver. You can definitely pull that off.
I can get there on Nightstorm on horse, maybe, in a week. But riding on a boat downriver, we could definitely make it in time that way.
Good. Okay. Holy shit.
Should we
Did we
keep
just
this
find
book
good
to see if
news?
we can find more information out of this? Do we steal it?
You know what? Yeah, we do. Let's put everything else back. We're stealing that fucking book.
I'm gonna keep those messages too.
Sure. The two messages and grab that book to see if you can work through it. Awesome. And you do exactly that. And put everything back to the best of your ability with your checks that you have there. And eventually you go to I imagine, are you even going to wait outside the house or anything?
Probably walk toward the meeting place just to let Aldo know that we're gonna go back to speak to the constable, maybe real quick.
Yeah. Because we're going to drop the stuff off to him.
Sure. So you said you're waiting for Aldo or no?
We walk to find Aldo, like walking back.
Yeah.
Tell him
Gotcha.
that we're gonna go to meet us with the constables. I'll tell the fuck to have a nice retirement, very sarcastically, and then leave.
What did he say?
I think you said happy birthday. I don't. Is it your birthday today?
No, that was 2 months ago.
No, it's woefully out of date.
That boy has anger issues. He should get a proper walloping. In my day, I would have
think
done
you
it
should.
to him.
I bet you would have.
A good whipping or two would teach him right.
Dude, try it, please.
Whipping, eh? Interesting.
Raylene, please let him try.
You drop off the counselor, and then you go rejoin them. But the two of you are going to go and see the constable first. You approach, and Tariq is you knock on the door, and he's awake, and he seems a bit jittery, and he's like, "Oh,
He's been at the cave. Is he scratching?
no." So he sees a bit jittery from all the coffee specifically. Opens the door and says, "Oh, back so soon. I imagine it went poorly."
He's resigned.
What?
And we might have stolen a few things from him.
What?
What?
Well,
here's the documents that I got. So start
it's a
handing
book that shows some way of decoding messages and some other messages that he had that seemed to correspond to the slave trade, and I felt it was in our best interest to look them over to see if what we could discover. Part of the discovery is that perhaps we can still make it to stop this sale from going down, because end of the month actually means next new moon. Here, look. He'll open the book to the passage he's referring to.
Just like somebody who's very hopped up on coffee, a bit jittery, and so moving around a little bit while looking over the details or whatever it is. Definitely capturing them, the details, but maybe missing some of the depth to it. But either way, the high raiders, by the way. But back to the so when that happens, sir, they sorry. So when that happens, the sorry, I just got distracted by the rating bit. When that happens, the looking it over, reading over the details, and says, "Holy shit! Seriously, has a decoding book in their office?"
Yes, that's why I figured if you want to arrest me for stealing it, you can, but there are lives at stake, so I thought that more important than an old man's criminal rights.
I mean, listen, I'm just happy that you actually got them to resign. That was I honestly didn't expect that would happen.
Almost didn't need the resignation.
Yeah, he got a little wobbly in there, but he pulled through.
You didn't assault him. You didn't assault him, did you?
He's
No,
just
he's
old.
fine.
Okay.
Both answer a little too quickly.
Looks after you for a second, decides not to ask too many questions at the moment.
I like this guy. I wish he would be on the council, man. He's my favorite so far.
He's been pretty cool.
Him and Phil's family.
And then
No, don't! He's gonna kill him now. Well, it was nice, Tariq.
and so he says, well, this is going to require a degree of, wait, tomorrow's Holland's Day. If the council is going to be replaced, that means it has to be tomorrow. This works perfectly. Then
Good.
then I suppose I need quill and parchment. I have to draft my yeah, all right. Yeah, give me a moment. And he goes over to his desk and he sits down. And Keegan, you actually, Mikhail, you actually are watching him start to draft this document. And he goes through, makes a mistake, crumbles it up, tosses it to the side, goes through, does it a second time, crumbles up, tosses it to the side. And I imagine before he puts quill to parchment the third time, you choose to step in.
Like, do you want some help with that?
Go ahead and roll me a linguistics check, sir.
Alrighty.
91.
Bro.
I hereby think
With
that
the-
Westwood should be the next councillor. Mikhail, what have you done? He's back.
Oh, you wanted it in Perrin.
It comes out perfectly. You don't write it, obviously. You
Yeah.
wax lyrical, right? Like you flavor it well, the words to it, so on and so forth, everything in there, and he writes it. And at the end, like, you know, he signs and dates and everything. He's like, oh, I almost believe that. He's like, yeah, I almost can't believe that I'm the one that wrote this. This is, oh, maybe one day you'll find yourself sitting on a council with a couple of old codgers.
Oh, gods, don't wish that on me. I just helped you out.
He stands up and says, sure, it happens to the best of us. Well, I should probably go and deliver this to the council. Thank you.
Of course. Oh, do you know a good way to secure a boat downriver quickly? I mean, not today. Maybe tomorrow afterward.
Yeah, actually, so the two that work the docks most often, well, you know who they are. But since one is behind bars, the other, despite being suspended, owes a few favors at the moment. So have her help you out.
We'll need room for 3 and a horse.
I'm sure we can arrange that.
Sweet.
3 and a horse, right?
Yes.
Good man.
There's no donkey.
No.
No donkey.
And so from this point, because we're going to end the session, we're an hour over. Because we're going to end the session, why don't we just do a small jump cut here? The next day, the council has to convene early in the morning, and they have a long deliberation that they do. And at the end of the their meeting, which happens around noontime, they accept the details around, like they accept Nathan as being a counselor. The counselor gets to make their first, order or the first call of business, which generally speaking, the first call of business is usually to adjourn the day because it's on Allen's Day. But instead of doing that, what he calls forward is for the case of Dan to be played out, which takes, a few hours, but all of the evidence put forward and all of the counselors there are furious that they're doing this on what's supposed to be their day off. And so when
Aldo's also wearing Dan's clothes, just letting you know.
are you
Yeah.
all wearing Dan's clothes?
Or he is.
I don't think Koa is.
He
Unless
wasn't able to
Aldo
convince
really
us.
convinces him.
Aldo is going to stealth into their rooms and take all their clothes and just leave those clothes there.
Not that Koa pays that much attention, so honestly, if you did put them on Koa's things, he might slip them on and not realize it.
He tries to.
Okay. So with the level of evidence that's there, and the fact that all of them just want this to be over quick, it's open and shut enough for them that they just, before even, like, they just, yes, lock them up, lock all this up,
Wearing
et cetera, et
Dan's
cetera.
clothes.
The first place I'm looking for my clothes is Aldo's room.
Too bad. They're in, what's her name's room? Trinity's room.
Oh, what? Oh.
No, it's not going in there. Anyway, moving on. So the first order of business is to call that there, and they all want to push it through quick enough that they actually adjourn it that day. As we end the session, I do have one more important detail to cover. You also do learn as you're called into the hall to be a part of this, that as they start the whole proceedings this day, that there is very sad and unfortunate business. It seems as though it was very timely, must have been keenly aware of their own mortality, that they went ahead and they put together this documentation, because unfortunately, of natural causes, while sleeping in the evening, Councilor Westwood apparently didn't survive.
Are you kidding me?
The internal
We didn't have to do any of that.
No, the internal wound was too much. When they went to bed at night, they were able to continue.
What internal wound? He had magical healing.
Absolutely to heal a few health points, but there was a heavy wounds there. So, but the good news is you
was a will
watched
found.
So the
them.
gods were
Right.
watching.
You watched them walk in. They watched them walk in and hand over the parchment in their own handwriting themselves. Like, all evidence shows that it was of their own volition. There's no foul play. There's no open case.
Yeah, I guess they can't now turn around and be like, that guy beat me up.
Yeah.
This was signed under duress.
Or someone else killed him.
So,
Yeah.
but either
Who's Dan?
either way, with that news, all that resolution, so on and so forth, as early as the 28th, as early as Alden's Day, your characters can leave that evening if you are going on foot. Or we'll discuss the other details next session. I have to rename the session for the boss.
Yeah, we could get a boat today. I want the boat today.
Yeah, we're going to do boat.
Because I get you a boat
again,
tomorrow.
I get you can't necessarily. It's not just one of those things like, and our boat is leaving now. It's like you have
Sure
to
as
actually
fuck
charter.
is.
Huh?
It sure as fuck is.
Yeah.
The hero of Loshev deems it so.
Well, hold on. Wait. How much money are you willing to spend on that?
How much
Next
money does
session.
John want to spend? Counselor to save your son.
Come on.
That's a fair point. But
But also, they said they'd take care of it, so, you know.
oh, aren't you guys owed a certain amount of gold for having killed?
Yes.
Okay. I think 2 came back alive. Yeah.
Yep.
It was, what was it, 2
It's 4
gold
gold
and
total.
1 for each person brought back alive, so it should be 4 gold.
Yeah. 4 total. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah.
Cool.
Which means I earn 1 gold and Aldo earns 1 gold. Because I split my...
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we can split the other stuff we found up later, right?
I just
Yeah.
wrote it in my notes that we found a coin bag. I didn't split that up at all.
Yeah, I just did the same.
Cool. All right, gentlemen. We ran really late.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
gotta.
did.
We
I
gotta
appreciate it. I
go.
don't have
So
anything tomorrow, so this was great for me.
what was that?
Thanks, guys. I have nothing tomorrow. I get to sleep in, so this was great for me. Thank
Go
you, guys.
fuck yourself.
So happy for you.
I've been
God,
up,
I can't wait to not get up till like after noon tomorrow.
I have a
It's
brand new
fantastic.
baby, and every day I have to get up and get my daughter ready for school.
They do have condoms, Scott. This is your fault.
I mean, do you marry
a little
people who
late
use
for that,
condoms? Is that a thing?
Also, win the lottery, you fucking poor person. Why do you need to work?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I should do that.
Yeah. Duh.
Make a lot more sense than what I'm doing.
Stop being poor.
On the bright side, if I did play the lottery in Massachusetts, we use the lottery to fund our education system. That's why it's so good.
Oh, that's cool. Scott, do the outro.
Hi, everybody. Bye, everybody.
What do you mean, hi?
Hey, everyone,
Vegan.
welcome. We're just going to go ahead and start next week's session now.
Keithan,
Dude, if I didn't work tomorrow, I'd be like, fuck it, let's do it.
Keithan, anything? I said almost like Keithan. Keithan,
Keithan?
anything?
Ethan,
Anything exciting
Keithan?
going on?
is that me?
Queefin?
I have to pee. Don't make me
Yeah.
laugh.
Next week will be fun over on the Unnatural Ones channel, the twitch.tv/unnatural_1s. The same time frame. We usually don't go an hour over, but we usually go over a little bit. I just got to do a really cool villain thingamajig and left off on a cliffhanger. Like, Scott, you'll appreciate this. I have a villain in that campaign that the party has encountered 3 times without them killing it, and just got to do like the full mask off moment. Yeah, it was dope.
Well, wait,
So-
knew it was the villain?
Like, they knew of the villain, but he's like a master of disguise dude, so he kept encountering them as like a house guard, and then another person, and then they talked to him at when they thought someone was going to attack their like little home base thing. They thought he was like a homeless dude, and they let him in, out of the rain. And one of the PCs told him where like his cottage was. He's like, "Yeah, you can go out there and work." And that'll be honest work. So he went out to the cottage and like trapped a bunch of their friends in it, and he's starting to burn it down if they don't give him something that he wants.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
it's
Is his
cool.
name
Yeah, to have, like,
Tyler?
the full like no,
Oh, okay.
no.
That's
it was
funny.
dope.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So we left off on that cliffhanger. So they have a week to figure out how they want to handle that.
It's always fun fucking with PCs. It's always
Yeah.
fun fucking with, especially when you like give them things and those things become requirements to move the story along in the exact trajectory they want it to. It's like you could choose for the story to progress the way you want it to, or the way that it does on its.
So I get to be forever fatigued, and I'm never allowed to have a health potion.
You were fatigued by choice today. You threw a temper tantrum and you got tired.
Well, we rolled shittily, and I wanted to get shit done. Time's of the essence. I'm tired of sitting here.
Dude, it
fucking
worked
around.
out, man.
This is like Mortifer, man. I had to sit here and listen to bureaucratic bullshit all day. Yeah, my fucking barbarian's a little antsy.
All right, cool.
It's more impactful for the barbarian to rage than the bard.
Maybe next session you have to swing by an apothecary and buy some healing potions just so you can have some on hand before you go.
I don't know if we can even afford it with all the money we've made. Aren't they fucking like 6 gold or something?
There's like 4 to 6 gold apiece, and you guys have a bunch of gold now, so it's possible. But let's get to the next person in the outro. Jake, anything exciting?
No, not really.
Okay,
Same old.
awesome. Wade,
Tractable.
you are, but can you please do the outro?
Lost the initiative. Out.
Oh, do we add the money to our sheets now? Like, did we actually get paid?
Yeah. All that stuff would have been resolved there, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I added my 2 gold. Are you gonna add your 1?
Yep, I did. It's
I'm
added
debating
now.
on whether I add this 5 gold to my character sheet to make up for all the fucking health potions I've used, or if I share it with you all.
I mean, to be fair, those weren't health potions you earned.
Yes, they were. Fucking escorted a family through the goddamn woods. Went and avenged one of their death by killing a bandit. Fucking earned every penny.
I maybe you and I have different definitions of earned.
Earned. You know, Scott, you were told what you're going to get paid by going to work. You go to work, you expect to get paid, but they told you you're going to get paid. You earned it.
Does that mean they killed me, cremated me, and stuffed me inside of Oz?
I wish you were the old man and shoved up against the fucking wall.